keep their position at #1 in the European League. Look at the ultimates coming down here for the Super Hot Crew. They've done so much damage. They've taken down Fnatic, and now they're going to take down Gambit. What a week it's been for SK Gaming.
Stay together, stay together. Wow, that'll play, man.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 6 of the European League of Legends Championship Series. As always, we are broadcasting to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we are excited to bring you an unbelievable week of matches.
Yeah, that's right, D-Man. It is hard to believe that it's already been a month and a half of games between these 8 teams. And as we saw last week, things continue to be unpredictable here in the European LCS. Every single team is capable of beating every other team in the league, and hopefully this trend will continue.
Well, of course, before we get things underway in the European standings, let's take a quick look at some of the big news from last week. First up, let's take a look at the North American League, where TSM are continuing to dominate at the top of the league, while Cloud9, well, they lost out to Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, well, Counterlogic Gaming looked super strong last week. Their full roster with Dexter, once again, looked really good. They were performing well. And with a week of practice, let's see if they can continue their strong showings heading into the NA games on Saturday. Dignitas, on the other hand, they've gone back to their old ways, and they've been struggling in comparison to the strength at the beginning of the split.
And of course, we also saw the conclusion of the Challenger Series last week with our first 2 winners. LMQ in North America and Cloud9 Eclipse in Europe, both securing themselves 2-0 victories.
So the LMQ games was quite interesting because they bounced back from being behind in both of their games against Complexity. They closed out the series 2-0, but it was by no means a whitewash or as dominant as we were expecting. Over in Europe, Cloud9 Eclipse, they won their European Challenger Series by beating the Ninjas in Pajamas, each netting themselves 9 points as they try to battle their way into the LCS. There is still another Challenger Series that will be starting in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, of course, moving on to the European LCS, will we see the fall of Fnatic? After going an incredible 7-0, will they go 0-7 because they have played Super Hot Crew and the Copenhagen Wolves, and this week will determine that outcome.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can go mirror. I don't think any other team's done that. And as a team, they're struggling to adapt to a consistent playstyle on the 4.1 patch, which we are playing here this week, guys. They've tried the double AP, and they were not successful with it. They lost 3 games trying it. Gragas and Fizz, Rumble and LeBlanc, as well as LeBlanc and Orianna. And out of all of the double AP comps that we've run in Europe, the only game that has been won out of the 4 was when the Super Hot Crew beat Alliance, and they were running Lissandra and Gragas. They destroyed Alliance. They played it perfectly. So we'll see if Fnatic's learned anything from them.
And of course, we can't talk about Europe without mentioning Roccat, who are now in a commanding position of the league. They're continually impressive throughout every single game they play.
Yeah, and after securing the top spot last week, Roccat will now look to defend that position with the entire league wanting to take the spot from them. One of the best things about Roccat is the diversity. They have played 23 out of the 59 champions that we've seen in the whole EU LCS, and they keep varying up the champions and their playstyle to continue racking up the wins.
And of course, finally, the big news of the week is Gambit having to substitute 4 members of their team due to visa issues. One of them has not attended due to English, of course, not being his main language, which is Genja, of course. They will be back next week. However, this weekend, we're going to be seeing a very different Gambit lineup. Yeah,
so in terms of the players that have joined, Nukeduck and Zoro from the Ninjas in Pajamas, along with Alberto and Fury, will be joining Edward to compete under the Gambit name this week. It's going to be a very tough week for Gambit, and we'll touch a little bit more on the players as we get to the game later in the day.
So let's check out the table to see where the European team stands currently. At the top of the pile, it is Roccat. They are in first place with 9 wins, 3 losses, and currently are on a red-hot 4-game win streak. Next up is Gambit. Of course, they have a lot of substitute this week. Will they be able to hold that second spot? They have 8 wins and 4 losses. And then, of course, it is Fnatic. As we mentioned earlier on, they went 7-0 will they go 0-7? They started out in a commanding performance, but after 5 games on a row, they have lost now.
Yeah, it's a bad position for them. Down at the bottom half of the table, SK Gaming and Super Hot Crew are tied at 6 wins and 6 losses apiece. Interestingly, both teams have secured 4 wins out of their last 5 games, and the last 3 teams are Alliance, Copenhagen Wolves, and Millennium. They share that final position at 4 and 8 records.
And of course, that brings us to today's matches. First up, it is Millennium. They're going to be hoping to keep the momentum going after beating Fnatic last week, and they're going to be facing the Copenhagen Wolves in the first game of the day. Then a very different looking Gambit will be facing Rocket, who continue their winning streak.
Yeah, after that, the Super Hot Crew will try to extend their own winning record as they face a Fnatic team that has been looking very shaky. And finally, SK Gaming takes on an Alliance team that needs some wins to pull themselves out of the standings. It is also an even-numbered week.
It is an even-number week. They're going to try and keep that curse going. And of course, this week we'll be keeping an eye on 5 top players. Starting out will be Nukeduck. He is standing in for Alex Hitch, and in itself, they are very big boots to fill. And so far, as a player, he's never won a single game in this studio out of 5 games. He won't like hearing that because he's just off the side waiting in the wings to speak to you guys, but there's a lot of pressure on him replacing Alex Hitch for Gambit. Of course, next up, well, it's Froggen. Well, he went man mode last week, didn't he? We saw him, Alliance losing 2 games once again in that odd week, but this time Froggen turned into a solo mode god and tried to single-handedly carry the game with Kale. As you can see the stats there, 5 out of 6 towers for his team. Incredible stuff. And I want to see if he's going to be back to being that team captain that he really needs to be.
Yeah, he cannot win games alone despite the attempts he's tried. My first play is going to be Vander. I think his Thresh and Morgana play is phenomenal, and in my opinion, he is the strongest Thresh of the split so far. It helps that he's got to play the champion 8 times, and he's got an incredible 7.78 KDA on that champion. Next up, another support, N-rated. He's got exciting champion picks, and he's steadily improved from week 1 up until now. He also helped Candy Panda get MVP in week 3, and his aggressive, engage-heavy champions like Annie are fantastic to watch. Finally, for a slightly different reason, it is going to be Soaz. He's been struggling to find form over the last few weeks, and I was happy to see him on Renekton last week, but he needs to find the gameplay and the form that helped him win lanes and dominate earlier in the split. Interestingly, Soaz was the first player to pick Trundle in the LCS, but has not played it since.
So, don't forget, guys, you can get your stats on all of the pros, along with the VODs, schedules, and much more over at lolesports.com. While you're there, find out how to join us here live in the studios by clicking on tickets for all of the details.
And while you're there, you can also submit your vote for today's games and tell us who you think will win. Just click the schedule link and then click on the thumbs up next to the team of your choice, and we'll be checking in throughout the day to tally those numbers.
And of course, we'd love to hear from you guys on Twitter as well. So write to us at LOL Esports and tell us what player / champion combo is your favorite to watch in the European LCS and why.
So I highlighted Vander in my players to watch, and I think it's because his Thresh is just off the chain. For you guys at home, be sure to send your answers to us at LOL Esports and tag them using that hashtag LCS. Later in the show, we will be reading some of our favorites on air. Obviously not mine.
Not yours, no, for sure. For now, though, let's send it over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 of Gambit's subs, Nukeduck and Zoro0.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eve, your Shock supporter, joined here indeed by Nukeduck and Zoro0, standing in for Gambit this week. But you guys are also, of course, members of NIP, so I wanted to start off by asking you about last week's Challenger Series final versus Cloud9 Eclipse, as that didn't go so well. Zoro, what do you think went wrong there?
The main part of what went wrong was that we played a last second sub. Like, we usually play with Ammon, and then he sadly went sick, and then we had to pick up Shaka.
Nukeduck, in that match, things didn't go so well, and in the studio it hasn't been going that well for you guys. Are you guys struggling maybe with performing offline?
I don't think we have that big of a problem performing offline. Like, we lost to Rocket, and they're a really strong team, and we also had some problems in the team when we played there. And Cloud9 is obviously one of the strongest challenger teams, and can't really expect them to beat them with a sub.
So you guys obviously didn't make it in the LCS now. How high are your chances you think you can make it come next split?
I'm pretty confident how scrims are looking, how everything is looking, that we'll make it.
Okay.
I'm also pretty sure we're going to make it.
Cool. So you guys are coming in here subbing for Gambit nonetheless. Only Edward remains from another roster. Did you guys have a lot of time to practice, and how has that been going?
We have been practicing for like 1 day and then today, so it's overall like 10 hours, but we're pretty confident.
Okay, Nukeduck, in the first game of the day, Roccat, you'll be going up against Overpower, filling the shoes of Alex Ish. How are you looking into that matchup?
It'll be fun to play against Overpower again. He always plays like new stuff. He was the one that brought out the Gale against me, so let's see what he does this time.
And you, Zoro versus Zazas.
I'm really looking forward to play against Saxos. He's really solid, and they're at the top of the table, so it's going to be fun.
So you guys are playing in the Challenger League. How has life been resetting from not playing in the LCS and then going to your house and then playing every week in that Challenger League?
It have been pretty good, actually. It has almost been the usual. We like play a lot of video games, and now we just live together. Last bit we didn't live together in a house, and we do that this season.
Do you feel like it's really improving your guys' play that you live together now?
Not really. It's just the same as before. We were still always practicing together, just not living together, just being in a hotel and stuff.
Okay. And a final question. How do you guys think you guys would do if you were in the LCS right now that you've watched the games for the last couple of weeks? Do you think you could hold your own? Maybe you versus the top laners first?
I think I'm pretty confident I could make it against the other top laners. Yes. And about the standings, I'll be pretty confident we'll be in the top.
Nukeduck?
It's hard to say how good we would do, but I'm pretty sure we could hold our own in LCS, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see later, of course, when you go up against Roccat. Good luck and thank you very much. And now we need to step away for a brief moment. We're just minutes away from our first match featuring Millennium versus the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll be right back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 1 of Week 6. Coming up now, it is Millennium facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves. First game of the day, and of course, both of these teams have been struggling this season. However, Millennium, they've been able to pick up 2 wins since returning from their victory in Sao Paulo. Last week, they faced Gambit and Fnatic, and honestly, they look good in both games.
Yeah, they really played like a solid team last week. Against Fnatic, Millennium had a very strong laning phase, and they found picks and team fights to allow them to secure a win. And a lot of those picks were thanks to Aranea. He looked incredibly strong last week. He started well on Eve versus Gambit, and then his Lee Sin against Fnatic was phenomenal. In large part due to his involvement and his engages, it allowed Kevin to get to a 25 KDA, and it worked with J-Ree's 11 KDA Thresh to pick apart Fnatic in those mid to late game team fights and grab that victory.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stats. You got to happen there. Aranea flexing his arms for the camera. Lovely. Millennium, they do appear to be improving as a team, but what do they still need to do?
Okay, so as a team, they need to avoid the pitfall of the pick and ban phase against Gambit. They lacked a clear and strong initiation, and as long as they stay focused and play like they did overall from last week, it's a very good start to getting themselves out of that tie for last place.
And of course, the Copenhagen Wolves, though, they are struggling. And the more we watch, the more questions we have of their decisions mid to late game.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. The Wolves really struggle once towers are down, and they need to rotate and play for objectives, both aggressively and defensively. But the problem actually goes deeper and even earlier in their game. I want to kick this one off talking about Forgiven. He's got the most deaths in the league for an AD carry at 33. That's 8 more than second place. And he's also the only member of the team that is actually above average CS numbers at 10 and 20 minutes. So he's doing well during the laning phase, falling off in team fights. Youngbuck, most deaths for top at 39. That's 7 more than second place. And along with the rest of his team, he's struggling to make an impact in the laning phase, barely winning or even going even in some situations. Unlimited got a slightly different problem. He's given up first blood 5 times in 12 games, and that's despite playing Karma a massive amount. This is a champion with a shield, a root, and a move speed ability. Unlimited really needs to work on his positioning in lane. We've got to remember that for this game. Next up, Kautar. Now this is a positive one. He's played 6 unique lane champions in those 12 games. He generally goes even, but he's yet to demonstrate a particular aptitude or a wow moment with any one of those champions. And finally, the saving grace here, amazing. 81% kill participation. This one actually leads the European LCS for junglers. And even though he takes part in his team's kills, he needs to be doing this earlier in the game. Amazing has the ability to impact lanes, but he's just not making it happen at the moment or early enough, in my opinion.
And for a team that goes even in lane, it really doesn't garner any advantage that way. They rely on their team fights and mid to late game decision making to actually secure the wins. This just isn't happening.
No, it's not, and we're seeing it time and time again. Think back to last week where Mr. Riles was able to grab an inhibitor while Copenhagen Wolves were dancing around Baron doing nothing. Youngbuck himself came out on Twitter and said, look, we need to work on our team fights, we need to work on our calling, and we need to work on our rotations. And we'll see if a week of practice and the acknowledgement of the error, the mistakes, can help this team.
Yeah, they got their new gaming house as well this week, so they'll be happy to see if that works out for them. But for now, let's go over to Deficio. He's going to be standing by with Millennium's managers, Darko Bozovic.
Thank you, D-Man. I'm joined by Darko Bozovic, who's the new manager of Millennium. And first of all, I would like to ask you, what is your role on like a daily basis?
So I make sure to motivate them, getting them ready at any time, and just making them hungry.
And we are on to week 6. It's been kind of up and down for Millennium so far. What do you actually see as like the biggest weakness for Millennium? Is there anything you can work on?
Well, the thing is, they weren't hungry enough. They wanted to play to be 5. When I asked them in the car, to this season, we are first. They say, nah, it's okay, we can be 5. No. We play to be first, and they need to remember every time, first for the win.
So you play to be first. You have Copenhagen Wolves today. You're tied with them actually in the bottom of the standings. What are your thoughts going into this game?
Well, you know, this week is really important. We play against 2 teams that are tied with us, and that's why I didn't give them to eat since yesterday. This morning, I say, yeah, are you guys ready? They say, Dreams, you know, we didn't eat. Knife and fork in the bag, we're gonna eat some wolves.
That is pretty awesome. And good luck to you guys. Looking very much forward to this game now. Let's send it back though to D-Man and Quickshot at the caster desk.
Well, how do you follow that? I mean, they've got a knife and fork. They're ready to eat some wolves.
We've seen the wolves eating Froggen, but those were the in-game wolves. We'll have to see how this match plays out.
Interesting stuff. We're going to see how this new manager does impact their ability to actually pick up wins. And of course, as far as the players go, both teams agree that one jungler in particular could make all the difference in this matchup.
Copenhagen Wolves are kind of like the team play team. Like they base really a lot about their jungler doing their plays and then shining in a team fight together.
As another inconsistent team, I feel that we're still stronger because of our jungler.
I believe they have like good players, especially the jungler. He's really good. Amazing. He's a good friend of good player.
They seem to have a strong AD carry in my opinion, or a relatively strong bot lane. Curb seems to be doing fine in mid lane. Kevin has always been a menace for some reason.
Their laning phase is, in my opinion, the weakness of them.
Our jungler outmatches theirs, so we'll probably play around that and try to force all the other lanes to lose based on our jungler's plays.
We probably have to beat Millennium to actually put a halt to our losing streak and to actually clear our minds.
They have similar weaknesses as us and similar strengths, so hopefully we can actually beat them.
It's interesting to hear that Millennium say that the laning phase is the strongest part of it, because we've got stats that prove otherwise.
Yeah, it is really interesting because when we look at the Copenhagen Wolves, 4 out of 5 of their players are behind the average CS numbers at 10 minutes and at 20 minutes. On the flip side, they have managed to secure the first tower in 9 out of 12 of their games. So they're losing out in CS, and you could attribute it to getting that tower and rotating maybe sooner than the Wolves should be.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups because we want to see how this game is going to go. On the blue side, it is Millennium. Starting out in the top lane is Kevin, Aranea, the jungler. Kerp in the mid lane, Kraton as the AD carry, and J-Ree throwing out those hooks as support.
And of course, on the red side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck up top, amazing in the jungle. Coutard in the mid lane with Forgiven and Unlimited as the AD carry and support.
So, going into picks and bans in a moment, what do we expect from these two teams? What are we seeing in the ban strategies?
So very quickly, just to remind everybody, we are on 4.1.
Yes.
So I'm anticipating a Kayle ban. I almost wonder if it's going to come from Millennium side towards the Wolves because we've seen Coutard running it. We haven't seen Kerp running it. And because Kerp likes to play those assassins, Kayle's a very good champion against assassins. On the same token, from the Wolves, they may want to ban out Elise, being on that red side, not wanting to give that one over to Aranea.
So if they're going to be the bans, what are we aiming for? What are going to be the first picks? What are the most vital champions that these teams want?
I think with the addition of those two, we need to be talking about Annie as well as maybe even Vio Evelyn.
Oh, okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans getting underway. This is Week 6, Game 1. Halfway through the regular season. Crazy stuff. These weeks are flying by for all of us involved. Right now, though, bans coming in thick and fast. Kayle, Ziggs, and Kassadin. I think we pretty much nailed most of those. Yasuo, you can see LeBlanc, of course, they're taking that away from Kerp, and Thresh, the final ban. No surprise. Jerry played amazing on that last week. Instant ban, instant lock-in. Elise, these are coming fast.
Yeah, these are really quick. What this means is neither of the teams has been surprised by their opponent's picks, and because of the fact that Forgiven's been allowed to get his hands on that Lucian, he's instantly picked it away. A lot of teams have been banning the likes of Lucian and Caitlyn against the Copenhagen Wolves because it pushes Forgiven onto an uncomfortable champion. We touched on this going into picks and bans, how Elise was a priority pick. The fact that Copenhagen Wolves let it slide through means it was instantly secured for Millennium, and Aranea is going to be ecstatic with that pick.
Yeah, delighted to have it. Pretty much the #1 jungle pick that every jungler will aim for. If it's available, pretty much going to be first pick. So, for Copenhagen Wolves, well, no surprise. Lucian getting locked in there for, it's going to be for Forgiven, of course. It's pretty much the only champion he plays, honestly. But Gragas let through. Coutard's going to be happy with that.
So Coutard he's played a number of champions, and the Gragas will do a lot of things. It gives you good wave clear, it gives you good siege and defensive capabilities, and it's also going to allow Coutard to play fairly safe in lane. Millennium, if they want to pick a assassin champion like the Fizz, which is what we've been seeing Kerp running previously, it's going to allow Coutard to punish Fizz when he tries to roam, manage to get the waves cleared, and keep Fizz a little bit at bay. What we haven't seen yet from Millennium is their top laner and their mid laner. Trundle is still available for selection, so is Renekton, which is something we need to keep in mind for both Kevin and Youngbuck.
Yeah, because of course Caitlyn and Annie were selected, so Jerry with Thresh Band will plumb for Annie, and of course Creaton. Well, we've seen him playing a number of top AD carries. This time Caitlyn seems to be the focus.
Now Copenhagen Wolves may select a Karma. They have picked Karma into Annie at almost every single opportunity, and this will be the first time that we've seen Unlimited not playing that Karma against Annie. I prefer the Leona at level 6 because it's going to be a difficult laning phase against Caitlyn Annie, which has got immense range and immense poke. But once you get to level 6, both of those champions are incredibly squishy, and with the combo of damage from Lee Sin, Lucian, and Leona, you can easily secure kills.
Yeah, some fast picks coming through. As you mentioned, Lee Sin for amazing this time around. 81% kill participation. That is crazy 6 weeks into the LCS, and of course Leona being selected. But look at Millennium now. Renekton and Fizz. So Kerp going back to that assassin.
I wonder now what the Wolves want to lock in here. Whether they want to go for that Trundle in the top lane, which I think is going to be the safe and the smart pick, and they're hovering over it right now. It is actually going to allow the Copenhagen Wolves to scale very effectively into the late game. They've got very good initiation from the Leona. They'll have a great front line with Trundle and Lee Sin, and then the amount of wave play and damage that Gragas is going to offer will be very, very good. In a sieging situation, the Wolves should be able to defend towers from Millennium, because if Millennium want to pick fights or go for towers, they either have to get kills or they have to dive.
Well, in terms of team compositions, if that final Trundle is locked in, these are actually very similar teams from both of these teams, I mean, team comps that they're used to. So what do we expect here? Because for me, looking at these two comps, Millennium have the best picks.
In my mind, Millennium will do very well in the early to mid game. I think their champions will all peak much earlier in the game than the Copenhagen Wolves will. Leona's going to need time. Trundle's going to need time. Gragas himself, once he gets up a Deathcap and Void Staff, is going to be able to just melt waves. So I feel like if the Copenhagen Wolves fall behind very early on, Millennium have the tools available to shut them down. However, the longer this game goes and the more trouble that Millennium have sieging towers, they need to get past Gragas' wave clear because it's incredibly important. Millennium have very little wave clear themselves. They're going to be relying on Piltover Peacemakers and some volatile Spiderlings from Elise. That's it. There's no barrels. So if Millennium fall back and if Millennium are playing defensive, all of a sudden the power shifts to the Copenhagen Wolves.
You got to wonder whether they're going to do that, because you think with Elise on Aranea, he's the most aggressive jungler I think we have in the European LCS. He's going to be looking for kills, and this team suits that playstyle.
Very much so. And what we've seen from Aranea in the past is he likes to gank mid, and gank mid often. It is something that he really likes to get Kerp rolling. In all of the games that they've played in the last couple of weeks, when Kerp has had a good game and Kerp is able to find targets with those assassins, it's how they've secured wins, and I think we can expect the same in this game.
Well, as we begin this game, let's check your predictions according to LOLesports.com. It is a very close one. 51% of you voting for Millennium. That's 49% for the Copenhagen Wolves, so pretty much a split decision.
Basically half-half.
Well,
as
just
in-depth as it goes. I think for both of these teams, they're sitting at the bottom of the table. They haven't been performing of late. However, if you draw comparisons from last week's games, I actually think Millennium are looking better than the Copenhagen Wolves. Just from last week as a sample. If you look at the grand scheme of things, Millennium are not necessarily as stable. So we'll see whether or not their life coach has been able to make them hungry enough going into the game.
Well, they didn't eat yesterday, apparently. I'm pretty sure we feed them pretty well here, so maybe they will have had some food before this game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for Week 6, Game 1. Millennium as the blue team facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves as the red team. And I don't like to get you all riled up too soon, because we have a pause.
Hopefully we can get the matter resolved as quickly as possible. I think, like I said, when we look at these team compositions, the way that Millennium have structured theirs with the Renekton and Elise and a Fizz, they want to be running at you. But they're going to be relying on Jerry to get some good initiations with Tibbers, get some stuns down, or alternatively finding people out of position. So what we need to look for in this game is whether or not the Copenhagen Wolves can position themselves effectively, and if they get caught by surprise by Tibbers, because that's the only real strong engage that we see from Millennium.
From what I can make out, we've had a pause because Aranea had an itchy arm. I'm not sure if that's the exact reason.
There might be a stain there.
I'm pretty sure he's having a client restart, judging by his frustrated looks on his face, so he'll be getting ready to go in just a moment. So what do we think? I mean, coming into this, obviously, you saw Copenhagen Wolves last week, or the last few weeks, honestly. They've not had a steady run of it. You know, they came into this as the favorites coming out of the amateur scene. They blitzed their way through promotion, no problem. but they've really struggled since they got in the LCS.
The problem with the Wolves is that each of the games that they've lost has been attributed to different reasons. Whereas Millennium, you can say their team fights were pretty bad, they were very good in lane, and they just couldn't close games. Copenhagen Wolves have had multiple errors at multiple stages. So we'll see if they can actually solidify their performances in this matchup right now.
Well, they are one of the teams that have really focused on practice this week. We do see some differences in support items. That's about it, really, across the board. We do see the coin coming out for Unlimited, but that's about all we're going to get to look at.
I do want to touch on one thing, though. Millennium actually grouped up and moved towards the river there. Millennium are the only team in the LCS that are consistently making level 1 plays. They are the only team that's going into it. I believe we've seen an incredible level 1 fight between Midas Fio. I'm going to say the name wrong, but it was at the Korean OG qualifiers. Yeah. Level 1, there was 5 deaths, everybody got involved.
Carnage.
Outside of that fight, there's been nothing. The Americans like to say the line of scrimmage. Defensive lines covering your entrances and all your base all belong to us is not happening because everybody just splits up, spreads out, and they don't allow themselves to get invaded because of the fact you've got a ward at a minute and a half.
You know, in America, when they have that line of scrimmage, do you think they have an advert straight afterwards?
They might, I don't know.
That's normally what happens when I try and watch American football.
I genuinely have never watched American football.
Well, you're not missing out much.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's just upsetting the entire nation of players and probably the production staff as well. They're all just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, we've got some angry people in our ears. For this game, once again, we do have a very brief pause. Sorry about that, guys. I think Copenhagen Wolves need to make sure they don't fall behind early. I can't stress it enough. We heard in the pre-game video, Millennium was saying, Copenhagen Wolves, we feel their strongest suit is their laning phase. And the Wolves have got a lot of early towers, but they fall behind in CS. And I don't think they can afford to in this game because all of their lanes are going to struggle early on, maybe with the exception of the Gragas versus Fizz.
And going back to that video, the fact that they mentioned that they feel that the Wolves' strength is their lane phase, well, that tells me they're going to want to try and disrupt that lane phase as much as possible.
Yeah, with Aranea. I mean, he's got the #1 favored jungler right now. Elise has been featured in 46 out of our 48 games. There's only been 2 games where she has not been picked or banned, and she's been banned 31 times. I mean, that is immense numbers for such a popular jungler. And on somebody like Aranea who likes to gank, frequently, it's a great fit.
Yeah, I think that's numbers that are literally only topped by Kassadin. That's the only person I can think of that comes remotely close to that. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe this time. 1 minute into the game. It's all good. We're going to get started. Kirp's going to try and walk up and put a little poke on Kautard. Kautard's just wondering if he wants to dance with him. Oktoberfest Kautard being selected there, of course. We are in Germany. Kevin's just going to lie down in the river, and the line of scrimmage is setting up. Or maybe it could just be a kickoff because we are in Europe.
It is a kickoff. Kickoff was a minute and a half off for a few timeouts already. But I think one of the reasons that we don't see a lot of these lower level invades and trying to get vision control is because of the fact that there are these wards that come in a minute and a half. Since the Trinket game has come in, players, of course, have got so much more information to work with. You throw down those wards in the river, it is incredibly dangerous now that if you go for an invade, you don't have a sweeping lens, or you don't have some very, very hard CC, you can't make it work. And that's why you see these slow starts to kick off.
Slow starts, that's certainly what they are. Of course, Millennium are having a pause at the moment. There's a visual bug, apparently. I don't even know what that means right now by myself, but the players know, and it's certainly a problem for them. And obviously, maybe it's just he's got to open his eyes. So, is it a visual bug? I
want to touch on some numbers. I had prepared these. I'd actually prepared these for the next game, but they're relevant now because we have some time.
Okay.
So we talked about Elise, featured in 46 of the 48 games. Now it's 47 out of the 49 games.
Yes.
Right. Kassadin has been featured in 47 out of the 48 games coming in today. Had only been not picked or banned once, and that was between SK and Millennium. And Millennium don't play Kassadin. They're on the blue side in this game. They were the ones that banned Kassadin. I don't think Kerp likes to play this champion, if at all, because you seldom see him banned on the blue side. And in terms of the ban numbers, we've seen 45 bans for Kassadin. The 2 times it has been picked in Europe, it's led to victories. North America, let's just say their Kassadins aren't up to European standards, and that doesn't have quite as stellar a winning record.
Yeah, they only really started playing it after the World Finals as well. So, we're underway again, ladies and gentlemen. Part 3 of the Millennium Copenhagen Wolves epic. This could be a long game as well, because both of these teams have very long average game lengths. Copenhagen Wolves certainly to draw things out. But as you mentioned at the start, Millennium are going to be hoping to try and close this one out earlier with their team comp. We'll see how it develops.
Yeah, we'll see how the lanes match up. We talked about how Copenhagen Wolves cannot afford to fall behind, and they've actually decided to put their duo lane mid. This has allowed Amazing to go for this very early invade because he's got all of the support. Kurt wants to challenge.
He's going to come straight in there. He's going to get closed off as well. Kevin Gunn's going to get the stun down. Is it going to be enough? Amazing will back away. It's going to be RNA that takes it, but that experience will be shared across whoever was there.
Now, the interesting thing about that is it was only Unlimited that responded to that invade, but it was very, very late. They've gone for this duo lane push, and they didn't necessarily use the numbers advantage to their favor. Amazing gets out alive thanks to some very good usage of Lee Sin's abilities, but invade failed at the end of the day.
So 2v1 in the mid lane. That's Kerp up against Forgiven and Unlimited. And of course, down that bottom lane, we have Creaton and J-Ree facing off against Kautard on the Gragas, who is yet to come into the lane.
So we'll see how effective these mid laners are now going to be. This is quite interesting because Kerp is going to be denied significantly harder than what Kautard will be on this Gragas. In addition, the damage that Gragas plus Lee Sin are going to have in a sort of 2v1 situation will be very, very effective if they can get a kill. Aranea with an early mid lane gank. We talked about how he likes to gank for Kerp. He likes to make things happen. Look for a cocoon to start. They might actually go in once this wave gets a little bit shredded by the tower.
Yeah, 0 ward, 0 protection. Unlimited is going to face check, going to go straight towards RNA, who puts a burst of damage down on him. Forgiven quickly turn around and put a burst of damage back onto Kerp to make sure he didn't join that fight. And they will keep themselves at bay. So both junglers helping out these solo lanes at the moment. RNA is sticking around. Cocoon's not going to land this time around, and he will back off.
Yeah, Unlimited needs ideally to get to level 3 before he can start a fight. Whenever you play with Leona, you want to have your on-hit stun, your Eclipse, as well as your Zenith Blade, and he just didn't have the tools available to try and turn that one around. But very interesting to see how the Copenhagen Wolves have decided to mitigate the strength of Millennium. They feel that the longer they can keep Kerp's Fizz down and maybe deny the roam, the better it will be for their situation. It also will buy time for Young Bucks Trundle to be in a position where he can actually challenge Kevin's Renekton, because Renekton generally wins that matchup.
Yeah, and you can see the focus they're putting on towards RNA right now. They're going to lock on towards him. That's going to be amazing following through, and that's going to force him well away from this one. Has he got enough to take him down, though? Kerp is going to come around the side there. Unlimited thought about jumping in for the stun, and he will be forced back. You saw the ward also in the river. They're focusing so heavily on what RNA does.
Yeah, and very, very crucially, Amazing was able to read Aranea. Now we see Amazing and Unlimited roaming down to this bottom lane. Luckily, Millennium have decided to back away. They realize the threat. If you look at Kautard's position, he was actually moving very far down that line, which is very unusual for a 1v2. So I think that movement, that posture, is what gave away the gank, and Creator and Jerry were able to avoid that risky situation.
It does buy mid lane a slight little bit of time there. Kerp, that pressure on towards that tower. Remember, this is 4.1. You know, these towers in the top and the mid lane were buffed up quite heavily. We're not quite on to 4.2 just yet in the European League of Legends Championship Series, but right now it is Youngbuck putting pressure on towards Kevin in this top lane. It's back and forth. Kevin is, of course, winning out the CS, which you kind of expect in this lane.
No, I'm so happy you mentioned the towers, because Unlimited Leon is not going to be a very big tower pushing threat. Ironically, if the Copenhagen Wolves had gone for a Karma in this situation, it actually would have worked quite well with the roaming Lee Sin and trying to counter jungle. However, because of the strength of the Caitlyn Annie lane from Millennium, they didn't want to put Forgiven and Unlimited into that lane pre-6. I think we may see them lane swap once Forgiven and Unlimited get their ultimates available, because then all of a sudden Jerry and Creaton have to be a little more defensive. They can't run the risk of eating a full combo from a Copenhagen Wolves duo lane.
Kevin going to be warding out that Tribush in the top lane, keeping himself safe from Amazing, who we mentioned the start of the show, that the fact that he has that 81% kill participation, the highest of all junglers, so keep your eyes on him being involved in every single fight that the Copenhagen Wolves do. Generally they'll stick and carry on farming in the lanes until he shows up. At the moment, Kerp is doing a defensive job. He is falling behind Kautard in terms of CS, and that's no surprise, because, you know, a Fizz early game is going to be a tough one to farm, especially in this 2v1 lane.
Yeah, it's going to be nearly very difficult to get every single CS. Aranea once again roaming to the mid lane Cocoon. Is it going to connect? That's the question. They catch Unlimited, but it's not really who they want.
Well, they're just going to put a little burst of damage. Like you say, they weren't going to follow through on that one. They had no visual identification of where Amazing was, and instead he's just going to roam past and head back down towards that bottom lane.
Now, I want to keep our eyes on the Kevin versus Youngbuck lane as far as CS is concerned. Kevin right now is putting a lot of pressure onto Youngbuck, as you should, with the Renekton. But it's only grabbed himself a 7 CS lead. Youngbuck should be able to actually close those numbers out. So we'll see how this transpires once they go back and pick up their first items. Because we've actually seen Renektons destroying Trundles in lane up until level 11, 12, where all of a sudden Trundle gets the likes of a Blade of the Rune King, or maybe some more defensive items, and then can sit even with that Renekton.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which way they go, because the last, 3-4 weeks now, we've started to see the Tiamats coming out for both Renektons and Trundles, so we'll see whether they want to go defensive, when they go full tank. Kevin tends to go the full tank route. Right now, though, we have a 3-man stack, possibly in this mid lane turret.
Amazing's here to respond if RNA goes in.
They're going on towards Unlimited. That's going to be the Earth popping out. We do see the Cocoon going in. That one towards Amazing, but quickly countered by the fact that the presence of Amazing forced them to back away.
Amazing and RNA have spent all of their time in this middle lane. We're about 8 minutes in, and there's a lot of damage on Kerp's tower. So Forgiven and Unlimited are getting closer to the point where they can get the tower down and potentially roam around the map. Also, because of the fact that Forgiven and Unlimited have an easier time of CSing and keeping Kerp down, Kerp is a little bit behind in CS, but Creatine is as well. He's about 10 CS down, and when you consider that both have had basically free farming lanes, that's actually very good, a good sign for Forgiven.
So out stands. You do see the AD carriers backing off, and this may be the beginning of the lane switch. We'll see which way they go. We do see at the moment Kautard backing towards his bottom lane. And actually Creatine will gain some of that CS back. He's going to be pretty much even with Forgiven by the time they both reach that lane. Explosive cast being used there, totally missing between Jerry and Creatine.
Yeah, Kautard just not very happy with himself. You can see on the player cam, just sitting himself backwards. I think that was mostly to try and mitigate some pressure because of the fact that the rest of the lane, Creatine and Jerry, they've also got that tower very, very low. So as it stands, we could see a tower trade situation. Limited getting very close to getting his Solar Flare available. We'll see if he decides to engage with that at any point. Both of the AD carries grab themselves a BF sword and that long sword as well.
Yeah, we also saw the sweeping lenses coming out both from J-Re and Unlimited, so maybe going to try and alleviate some of that pressure, possibly around that dragon. We are at the 9-minute mark. We do see Kerp now taking a rotation. He's going to be going down towards the bottom with Kautard, which leaves Creatine and J-Re up against Forgiven and Unlimited.
That means Kerp was feeling the pressure more than Copenhagen Wolves felt they needed to rotate. Both of the mid laners are the same level right now. Kautard's got blue buff and his ultimate is off cooldown. So with Arena coming in from behind, Kautard could be in trouble.
Well, he's going to try and come towards it. He does get caught with that Cocoon, but it's not going to be enough damage. Kerp had already used his playful trickster. He will throw out the ultimate. That's going to catch him. It's a tower dive coming in. And first blood for Kerp.
Didn't even need to. Every single ability that was thrown up between Arena and Kerp landed. They just chased Kautard down. He didn't have his explosive cast. If that had been up, he could have potentially knocked them away. Now, thanks to the kill that they've secured and having the duo lane so close, Millennium have started off the dragon. Arena is just going to dance that aggro between his little spiderlings, and this is going to give them a healthy gold lead very early in the game.
So great start for Millennium here. 10 minutes into the game, they start to build themselves that small 1,000 gold lead. All 4 members of Millennium making their move in towards the mid lane.
And that is the kill stems from the exact reason Copenhagen Wolves did not want to put their Gragas against the Fizz. When you combo the Elise, the kill pressure is very, very good. We now have a 3v3. Culling is being used and Kautard's coming from behind. So the Wolves have decided they want this tower and they're going to start the siege up.
A good measure of damage on towards Creatine there, which means they're going to have to stick around. You can tell they wanted to back away, but Creatine taking low with these 4 members of the Copenhagen Wolves, keeping that pressure on. The barrels just out the side there. The minion wave is going to be pushing in. They may get this turret.
Yeah, I think they should be able to if they stick to it. Barrels being used mostly for zoning, I feel. The rest of the Wolves are playing quite safe, and they're melee. You cannot get Lisa and Leona or Gragas onto that tower. Kevin has gone on Youngbuck.
Youngbuck's taken very low here. This may be a tower dive. Dominus is not available. It's already been used. You can see it's on him. The Ignite goes down, but he's not going to choose in. Instead, he decides to walk all the way around the Pillar of Ice and take every little bit of that slow.
Very powerful Pillar of Ice there. Youngbuck not going down. He'd used his Subjugate earlier in that matchup, so he couldn't lifesteal through it. And on the first back, Youngbuck grabs himself a Sunfire Cape, so he's playing to survive. And he's even returning to not lose CS. Amazing wants to set up a gank. I think Kevin should be able to get away if he dodges a Sonic.
Well, he's going to be able to kick in now. He does manage to land it. There's the flash and kick. Pillar of Ice. Kevin's in trouble. He's going down, no doubt about it. It's Youngbuck that gets the kill.
That's a very good positional play from Amazing. He actually used his flash to ensure he got in front of Kevin, and because Kevin, he just burned everything earlier on, he gets taken down. So that's the first kill of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see how much tower damage they get down as both of these melee champions are sticking around. RNA is going to be up to defend though, so it shouldn't be too much trouble. Copenhagen Wolves with a point on the board.
So RNA will just keep them off this top turret. We did see, you can tell right now, Youngbucks hasn't touched his turret. Meanwhile, Kevin's almost taken down that top one, so almost certainly winning out that lane, but that gank will certainly turn it in Youngbucks' favor. Right now, though, we see Unlimited and Forgiven. They're trying to keep up that CS advantage. They're trying to keep up that pressure in this mid lane. Creaton has moved back in there. They're keeping it going. Neither of them got that Bloodthirst completed just yet, but I feel it's only a matter of time before Copenhagen Wolves take that mid turret down.
Yeah, it won't be too long, and we see now Creaton is deciding to back away, so if we're given an unlimited hard push, they should be able to get it down early. The real story of this game has been these mid laners. Kerp and Countard are sitting at 1670 CS at the 13-minute mark, and for a Gragas, who is such a phenomenal farmer, that is actually a very low amount. What I like, though, is that the Copenhagen Wolves had recognized that in their laning phase and the way that RNA plays with Kerp, they were at risk. So they moved the lanes around. Unfortunately for the Wolves, they didn't have the wards. Countard was overextended, and he gave up first blood against the exact combo they were trying to avoid facing. As it stands, Millennium right now, they've sort of settled in dual lane in the middle, as well as the mid laners down bottom.
This is an interesting combo down this bottom lane. We see RNA is going to get spotted out by that Tribush word in a moment, but both of these champions, they could really burst each other down. If one doesn't land their combos, they will certainly drop the other. At the moment, you stick at the top lane as well. They just keep on beating each other, rubbing up against one another. They're not really doing a great deal unless they pop those ultimates. Dominus is available, as is Subjugate, but Youngbucks just going to get chunked down.
Yeah, the fact that Kevin's got a Giant's Belt and that little Tiamat is actually going to give him more kill potential on Youngbuck once he gets Ignite available. Thanks to the dual lane, first tower to fall will be in favor of Millennium, as this is now going to free up Kerp and Aranea. I really want to see how Kerp plays this game. He's down in CS, he does have the only kill of the game, and he is a great roaming champion, but he needs to actually start moving around the map, and it's significantly harder if you're positioned in that bottom lane.
Oh, blue buff goes across the counter. You did see the cocoon being thrown out from RNA just towards the end of that tower going down. Didn't land. That may have actually caused them to go aggressive, and there was 3 members of the Copenhagen Wolves down there. This is something we've seen in the past from Millennium. Once they get that slight edge, that slight lead, a little bit too much aggression sometimes comes out from RNA.
Yeah, it could get them in trouble. When you consider that Lee Sin can kick people away, or you've got that Pillar of Ice, if Millennium pick off a little more than they're capable of chewing, it's going to backfire. What I do like, though, is the Copenhagen Wolves' vision in the bottom half of the map. There's about 1.5 minutes till Dragon comes up. So they've got some time to work with as far as those wards are concerned, and it's going to allow them to make a more educated decision on whether they want to challenge for this Dragon. I feel like the Wolves have to, because if they give away 2 Dragons back-to-back and a tower, Millennium can actually start snowballing a bit of a lead.
Oh, amazing. Landing the Sonic Wave on towards RNA, keeping him at bay there. Mid lane turret still very low. Kerp continuing to farm down this bottom. He's going to push on towards Countard. Remember, there's no tower to dive on towards. Doesn't go for the Urchin Strike. Instead, he lands that ultimate. Explosive cast keeps him well at bay.
Yeah, very well played. Countard just throwing down that ultimate to keep himself alive. I think if Kerp had managed to jump in, he could have potentially gone for the kill. We do see Unlimited with Solar Flare available coming in from behind. He's walked straight over a ward, and they've decided against it. Playful Trickster is available, so maybe not feeling that they could land him, lock him up in time.
But in the river, everybody else was starting to position themselves. Jay Ree nearly getting caught out there by Amazing and Forgiven. Meanwhile, RNA just covering off that mid lane. I want to talk about these top laners because we've seen them both go in the opposite builds. One went for Tiamat first and then into Sunfire Cape. The other one went Sunfire Cape into Tiamat. What do you prefer?
So I'm expecting Youngbuck to actually go for Blade of the Ruined King. I think that's what I'm going.
Point.
The only Trundle that we've seen go Tiamat is Darian, in fact. The rest traditionally go for Blade of the Ruined King. And right now, Countard stopped to get the damage reduction. He's in trouble.
He is in trouble. He's going to run away from that one. Playful Trickster's not going to close the gap. Flashed during the Playful Trickster. Doesn't quite land it. This time the Urchin Strike will. One more hit. Who's going to take it? He was trying to give it to Creaton, but they failed and Kerp took it.
Aranea doesn't get the assist. Creaton didn't connect with the Piltover Peacemaker. Thanks to a kill on Countard again, this has allowed Millennium to grab themselves a Dragon. With all of that vision down that was down in the bottom half of the map, Countard still finds himself overextended. Amazing wasn't in position to counter gank, and that's going to give Millennium another kill, another Dragon. And to be very honest, I would say complete control of this game. Everything that Copenhagen Wolves have done, that they have thrown to Millennium, Millennium have responded, and they've got themselves kills and objectives.
Yeah, right now, the only kill is in this top lane. This Youngbuck continuing to try and drive down that turret. Does get a good chunk of damage down on it this time around. Kevin's going to try and force him back. Both these top turrets now very, very low, and you can see this fight continues to go. Non-stop action, but not really that exciting.
It's not. And until Youngbuck actually gets a Blade of the Ruined King completed, Kevin should still have the ability to actually win the fight. You'll see him just going in and trading. Subjugate's been used from Youngbuck.
Now we see, of course, now that ultimate use. Kevin quickly backing away from that one, just buying time for Aranea to come up. Has he gone too deep? Subjugate runs off now. This is perfect timing for Aranea to come in there. Cocoon is yet to be used. He's got to wait for that minion wave to go down. Pillar of Ice is going to come out. There's the repel. He's going to switch out. Cocoon should land. It does on the tower. They're going to go in there. Dominus will get popped. They have to back away. Amazing now, caught between a rock and a very hard place between Aranea and Kevin.
Now, Unlimited may want to pick a fight here. We'll see if he throws down the Solar Flare. There's not a lot of damage for the rest of the Wolves, and Millennium are actually backing out.
Well, they catch where it is, and at the moment we do see just about catching on there. Unlimited backing off. Did use that sweeping lens to make sure there was no ward spotted. But while this is all going on, down the bottom lane, Kerp has got himself a giant chunk of farm. He's took himself 20-30 CS while Kautard was having to cover off.
Now, luckily, Kautard, thanks to his wave clear, is actually not falling behind Kerp. But the main problem is now that with the Lich Bane completed, Kerp has a little bit of an easier time trying to set up a kill on Kautard. Thanks to the immense mobility of Fizz, it makes Kautard's life very difficult on Gragas to combo him down and burst him out. But the one thing that the Wolves are doing is individually, they are being caught out. They pushed mid lane, which was a smart decision early. They did a lane swap, which appeared to work out for a time. But now Kautard's been caught out twice, overextending. Youngbuck took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, trying to fight Kevin. And that's allowed Aranea to grab himself 2 assists and help Millennium get themselves this 3,000 gold lead.
Thought he could maybe win out that fight. Instead, it's given Kevin the Sunfire Cape along with that Tiamat and Ninja Tavi, so he is going to be pretty much immovable in that top lane. Aranea takes the red and the blue for himself still, so we'll see how that run continues, because we're expecting Kurt to be wanting that one. Creaton, he's returned towards his mid lane to grab himself that Bloodthirster and Zeal, so we'll see whether he goes towards the Static Shiv or Phantom Dancer. Not so sure which way he wants to take it. JB taking a burst of damage from Forgiven.
Now, I want to make a statement that I think Millennium have a ticking time bomb. Aranea has been caught up by Amazing.
That's a fail. He flashed on towards that one, wanted to get the kick on towards Aranea, I think.
He had it
didn't manage to
available.
land it. Yeah, he just didn't land it.
I think he also decided against it potentially because it was only a Limited that was close by. Forgiven had not left the mid lane and Kautard was still in the bottom lane. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves have now grouped up. Going to try and defend off this blue buff. It's going to be a 4v4. A teleport has been used from Youngbuck. He's coming in from the side.
He's coming in down the side there. Will it be enough? You can see
he got cancelled.
Aranea has to repel away. He's just going to throw out the Earth. Will land on towards him. Amazing's going to get taken over. Kerb's gone too deep and he's going to turn back around and Forgiven gets a kill. The culling comes out. Aranea has to flash away from it. They're going to continue to chase. 90 caliber net lands and Jairi and Creaton back away. But there's no objectives to take other than the blue.
You called it earlier. Millennium sometimes go overly aggressive. They picked the fight when they needed to have backed away. And in a straight-up 5v5 situation, the power of Gragas and Leona is way higher than that of Jairi's Annie. There's just more tools for the Wolves to work with. Youngbuck had actually started his teleport to the fight, and it got interrupted by Kevin. We didn't see it happening on stream. It was up in that top lane. But what has transpired is that the Copenhagen Wolves have grabbed themselves that middle tower, and that's giving them a little bit more global gold. Right now, we do see Kautard once again moving to the bottom lane, and I was saying this before the fight happened. Millennium have somewhat of a ticking time bomb on their hands. I feel that the longer they take to press the advantage that they have or had, gives Gragas and Trundle more time to scale up and gives Leona more tanky items. And once the Copenhagen Wolves are able to defend sieges and start fights, they're in a good position. Kevin wants to challenge for the double goalless.
It's going to come across. He gets it as well. Youngbuck's not happy with that one, but he's not quite close enough to land that basic attack. Instead, he's going to use that sweeping lens, which he's now picked up. Incidentally, looking across the sweeping lens, he's using Millennium, picking up 3 of them now, so they really want to be a bit more aggressive here.
That's a great decision from Millennium because of the pick power that their composition has with Renekton, Elise, and Fizz having great ability to duel and grab kills. It's going to allow them to, set up death pushes, force Copenhagen Wolves to make ill-advised decisions, I think. One of the things that Millennium can also do to help mitigate the sort of straight-up sieging 5v5 power, Millennium have got very strong split-push champions. If you leave Renekton with that Tiamat in the top lane, and you leave Kerp maybe in the bottom lane, you can actually have them try force the Copenhagen Wolves to move to them, and then outplay your opposing team with better rotations and better positioning on the map.
Yeah, just sort of Kevin triggering that TM motion, quite landing it where he wanted it to. Wasn't quite close enough. We do see Kerp just lingering off. Look at that. Death bush waiting to happen. Kerp and Aaron. Oh, and Amazing's gone straight in for it. He's going to have to go straight on towards him. Doesn't manage to land the Urchin Strike on towards Amazing. Quickly gets away. At the moment, though, Forgiven going to put some damage down on Kevin. J-Ree also coming around. Dragon, of course, up in 20 seconds. That's the objective they are all going for. And I don't think Copenhagen Wolves want to fight for this one. They may try and get the steal, though.
The Copenhagen Wolves, if they get a very good combination of a Leona ultimate or Gragas ultimate, then they can challenge for 5v5. But I think they're a little bit scared of the single target burst damage that can come down from Millennium. Also remember, the teleport from Youngbuck should be up in a few seconds, but that Dragon is dead so quickly.
Going down very fast. That's going to be picked up. It's Aranea that takes it. The pyro comes in way too late. Youngbuck, meanwhile, in that top lane. He continues and takes down the turret. So technically an objective trade, despite the fact Kevin didn't even leave the lane. Youngbuck's really done a good job in the top.
Yeah, I prefer the tower trade as well. I think getting the tower down, it opens up more areas of the map and allows the Copenhagen Wolves to potentially go for any sort of invade, try to challenge for blues or similar. And because we've hit the stage now where Youngbuck's level 13, he's got his Blade of the Ruin King finished and that Sunfire Cape, I'm expecting him to now start winning the fights against Kevin, if Kevin is brave enough to stick around.
Kautar's building up towards that Rabadon's Death Cat. Once he gets that in there, it's going to be problems for Millennium, because that wave clear is going to be huge from the Copenhagen Wolves, and we haven't seen Forgiven actually leaving that mid lane yet.
No, Forgiven is doing fairly well. He's got himself 280 CS at the 23.5-minute mark, which is an incredible number. He's got his Trinity Force and Bloodthirster completed, going to work towards that last Whisper next. And I think now that Lucian has hit this very strong sort of item level, Copenhagen Wolves should start looking for fights. They're 2,000 gold down, which is not an immense amount. They have the ability to control the tempo of a team fight. Leona can engage in lockdown, Gragas can disengage, Trundle can engage or disengage. So there's a lot more tools for the Wolves to play with if they can force Millennium's hand, and that's going to be the difficult thing. Right now, Youngbuck's found himself a curve.
Try and poke on towards him, gets a Pillar of Ice, goes for the chomp on him as well, and that took half his hit points off there. So Youngbuck is not to be trifled with anymore.
Not at all. And because the tower fell in the top lane, we talked about how Millennium can split push and how they've got very strong dueling champions. They have to deal with one of the strongest dueling champions in the game right now. Blade of the Ruin King plus Sunfire Cape and the subjugate from Youngbuck's troll from his Trundle will be very difficult for Millennium to deal with. I think that's the reasoning that J-Ree and Aranea hovering around this bottom lane. They won't engage. This is going to be support on support action, and we'll see who pulls the trigger first. Tibbers is available. I can't see if Jerry had his stun up, and we'll see. Youngbuck's been jumped on.
Going to go on towards Youngbuck, trying to bait him closer and closer towards that tower. Oh, he gets spotted as soon as he goes in towards that bush. Youngbuck not falling for that one. And Kerp's going to continue that farm. We also saw Kevin. He was trying to push out that top lane, but that's been dealt with. Kautar's gone up there, kept him at bay. So at the moment, it is all neutral between these two teams. Nobody really going aggressive. Maybe we'll see something set up in the mid.
Yeah, they've caught J-Ree.
They're going to go in towards it. Solar Flare going to go down. J-Ree's caught out the culling, burning down the damage on towards him. Tibbers does get thrown down. Is it enough to save him? No! J-Ree will fall.
Very good combination. Once again, Copenhagen Wolves landing every single ability. I think every single shot of the culling connected onto J-Ree there. Now the Copenhagen Wolves have got a kill. That's great. But there's no dragon available to take. There's no tower in the mid lane to secure either. So the Wolves, they got themselves a kill, they got themselves some gold, but it hasn't equated to any map presence right now, which I think is what the Wolves need.
So Kerp, again, look at this. Youngbuck's taking the top tower, and now he's really putting the pressure on. Just his mere presence on Kerp was keeping him at bay, but Kerp will clear it out with that playful trickster and finally back off. This mid turret, I'm amazed they haven't put more pressure on it because it was taken so low, so early on. Youngbuck has not gone away yet. He will take down that ward. Kerp's just like, God damn it, I just want to get myself some free time, some free farm, but Youngbuck not allowing it.
What I like about this decision from the Wolves is it slowed down Kerp's farm. He's now actually falling behind that of Kautar, and we've seen the way the lane was going. Kerp plus Aranea were able to kill Kautar multiple times. So this is not only keeping him shut down, but it's denying that presence. Now, the rest of the Wolves have decided to respond. They've got a lot of very deep wards in and around the red buff, and they've set their sights on the tower and on Kerp.
Kerp is baiting them in, though, because there's 5 members of Millennium all coming in there. We see Youngbuck taking some tower damage. Kerp goes in again, trying to play for Trickster, trying to make the Copenhagen Wolves pull the trigger, slices and dices in towards them, but it will not follow through. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Millennium, they tried a 5-man maneuver. The counter did work. It saved Kerp's bacon, but it didn't get any kills.
Saved the life, and it saved the tower as well. If Kerp had gone down, the Copenhagen Wolves could potentially have shoved down that lane a little bit further, and thanks to all the vision that they've now given themselves of the Millennium red buff in that area, it allows the Wolves to respond to those sort of death ganks and to those roams from the Millennium team. As it stands, the Wolves get away, maybe a little bit lucky not to give up any kills. If Kerp had saved that Chumper Waters to a little later, could have worked in his favor. We just go back to this very extended laning phase. We've seen a couple of kills and a couple of towers, but truthfully, it's really just been lane swapping and CSing for 27 minutes.
Half an hour of farming is what it's been. Forgiven has himself been back and got himself a Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, and Last Whisper. So he's got a lot of damage on that Lucian now. It's really working. That culling will actually do some work. Meanwhile, Creaton, well, he's got Last Whisper, Static Shift, and the Bloodthirster.
The interesting itemization here is that Kevin has gone for the Thornmail first. You know, the rest of the items we're looking at are fairly standard, are fairly norm. You know, we've got a very early Boots of Mobility as well as Distortion upgrade from Jerry. He's the only initiation from Millennium. But when you look at Kevin, he's signaling very, very clearly, I do not care about Coutard. I do not want to be dealing with Coutard at all. It's my goal to get in the face of Youngbuck, get in the face of Forgiven, and try to run amok there. And we'll see how effective it is, because there's not a massive amount of HP on Kevin's side yet. So we'll see who can kill their opposing tanks fastest in these next team fights.
Well, the Dragon fight almost certainly will be the focus. 20 seconds until that happens, but will Millennium instead choose to push towards this middle turret?
Right now, Millennium are going to need to deal with the fact Coutard's coming in from the side, and the Wolves have got very good vision, so they know where everybody is. They do not have Youngbuck with them. They've got on Jerry!
Solar Flare on Jerry. Will it be enough? The barrel comes rolling through, but Unlimited's taken very low as well. He's going to go down. Creaton picks up the kill. Pillar of Ice from Youngbuck just coming in the side. Sonya's Hourglass from Kerp. Is it going to be enough to save him? The Ignite's running there. They're going to go across and chase on towards him. But would you believe Millennium come out pretty much even there? It's a 1-for-1. They're still pushing, and Dragon's been taken by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Now, there is a tower in the mid lane. The Copenhagen Wolves right now are not going to be able to defend their tower, but they're going to trade Dragon for tower. So all 3 outer turrets are now down on the side of the Wolves. They may want to try set something up. Amazing's looking for the Sonic Wave. He catches a Tibbers, and that's not going to do a whole lot. They give him some extra gold.
50 gold, that's what it's worth. But nevertheless, it is going to be 3 towers to 2 for Millennium, so that middle turret did go down, as well as the Dragon. In terms of gold, well, you can see between them, it's just 500 gold there, and Coutard comes in and gets himself a blue buff taken away from the Millennium jungle.
So what I liked about the Copenhagen Wolves in that situation is they did have Youngbuck coming in from behind. Unfortunately, Coutard's dispersion of the explosive cast was not available at the turret fight. It had been used earlier on, cooldown had been blown, and if that was available to split up Millennium, maybe that could have gone better for the Wolves. There's a Solar Flare. Jerry's another target.
Jerry flashes away from it this time around, and Kevin slices away. Coutard was caught out with a stun on the cocoon there. We do see the culling coming out. That's all going to land on Jerry. He can't run into that bush. There is a barrel ready and waiting.
So that was a fight on 2 fronts. The Copenhagen Wolves had placed so many wards down earlier, they were moving back into the jungle to repeat those wards, to try and get some more vision. The blue buff steal a little bit before was thanks to the vision they'd afforded themselves. And now all of a sudden, the Copenhagen Wolves have started this siege gameplay. They've grouped up as 5. Luckily, thanks to the range of Creaton's Caitlyn and that Static Shiv, they clear that wave quickly enough, and the Wolves back away. They don't want to sit in a 5v5 under the tower for too long.
So let's have a look at what has been going on. Everybody backing away. Everybody's going to start buying out those items. RNA may be going to build in towards that Leandris, but it's going to be a while off at the moment. He's sticking with that Haunting, guys. We'll see how that develops. Frozen Heart, almost certainly Randian, going to be coming out there, and that will get completed. Meanwhile, Spectre's Cowl's being picked up all across the board for Millennium here. No surprise there. They want that magic resist. Coutard's barrels are going to start doing some really dangerous damage. The fact that he has that Rabadon's complete. What's going to be his next item, we'll see.
He needs to get himself a Void Staff. I think that's what this Blasting Wand is going to be upgraded into. The fact that Coutard is 31 minutes in and he's only starting this one is a testament to the early game lane swap. It didn't work out in Coutard or the Wolves' favor. Coutard lost around 50 or 60 CS in the 10 to 15 minute mark, which is what we tend to see on those numbers. So we'll see how he eventually gets to that position, because in those last fights, he was dealing a lot of damage to Kevin, who at the time only had a Spirit Visage, and we'll see how Kevin decides to itemize his MR.
Yeah, interestingly, that we see a Sunfire Cape coming out from Amazing on Lee Sin this time around, so we'll see whether he's fancying getting involved in maybe either split pushing or just going to stand in amongst Millennium.
I also think that's another sign of just saying that in these team fights, Amazing wants to play very similar to how Aranea played last week. Aranea would jump into team fights and try to look for Reckless over and over and over. And I think we're going to see Amazing trying to find Creatine in these team fights, throwing himself in. He's got a lot of armor, and if he's in and amongst the members of Millennium, that Sunfire Cape actually deals quite a lot of damage as it ticks over. So approaching about 35, 40 damage per second now. It adds up if you're sitting in 3 or 4 members of your opposing team.
Interestingly, Coutard seeing that Kerp was around that white, didn't want any of it. Does wipe out a giant wave though, and it's actually Copenhagen Wolves that are starting to put the pressure onto Millennium. You know, you talked about this at the start with the team comps. Copenhagen Wolves, if they get into a position where they can start pressuring those turrets, Millennium are going to struggle to keep that wave clear, to keep them at bay.
Both of these teams have got very good scaling in different areas. As this game goes on, Kerp's going to be able to just destroy anybody, maybe with the exception of Youngbuck. He's going to be able to just pop them down once he gets a little bit more ability power secured. On the other side for the Wolves, Gragas's poke with those barrels becomes immense. And you've got Trundle that just scales so well. The more tanky your opponents become, the more powerful he can become. He can steal those tank stats. So Millennium need to be very scared and very nervous when it comes to straight up 5v5s. There's that top lane exciting battle once again.
Well, it's a bruiser fight that actually could start turning now, and I think the fact that Thornmail has been completed, Youngbuck we saw there immediately didn't want any part of it. Just went, I'm going to walk away from this one. Not a lot Kevin can do about him walking away, but I don't think he can fight him anymore.
I don't think so. Without the assistance of either a mid laner or a jungler, those top laners should be fairly safe against one another. The Thornmail will also, like you said, just make it very difficult for Youngbuck to even 1v1 him, but Youngbuck can steal a lot of that armor, can give it to himself, and really maybe sort of sustain through the damage that Kevin's putting out. Both of these teams are getting so tanky and so powerful. A big team fight now could cost a Baron. They've got a lot of damage, they've got a lot of tankiness, so it should be easy. Unlimited's going to be a little bit in trouble if he gets caught by Chum the Waters or similar.
Yeah, stood on top of a ward, just playing the defensive line there, trying to keep them away from that Baron, just a minute away to that Dragon, but that's not the focus anymore. You're going to see, they're going to catch on towards it. Kerp has gone deep, but they are ready and waiting for it. The damage coming out is going to blow on towards Coutard. Quick explosive cast keeps them all at bay. Solar Flare goes down. It is going to be Coutard that drops, so will Copenhagen Wolves follow through? Teleport coming in. Here comes Youngbuck on towards him. Pillar of Ice catching on towards him, and he's tanking the entire team. Nobody else is helping him, and you saw him putting the damage down. But nobody in the Wolves responded.
No, the rest of the Wolves were too far away. They were trying to get in range to put damage down, and even with the Subjugate, Youngbuck wasn't tanky enough. Now they've caught Aranea.
They caught Aranea out. He's going to have to repel. He's got the Wolves to go to this time around. Oh, but look at that. Amazing going very, very deep. Does manage to keep them at bay. Now you see the middle turret. That may be the focus of target. We do see Creaton backing off, and the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves will walk away.
Yeah, Aranea grabs his knife and fork out and throws himself towards the Wolf camp with the usage of that repel. Even though Millennium got the jump on the Wolves, they got themselves a kill. It wasn't enough to go further. The dispersion from the Gragas ultimate as well as the Solar Flare prevented Millennium from sticking on the targets for a longer period of time. What has actually transpired from all of that is the Copenhagen Wolves have got better positioning and grabbed themselves a dragon. In the grand scheme of things, advantage Wolves. They gave up 1 kill, they got caught out. They did have to burn a teleport for it, but they've got themselves a dragon and a gold lead.
Yeah, big gold lead starting to develop, and you know, Copenhagen Wolves are starting to draw them out. Amazing going to get caught out with a cocoon. Youngbucks are caught out of position. This time around with 2 carries on him. He does have to burn that flash.
I'm actually quite surprised at the amount of damage that was put onto Youngbuck. He did have his Subjugate available if he wanted to use it, but that was basically a full rotation, QER from Kerp, and it chunked off about 30-40% of Youngbuck's HP, so we'll have to see if Kerp can get past him. You know, he's going to melt everyone else, considering that that's the tankiest member of the Wolves.
Well, we did warn you this game may go long, and it certainly is so far. 36 minutes in this game, just 5-4 between them, and both 80 carries at 400 plus farm. So this is going to continue to the late stages. Spirit Visage completed and picked up. by the Copenhagen Wolves. Meanwhile, Forgiven. Look at this, Mercurial Scepter coming out.
Yeah, so the Mercurial Scimitar is the upgrade from the Quicksilver Sash.
Scimitar.
And it's something that we don't actually see all that often. And part of the reason I think it's very smart in this situation is if he gets caught by Chum the Waters from Kerb's Fish, he's going to be able to drop it on the floor. The thing we've got to keep our eyes open for is the Earth is still active. If anybody else steps over it, they will pick it up. Countout actually using his ultimate there just on J-Ree, and with one attack from Baron, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. It means J-Ree's going to have to back away, and the Copenhagen Wolves are close enough to gather through. No teleport for Youngbuck right now, which is why he's got to be dangerous, split pushing down that bottom, but the fact they have just bursted J-Ree down there, it's going to be safe. Blue buff for Countout, no problems there. I was just wondering whether Youngbuck's going to stroll in there and steal it with his Sunfire Cape. I wasn't quite sure what he was doing there. Just wanted the experience.
Yeah, just going to come in and help out. Make sure that nobody from Millennium can challenge for it either. The presence of Trundle working in his favor. Now, if you look at the situation of the game, it's a 2,000 gold lead for the Copenhagen Wolves. As we've already touched on, they've got a very, very strong 5v5. Millennium need to find a pick. That's why they're waiting out in the wings. The Pillar of Ice reveals them, and now the Wolves are jumping in.
That's just it. Millennium are trying this. I'm going to sit in the bush and gank someone, but Youngbuck's there. The Pillar of Ice will go down. You're going to see them all. There's no problem about it.
I want to go back to our pre-game where we were talking about what do Millennium need to do in order to win. They had a similar problem last week against Gambit. Their composition relied on them being heavily ahead early in order to initiate without real risk. Right now, they don't have a Gragas or Leona, and you see Kerb throws down Chum the Waters. It does nothing.
Desperate to go for it. Wow, amazing going deep. Tried to get the kick, but a very quick Sonya's Hourglass from Kurt there. This is all because Countout have shown himself in that top lane. The top wave wasn't cleared out, though, but the Copenhagen Wolves did know there's an ultimate down. They're going to push.
Yeah, they've got all of their members grouped up nice and tightly. The rest of Millennium have still got a lot of ultimates available. With the exception of Chum the Waters, the initiation power from J-Ree is still there. Look at Youngbuck waiting on the sides. He's trying to reduce the chances of that flank maneuver coming in, and the Wolves are just going to carry on sieging. The strength of those pillars and barrels is very powerful. Look at the damage.
Explosive cast blowing 3 members of Millennium, and another barrel follows through. Air cannot stand that fight any longer, and the tower will go sieged down beautifully by the Copenhagen Wolves.
We talked about it, strength and weaknesses of the compositions. Millennium do not have a clear engage. We didn't see J-Ree flashing for a Tibbers or flashing for a stun. It was actually Kerp that started with Chums. It didn't connect. Now the Wolves got the inner turret. They've turned their focus to the bottom inner turret, and it's just going to be a rinse and repeat of this mid lane. Barrels, pillars, and trying to get Forgiven on the tower.
Explosive cask won't be available before the Earth is, which you can see from Kerp. Great white Earth going to be popping out. Not quite the shark, but it's more dangerous because it's an Earth.
Yeah, manatees are OP. Take a look at Forgiven. He still hasn't upgraded his boots yet. He's relying on the movement speed from Trinity Force and the passive. So if Forgiven is a little bit too far forward, there is the risk of him being caught out. And you see the Wolves, they're actually retreating. Millennium, they want to set something up. It would have to be a flash something for Millennium to catch anybody.
Yeah, flash Tibbers from J-Ree may be what's required to certainly turn this fight on its head, but the fact that that explosive cask is back available means the Wolves are quite happy to back away from this one. Nothing really can be gained, no objectives, so they're actually playing the game as it's meant to be. Go for those objectives, not the kills.
So the Copenhagen Wolves have not challenged for Dragon until very late in the game. They gave away the first few dragons, thanks to, of course, Kauta being caught out. Now that they're in this very strong position and their champions have scaled effectively, they are starting to challenge. Teleport is available for Youngbuck, and there is a ward in the pit. So if the rest of the Wolves get here in time, this is going to be a massive fight. Teleport started.
It's a fast Baron, but not fast enough. The culling comes out, already takes Kerp and J-Ree down to half health, and they can see the Pillar of Ice. That's going to slow everyone down just in time for the explosive cast to land. Does blow them all backwards, does catch them all out, and Millennium, well, they're in full retreat.
The Copenhagen Wolves need to decide what they want to do. With the cask down, they've decided to go for a blue buff steal, and I'd like to see them go backwards and try get a quick Baron. As it stands, Millennium are considering challenging. The Wolves use those ultimates, use the teleport and the cask, but it didn't really seem to be for a direct purpose. The rest of Millennium are still toying with this idea. Chum the Waters is available, and thanks to mobility, this could be very, very risky. Let's see what Iron Curve can do.
J-Ree isn't here, so no flash Tibbers just yet. He's trying desperately to run to this fight. They're trying to delay it as much as they can, but that Baron is going down. You can see the bottom left of your screen almost dropped already. Kautar goes in, Solar Flare being thrown out, completely missing on towards Iron Air. Instead, the culling comes on towards Kevin. Unlimited taken very low. They're going to catch one down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade right now, and they are going to keep the barrels going. Creaton at the back, but he's forced away. Baron did not go down.
No, it didn't, but we did see the Copenhagen Wolves getting a kill on the jungler. So if they wanted to try a risky Baron, they could. During the course of the team fight, Unlimited wasted the Solar Flare. He made up for it by catching Aranea with a great Zenith Blade. Locked Aranea up, and that allowed the Copenhagen Wolves to grab a kill. But we talked about the mobility and how the Millennium team is actually, they can dart in and out of fights very quickly and efficiently, and it made it very difficult for the Wolves to kill them because they missed their crucial ultimate. It is going to allow them to grab a Dragon, and I think smart play by the Wolves not to try and rush a risky, brave Baron.
So a 5,000 gold differential starting to grow for the Copenhagen Wolves. And remember, it's Millennium that had themselves that gold lead. It was only about a 2,000-3,000 gold lead at the most, but they did have that lead, and it's starting to slide away from them. So that gold sliding in towards Forgiven's favor. And every time we look in towards Forgiven's favor, because he got 500 CS, that's why I'm thinking of Forgiven. Just seeing him now, he's taking the blue.
So this is actually quite smart because of the pushing power that he has and the ability to get the culling back over and over and over. I really like the pickup. I also like the fact that he's going for a Blade of the Ruined King. It's going to allow him to duel and deal with the likes of Aranea or Kevin in those sort of 1v1s. When they dive onto him, he can immediately get rid of the fish that is connected with him potentially, and also throw down that movement increase from the Blade of the Ruined King and get him out safely. Copenhagen Wolves just staying grouped up as a tight-knit 5-man team, clearing out the Vision and Baron, and again themselves another Pink Ward. And you see Millennium, they've got to be very careful. They can't afford to be this split up. Kerp is a 1.5 miles away.
Yeah, I think they were potentially considering pushing for that inner turret, but they really don't have that team fight composition. They're all spotted by wards right now.
Yeah, it was very smart. It forced the Wolves to back away from Baron. If Wolves had gone for Baron, Millennium said, well, we're going to go down the mid lane. So you decide what to do. It pulls the Wolves away while keeping them a little bit safe. Now all of a sudden Millennium realize, well, the Wolves are too close to us. We really do not want to pick this fight. So they have decided to back away, and Copenhagen Wolves just looking for an opportunity.
Right now, we did just see Creaton backing off. He's got himself the Infinity Edge. He bought that Banshee's Veil a while ago. Now that damage is going to be very high on Caitlyn as well. So it's a case of who can get in the best position. You know, the two teams talked about really about the two junglers being the key focus in this one. Well, at this stage of the game, 44 minutes into the game, the key focus is almost certainly those AD carries.
Definitely. The scary thing is, though, for the Millennium team, there are 4 damage threats. You've got Renekton, Elise, and Fizz to worry about as well. So the Copenhagen Wolves need to actually get a very good team fight. Yes, Trundle and Gragas offer a lot of damage as well, but if you look at Lee Sin's build, he's gone basically pure tank. He's got a pickaxe right now. I'm expecting that to most likely become a Tiamat as well. We'll see how it works out. Explosive cast just to control Baron. They're going in Aranea!
They're going to go on towards it. Aranea is locked in towards it. He's going to try and repel in towards Youngbuck. He has to get away, but the barrels again. Another jungler taken so low, he might not get away from this one. Zenith Blade catches him in, and Kautar takes him down. They can start the Baron when they please.
Yeah, with the jungler down, there's a less chance of that smite threat. We do need to see if Kerp can get a good chum the waters. Where is Forgiven's positioning? The rest of Millennium are coming in from behind. This is a little bit of a pincer movement. Flash and Tibbers is available.
Flash Tibbers is available. If it's Kautar, they're going to focus on. A quick exhaust goes on towards him. Kerp has to use us on his hourglass. He's baited everyone. A great tip is going down there. And Kerp does manage to get himself that kill on towards Kautar. Amazing taken low. Can he turn him down? The Ignite's running, but it's not quite enough. They're chasing on towards Kerp. They may be focused a little too much on him because Forgiven will get the kill. Youngbuck's taken low though. Look at Millennium chasing on towards it. A pillar of ice. Is it going to be one more shot from Creaton? No, he's got ace in the hole. He's not even using it. He's focusing on Unlimited and Forgiven coming around the side. Forgiven has got the damage to try and take these down. Great solar flare on towards Millennium there. Locks them both up. Kevin's trying to tank out the damage, but it's just not enough. And then Forgiven will chase them down. Amazing catches on towards them. Millennium are in full retreat right now, and Forgiven stands on a trap.
The fight took so long that Unlimited Solar Flare came back off cooldown. He used that in the pit to try and lock up Aranea and get the kill. The Copenhagen Wolves did very well to get themselves kills, but I actually feel like the Millennium positioning was even better. We see a teleport plus home guard from Youngbuck. They're going to grab themselves as Baron. There are members of Millennium alive. I don't know if it's going to be up quickly enough. Here comes Aranea with Smite.
He has going to come in there. He's got Creaton with him. Have they got enough to keep him at bay? The Baron almost taking down 4,000 hit points already. They are too late to get involved in this one. They have to back away, but the bottom inhibitor turret is taking a lot of damage from minions. We are going to see that game cleared out by Kautar just about, and the Baron was taken by the Wolves. Now Millennium are in desperate trouble. A 9,000 gold differential behind, and the Baron This is dangerous times.
The team fight that Millennium needed to win just happened. Now, Coutard was the one that started that previous Baron engage. He threw the explosive cast onto Aranea, splitting up the Millennium team, and Solar Flare was thrown on his head as well. That is partially the reason that Millennium could run down the Wolves for so long and continue that extended chase all the way around to the red buff, because the Wolves simply used their ultimates too quickly. You have to give props to the Copenhagen Wolves though. Youngbuck gets himself alive, throws down that Pillar of Ice, survives that last auto attack, and as it stands with a 10,000 gold lead and Baron, those fights are going to be way more difficult for Millennium to get away with.
Well, right now we see the Wolves grouping up and pushing down that mid lane as expected. They're going to keep on pushing. And it's going to be dangerous times for Millennium. They've got to make sure they don't get caught out. Kraton, I was just mentioning that, pushing up a little too deep in that mid lane. So I'm just going to back away from that one. See where they go with this. They're going to try and push their way in. You know, you talked about the Siege Gomp, and this is maybe the time where Millennium just can't stop them.
No, I don't think Millennium can, unless the Copenhagen Wolves overextend. The key for Millennium to defend this siege, this impending siege, is to land a good chum in the waters or to jump on Forgiven. If Forgiven is in front of either Lee Sin or Trundle, that is the moment to just jump in there and go. On the other side of the coin, as long as the Copenhagen Wolves just keep spamming out those barrels and throwing down the Pillars of Ice, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Youngbuck's actually just going to tank this turret up, and it actually goes down incredibly quickly.
And there's the turret going down. It's 48 minutes into the game. It's nearly a 10,000 gold lead, and Copenhagen Wolves sieging. And if Kevin stands on barrels like that, it's not going to last too long.
It's actually quite interesting. That was a barrel that is dropping him fairly low. When you consider the amount of stats that Kevin has got tank-wise, the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves are now trying to push in, and we see as much wave clear as possible coming from Kraton. That's a great culling.
Yeah, that's taking Kevin down to half health. He's going to have to get blown to the side as well. Explosive cast used out. Copenhagen Wolves sieging down this turret. It's going to drop. They catch the Solar Flare and the Zenith Blade, and Jay Reed completely locked up and taken down by the Wolves. They're going to take the inhibitor down. They could maybe push for the win.
They've got enough members to do so. I don't think they will. It's a little bit risky. What I liked about the Wolves' positioning in that fight is they used the cast to get rid of Millennium. Their goal was the tower and the inhibitor. They didn't want to fight. They just wanted to push Millennium away, and Forgiven immediately got himself on the tower. So very good play from them. They're going to regen thanks to Baron, go to the top inner turret, and there's a big minion wave. So by the time they get to the inhibitor turret, I almost expect their ultimates to be available, and Copenhagen Wolves can repeat the same process.
Yeah, top inner turret's going to go down. No time at all. As you mentioned, going to repeat that process. The Baron buff has plenty of time still left on it as well. They are going to shove on the culling once again being used, and it's again Kevin that's taking all that front-loaded damage, but I just don't think he's tanking enough anymore. That Baron buff doing and work on towards him. You can see Aranea trying to keep him away. Explosive cast once again used, but that barrel, that turret is almost gone.
Yeah, the cast was maybe a tiny bit late there. The rest of the minion wave had already died. It's not going to stop the Wolves. They've got themselves a turret. Now we'll see if the Pillar of Ice will be used to catch anybody out of position. Kevin is standing there. Kevin has done nothing in 2 tower defenses because he cannot. The rest of his team simply cannot survive long enough if he throws himself in. And all of a sudden, Copenhagen Wolves grab themselves 2 inhibitors.
Perfect timing there. Baron buff just about to wear off. They take themselves 2 inhibitor turrets and the inhibitor as well as those inner turrets. And they are not done yet. The time Millennium go back, they go back to try and keep themselves topped off. Copenhagen Wolves thinking we can take advantage, and look at the culling just shredding Jay Reed out.
That is an actual culling. It is not massaging Jay Reed. He's going to force him away. Now, thanks to catching every single bullet, the rest of Millennium have to play a little carefully. Tibbers, the Flash Tibbers engage is not there, and that's really the only form of initiation. Yes, you can rely on a cocoon or diving in, but we haven't seen Jay Reed's Tibbers being super impactful. Copenhagen will just carry on poking. There's a Solar Flare.
Solar Flare goes down. That's going to be explosive. Cast Kraton just blown away, but all they're doing is buying time. Flash Tibbers comes in from Jay Reed. He's going to pay the price there. He will go down to Coutard. Coutard's going to force him back. You see Curve coming in. Sonya's hourglass is going to meet up. They're trying to chase on towards him. He has to back away. Kevin's got nothing left. Kraton does take a limited down, but it's simply a support for a support trade. And the Copenhagen Wolves waltz away.
Now the Copenhagen Wolves bought enough time for super minions to be bashing away on those Nexus turrets. They're going to steal away everything in the jungle and almost grabbing themselves a turret thanks to their minions. They're also going to get a dragon and then backing away. That Mercurial Scimitar allowed Forgiven to reposition. He got caught by Tibbers. He immediately cleansed that stun, dashed away thanks to the relentless pursuit, and then just laid the smack down onto Millennium. Copenhagen Wolves are in a commanding position. They just need to regroup, shop, get back in that middle lane, wait for super minions, and they can grab a victory here.
And that may well be what they do. You can see a Guardian Angel's being picked up by Coutard. He's knowing that he's the focus target, so he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to play it safe. I do see regen coming out, everything on amazing. Youngbuck tanking. We did see a couple of shots coming in from Kraton. Of course, Youngbuck was focused on pretty heavily. Unlimited did go down. Kraton does do a lot of damage right now. He's gone and switched. He's gone for those 6-item build. No need for boots anymore. Got that Zephyr Blade in.
The problem is it's too late. Yes, great, you've got a Caitlyn that can do an incredible amount of damage, but there are so many targets between the Caitlyn and a tower or an inhibitor for Millennium that Creatine is just going to get shut down. And because of the fact that there's very few people to peel and protect for him, he's not going to do anything. You've got Curb, Fizz and Elise are not the greatest at protecting an AD carry, whereas a Lee Sin, a Trundle, a Leona, every single one of them has some form or another of keeping Forgiven safe and alive in team fights.
Copenhagen Wolves are focusing on this final target. They've got super minions pushing in the top and the bottom, and why not just start to siege this mid lane turret. It's already down to half health. Wow, explosive cask used very early on there. Just throwing it out, seeing if they can blow someone back. They're not going to find the target. Doesn't mean it's going to have to wait just 20-30 seconds before it comes back up.
Some of those explosive casks have been a little bit questionable from Coutard, but because they're so far ahead, it seems to be working. Culling, once again, not connecting as effectively as we've seen in the past, and Youngbuck, he's got so many tanky stats, he can just clear away those Yordle snap traps. Wait until the super minions are on the Nexus, they are on the inhibitor rather, on the bottom lane. Now the Copenhagen Wolves need to start, use that Solar Flare, go in for the fight, because the minions are working in their favor.
Instead, they're going to buy that time. They realize that RNA and Kraton are busy, and they're just going straight for that Baron. This Baron will go down before Millennium even react to it. They can't chase it out. They're giving it them for free.
Yeah, there's nothing that the Millennium can do. They don't have the vision. They don't have the ability to leave their base. When you've got that many towers down and, you know, the Nexus turret's so low, if Millennium step out, it just opens them for instant defeat. Okay? Copenhagen Wolves grab the second Baron of the game. They've had control of Dragon for the last 30 minutes, and we are approaching the 55-minute mark. It's getting to arguably the longest game in the LCS. I believe we're actually about to approach that.
Definitely getting there, and we knew it would be. We called those average stats early on. Barrels coming into Kerp there, having to quickly play for Trickster away, and Copenhagen Wolves doing it by the numbers, going back down towards them exposed inhibitors.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not the explosive cast can work in favor of the Wolves this time. Coutard's been throwing them, in my opinion, too early. Drops it down, that's a lot of damage on Curb. This should allow them to get the inhibitor, so that was a great cast, and they catch 3!
Great solar flare, J-Reed caught, locked up there, he's going to go down, it's going to be the focus next. It will be on towards Kevin, the tankiest member of the team, just can't fight them off there. Youngbuck's going to get caught out, Earth pops up, they do get a kill down, and there's Kraton that takes it, but the barrels continue to roll out. I'm not sure Millennium can chase.
No, I don't think Millennium want to chase either. Youngbuck actually got burst down so quickly, he didn't even get to use Subjugate. If he does respawn in the next, well, when he respawns rather, he does have teleport and those home guard boots to join a fight. We do see Kerp going in. That's a little brave.
Oh, very brave. Went in and thought seconds of it, and they're just quickly playful tricks of the way, trying to bait out some more abilities there. Copenhagen Wolves are going to back off. They have got that Baron. They are not going yet, though. They're just sticking around. Remember, they got regen with that Baron buff on. They're just going to shove those super minions back down Millennium's throat.
Yeah, I think the Copenhagen Wolves have to play the map a little bit more efficiently now, because they've got super minions in the bottom lane, and the top lane inhibitor is going to respawn soon enough. I think the Wolves should regroup. Once they get Youngbuck back, go back to the top lane, grab the inhibitor. They've caught Kerp.
Kerp caught out, going too deep there. Got a little bit too greedy. And that was exactly what he deserved, honestly. Unlimited using that solar flare, Forgiven using the call-in. Quick death for the mid laner, who has been fairly ineffective on Fizz so far, honestly. His Copenhagen Wolves have played it right. They've played him out of this game in that mid lane with the 2v1 matchup, and now the siege is on.
Yeah,
explosive
great.
cask.
And we'll see if the Wolves can get anything from it. That's the question. One cask allowed one auto attack on the turret. The rest of the Wolves are now sitting grouped up. We do have a teleport available, so we'll see if Youngbuck's using, he's channeling it. We'll see where he comes in, straight onto the tower. This is going to be the third inhibitor.
Third inhibitor turret goes down. Inhibitor will follow. Top one has yet to respawn, but it is due. We do see the Copenhagen Wolves rotating, expecting it to be there, but it wasn't. Nexus turret, well, they are both regen to full health, but I don't think that's going to last too long. Millennium pulling up one last valiant attempt here. Tibbers is available, but Solar Flare catches straight onto J-Reed. Everybody piles in. Tibbers came down, but wow, it just did nothing. And the Copenhagen Wolves melt their way through the rest of the Millennium tanky front line. Greaton has to flash away. 90 caliber nets on towards the fountain, and it's the Copenhagen Wolves that take down Millennium in the first game of week 6. By God, was it a long one, and they certainly clawed it out there. 13-9 in the end, by the way, and it was a 56.5-minute game.
Copenhagen Wolves played their composition to perfection. They scaled well into the late game, they had strong initiation, and they had the ability to deal with Millennium's composition. Millennium didn't attack early enough. By the time we were 30 minutes in, it was too late to try and make something happen. And Millennium, maybe they should have been fed earlier. If they were hungry in the game, maybe it was affecting their performance.
Fantastic stuff. They finally managed to pick up the victory here. And Millennium, well, they're back to their standard week, really. Win one, lose one. They took down Fnatic with an emphatic victory, honestly, and again, just looked lackluster here.
I feel like, once again, this is a symptom of picks and bads. I think when you look at the players, when you look at the compositions that Millennium were running, they didn't have any safe, clear initiation. They were relying on a flash tippers. They were relying on Renekton being ahead or Kurt being able to kill somebody. That worked against Fnatic because they had Lee Sin. They had Lee Sin that could jump in, that could disperse everybody, and RNA did well with it. This time on Elise, it took too long. That lane swap from the Wolves, as you've already highlighted, it paid off. It stalled the game long enough for the Wolves to get ahead.
I'm hesitant to ask you this, but was there any moments in that game that actually drew your attention, some big plays?
I actually think the number of Zenith Blades that was landed from the side of Unlimited, was great. His solar flares were questionable, but in and around the Baron Pit, there was a couple of solar flares that immediately followed up a Zenith Blade onto RNA over and over and over. Held him in place long enough to get the kill, and I think you can make a highlight reel of those. That was a great positioning and great Leona play.
So fantastic stuff. I was thinking of a couple of other plays, especially it's all around the Baron. That's where the action happened. That was where everything happened. So be sure to highlight your favorite plays of today by hitting us up on Twitter at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCSBigPlays. So Millennium, unfortunately, lose game 1, but the Copenhagen Wolves, they are going to be very happy about starting the week with a victory.
I do, however, have to give some props to Millennium in terms of some of the fights they had. Their laning was still stable. They didn't fall behind. They maybe didn't get as much of an advantage as they needed to. Their lanes were particularly strong, and they responded to the lane swap slowly. This matchup, I do feel like, as a team, Millennium need to find more clear initiation. I think in many games we've seen them, they tend to have these comps that rely on winning lane to win game. And when they don't win their lane, when they go even like they did now, it's very difficult to pick a fight when everybody's got so many items, because one small mistake costs you.
And I think with the Copenhagen Wolves, despite the fact it was a long game, the decisions actually were pretty good to go for the kills. You know, once they got that Baron buff, they really used it well.
Ironically, as a team, the decisions were great. All of the things that we've seen, they rotated well, they challenged for Dragons when they were capable of it. What cost them the early game was individual mistakes. Young Bucks staying too far, Kautot overextended twice. And I think that's something that now they can go back to the drawing board and say, right, keep practicing our team play and help get our mindsets on the right page for individual mistakes like that to not happen as often.
Take a look at the early game. It is time for us to take a quick break, but when we return, Shox and Joe will be talking to Forgiven from the Copenhagen Wolves, and then second and first place will be clashing when Gambit meets Roccat on the Rift. But first up, let's hear from Roccat support Vander about his OP Thresh plays that earned himself MVP of Week 4.
One player has managed to rise above the rest this week, and for that we've chosen Roccat support player Vander as our MVP.
I played both games as Thresh and I died 0 times, and I think against Millennium I did like really good when we were sieging. I was hooking them one by one, and against Fnatic I also did pretty decent. It's good to like be seen as a good player. That's what we do and that's what we live for, so yeah, I was really happy.
For me personally, like the supports have a really big impact.
The support is more powerful early games and AD carries. It's more about champions.
Like that Annie pick that can just like insta-burst any AD carry.
Flash Tibbers onto Shook. Shook's taken very low. He's going to get dropped. J-Re now. Stand United being used. That's going to save the day. Culling comes out. Not enough damage.
Support is roaming much more, and he has more aspect on the game.
He's actually going to be low. Gets a good turn up. He got it! Oh, through the wall. Diamond goes down as well.
If you do a good ultimate with Leona or a good hook with Thresh, you can win the fight alone.
He's going to get caught out there. Try and turn it back around on towards Becky. The hook on Reckless. They're going to follow through. The flame come through. Brilliant. No, Crayon off the side. He's just taking them down one by one. A triple kill comes from Crayon. But what a setup from J-Re.
Sometimes I carry him. It's a big difference from the last season.
Of course, can carry every time. It doesn't matter.
Maybe some games.
Edward going to get caught out here by Candy Panda. He actually turns the damage around, and this is a support against the AD carry. Edward going low, he's going to fall. No, he actually got the kill before falling from that one. That's a support, folks.
Welcome back, everyone. Joe Miller has joined me, and we are also joined by Forgiven from the Copenhagen Wolves, who had an immense game first Millennium. Congratulations. Start off by telling us what the plan was going into Pix and Bans.
We expected from Gambit to go on Fizz, and our team is very experienced lane swapping, so particularly against assassins like Fizz. And so we lane swapped against Gambit, trying to shut him down, but I think he shared experience in blue camp, and then he was like even ahead in levels than us, and we couldn't shut him down properly. And this resulted in giving our counter a bit of an not nice experience against him.
What about that lane swap? Because Coutard had a few problems in the bottom lane. Aranea was there 2 or 3 times over and over trying to keep him shut down. Was that a big problem in the early game? Is that why you started to fall behind?
It was particularly my fault, maybe, and our mid lane swap, because we let Coutard against a Fizz under leveled and under farmed, and so Coutard couldn't do much. Like he did the best he could, I just believe. And can you repeat after the question?
Yeah, just the early game. Is that why you fell behind initially because of that?
And particularly this resulted in us not having the dragon control we used to, at least in the first weeks of LCS, and then this resulted in being us behind in global content stuff. And so we were in a position, but we could only retaliate. We couldn't make our game.
So how did you manage to pull it back in your favor?
Well, we tried actually to compete in team fights. Like we tried to make Millennium sort of making bad decisions, which like result in us taking, for example, 2-for-1 or 1-for-0 or things like this. And ultimately, this led to the Baron bars, which we actually managed to take. And then Kerp got caught again in mid lane. Like we just tried to make Millennium do mistakes. That's all we had to do.
Let's talk about the length of the game, because both you guys and Millennium are somewhat notorious for long, drawn-out games. In fact, I have to congratulate you mid through this question. 658 CS, a new record. That's a lot of fun, man.
I like creeps.
You like creeps a lot. You were saying before the interview that stemmed from the lane swap and how easy it is to farm in that scenario, but what is it about closing out games that you struggle with?
The first thing, as example, for an AD carry he has to do is just to put out maximum damage in a team fight while I don't have to die. And I tried to help my team taking positions like this, taking targets onto me, like making them commit to 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4. And then we proceeded on to sieging the towers because we had the advantage from Baron buffs and stuff like this. Unlimited caught people many times. We have to give credit to his Leona, I think, that's the game. And so this resulted in us making good fights. Not the best, but we tried. We are a team that tries, and I think we will improve as the season continues.
So while we're on the topic of AD carries, we've heard some other guys saying AD carries can't do anything. Now, with 658 CS, can you do anything with your AD carry in that scenario?
I don't think I can judge that. I think it's up to the people that saw the game today. But in general, AD carry in this meta is a position that actually relies much in the team. Like it's more or sort of putting pressure on the map, being ahead and taking towers, objective stuff like this. It's not about like it was in Season 2 when you just picked Ezreal, you went 2-0 in the lane and then you stomped everyone.
So great result for you guys here today. Tomorrow you guys will be going up against Fnatic. Another one of those hyped carries in the beginning of the season was Reckless. How do you think you're going to match up against him?
We have scrimmed actually Fnatic was our main script partner some weeks before. We have played against them many times. I think if we have a 50-50 lane bot lane, we will win. But in general, if we play as a team, we can win a Fnatic. We are into a slump like 5 defeats or 4 in a row. We are a good team still. Like at least for me, they have my respect. I think they will manage to come back in general. They have to actually, but we have to expect a good fight.
So coming up next, we have Roccat versus Gambit. Gambit are obviously here with 4 completely different players, plus Edward, so they're not completely new for this week. But what do you think to Gambit right now, and how hard is it to play against a mixed team almost?
Gambit is actually a team that, even if we were the original 5 in this game, they don't care actually about much in the regular season. All that matters is what they do in the playoffs, as we always know. And particularly in the extreme matches or things like this when we win as in teams. But in general, it will be actually strange for the Roccat to play against a team that they haven't played before because it's only 1 people. Like, it's only Edward, I think, from the original team. So it will be strange. But if Roccat are prepared for this match, they will win. That's my prediction.
Okay. Finally, maybe I heard there was something you wanted to say to your fans.
Yeah, can I say something Greek?
Go ahead.
Ευχαριστώ όλους τους Έλληνες που κάψαν και είδαν το game σήμερα.
Can you share with us what you said too?
Yeah, I thanked all the Greek people that actually stayed today late to see our games.
Hey, awesome. Congratulations once again for giving. Great game from you. And now let's head back over to D-Man and Quickshot for our next match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is time for the next match. It will be Gambit facing off against Roccat in a rematch of Week 2. This week, Gambit are having to use substitutes to fill their player roster after visa issues for Alexic, Diamond, and Darian. And Genja is also standing out because, well, his English skills are not really up to their task for the team changes they've had to play. So, standing in is Nukeduk and Zoro from Ninjas in Pajamas. Alongside him is Fury and Hilberto, who we've also seen subbing for Ninjas in Pajamas against Cloud9 last week in the Star Ladder.
Yeah, all of the players that have been drafted are absolute top-notch, and they're actually quite familiar with one another. As you've already said, all 4 of them have some form of experience together online, and Edward is the only Gambit member that will be competing here today. I want to touch on Zoro Zero. He's a player that has been touted as one of the best top laners, and he tried to play Mundo in 2 games during their Challenger Series final and really wasn't able to make a meaningful impact on the game. I personally am hoping that he switched to a slightly more aggressive, controlling champion here today because he's got such great skill, and I just don't feel like it's being expressed through Mundo.
And of course, we are on 4.1 this week, so he doesn't have to worry about any patch issues. He will actually get to play in the LCS at last. And of course, the last time these 2 teams did meet, it was one-way traffic for Roccat. With Gambit changing their roster for this week due to the visa issues, this is surely one hell of an uphill battle from the start.
Yeah, what this means is there's going to be a lack of synergy, and they're going to be relying heavily on winning their lanes in order to avoid the mid to late game team fights are going to be incredibly tough because Roccat are so strong. They're a team that has been practicing and playing together, whereas Gambit are going to have a lack of cohesion and a lack of practice that simply comes with time.
And of course, Roccat are sitting at the top of the league right now. We mentioned at the start of the season how both Cloud9 and the Lemon Dogs shot through the promotion series. They went 3-0, and then they went on to top the league. And Roccat, well, they appear to be doing the same thing. Roccat have been continuing to grow stronger every time we see them. And let's not forget, they took down Gambit during Week 2 when Gambit were at full strength.
Yeah, during that Week 2 victory over Gambit, it was the first showing that Roccat were the real deal and that they were giant killers. Jankos played Olaf and got his team off to an incredibly strong start. He went 4-0-8. I also want to highlight in that game that Edward's Kennen offered not really a lot. He was playing from behind. It's relevant because Edward's the only member from that game that's playing here today. I also just want to talk about how well Roccat players are doing. Every single one of them is performing. There is no dead weight. They've got the highest team KDA in the EU LCS at 4.99. They've got the highest team gold per minute at 1,707. They hold the #1 KDA and gold per minute in 3 roles, in mid, jungle, and support. They've got 2 MVP winners over the 5 weeks, one of them being Overpower, one of them being Vander. And for me, this team is absolutely phenomenal. I think they've got a strong advantage going into any mid to late game team fight, but they cannot underestimate the surprise factor of Gambit's mixed team. Because they don't know what to expect from Gambit, they need to play maybe a little safer and a little more controlled.
Yeah, and of course I should point out that the team that's actually selected for Gambit was chosen by Edward. Edward's the only member of Gambit that is here, so it was down to him to choose who he wants. I kind of feel like that's putting pressure on Eddie from the rest of the guys that can't attend. It's like, well, it's up to you, mate. We're not there. It's your fault.
That's the truth. They'll be cheering from home, that's for sure.
They'll be cheering from home. We'll see how it works out. Let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, well, it is a very different Gambit gaming. In the top lane is Zoro0. In the jungle is Hulberto. In the mid lane is Nukeduk. Fury is the AD carry, and alongside him is Edward.
And of course, on the red side, it is Roccat. Zazus up top, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane with Celavi and Vanda as your AD carry and support.
So what are we expecting coming into this game? And more to the point, what the hell are Roccat expecting? Because they're not really sure how it's going to go. We heard from Zoro0 Nukeduk at the start saying they've literally had about 10 hours practice max together.
Roccat has to play safe. I think Roccat has to maybe avoid allowing champions to go through that they don't want to play against, and we'll see how that pans out for them.
And of course, with the rosters being so different this week, we felt we had to take a look at the mid lane matchup between Nukeduk and Overpower. And last time these faced each other in the promotion qualifiers when Nukeduk, well, he had next to no impact on the games in comparison to what Overpower did.
Yeah, Nukeduk actually picked Riven into Kayle in the deciding game versus Overpower. You look at their scores there, 4-3-9 and 8-4-12. That was back when Roccat were known as KMT. I want to highlight some of the champions that these guys are playing. In the past, we've been seeing Nukeduk running mostly Assassins. Zed, Lulu, Fizz. Whereas for Overpower, we know he can play a multitude. He's played Assassins, he's played the Yasuo, Kayle, Kha'Zix. We've seen him play Mordekaiser. He's got a lot more champions to play with. What we are also seeing from the numbers is average CS at 20 minutes is in favor of Overpower. So he's got slightly more stable mechanics in lane, could also be a testament to the types of champions. He's less all-in Assassin types.
So what do we think here? Are they going to go for bans maybe based on what, say, NIP have been playing because they're going to focus on Zoro0 and Nukeduk, the most popular players in that team? Or would they be looking at other advantages? I mean, look, we talked about the fact they played Starlighted the other week. There was 3 members in that Starlighted team, so they've got a lot of research they could use.
There is information to play with, and I think that if I were on the side of Roccat, what I would be looking to ban in this game is champions that would interrupt my composition. Whatever their goal is to remove champions that would get in the way of that. We know that, for example, Edward's Annie has been particularly strong. I would try and remove that. On the same token, Vanda's Thresh has been terrifying. I would try either first pick that or even ban it if I were on the side of Gambit. And I think Kayle is definitely not going to make it through. I really feel like in this game, if Gambit do not ban Kayle or take it for themselves, they're giving one of Overpower's strongest champions to him. And it is on 4.1. So the changes to Q haven't come in yet.
And I wonder what sort of benefits Roccat are going to have from the fact that they've essentially taken a week off this week. They went back to Poland. They went back just a bit of leisure time, bit of rest and relaxation. They wouldn't focus so heavily this time around. Have they took the foot maybe off the gas a little too much? Or will it actually just boost them as a team? You know, the fact that they pull out that little bit of a break sometimes they need.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for them. I actually think that the additional time off may be good for Roccat because they've got a lot of synergy. This is a team that's played together for a very, very long time, and they should be able to just fall into a comfortable space. You actually see that Kayle has been immediately taken off the table. That's no surprise to me at all. I'm very happy to see that Nukeduk has decided that he doesn't want to play against it. He doesn't have a counter that could potentially work.
Yeah, and in general, Kassadin taken away by the red side, almost a standard these days, has not really shown itself, as you mentioned, what was it, 48 games banned now, I believe it is, in the LCS in Europe.
This will be 49. 49 games featured in 49 out of 50. So, wow. Yeah.
They really don't like him, bless him. Pantheon banned out, taking that away from Jankos. No shock there. He has played fantastic on it. Renekton also taken away from Zoro0. Big champion for him. But Thresh taken away from Vanda. He was MVP last week on that champion. No shock there.
Roccat now decide, do they want to ban Elise or Annie? If they want to ban the Annie away, Vanda has played Morgana in the past. He can go to a comfortable pick. If they leave both of them open and ban something else, it means Roccat have maybe set their sights on one of those champions. So knowing that there's the big picks are still up and available, Trundle, for example, is still there. We'll see what they prioritize.
Well, Annie was the final ban for Roccat, taking that off Edward, and that means Elise is left open. The question is, does Hulberto want it straight away? We saw it first picked last game by Millennium, and this time around, it's going to be Gambit to take it.
Yeah, there's no real surprise on that pick. The strength of Elise is very, very good. The one thing that we need to keep our eye on now, though, is how does Gambit wrap the rest of their composition around this? Gambit are going to need to look for some form of initiation, and I expect that to be maybe a Leona. We've been hearing things that Edward has been playing some Leona in some scrims and in solo queue, so we got to keep that in mind as it is available. And I like the fact that Roccat are looking at very strong picks, but they haven't locked them in just yet.
Jankos went 4-0-8 on that Olaf. You mentioned it earlier on. He is considering it, but actually going to leave it open. They don't need to go for it right now. Instead, they're going to go for that AD carry for Selavar, and that's going to take it away from Fury.
You took the words out my mouth. Because of the fact that Elise was locked in, there's no rush on securing that jungle champion. What it also does is it allows Roccat to maybe even tailor the jungle pick depending on what the rest of Gambit locks in. If Gambit now start counting on the fact that, hey, Olaf is a consideration, maybe it allows Roccat to counter pick that one. The Trundle and the Lucian, just super powerful picks. Lane bully is for the Lucian. Trundle, we've seen how effective it is, how we can scale into the late game. Youngbuck did phenomenal in the previous match, and I'm expecting Zaz to do similar.
Well, we see the Shyvana locked in. That's going to be for Zoro0. This surprised me because last week we saw Mima pulling out the Lissandra up against that Trundle, and we know from the summer of 2013, Zoro0 certainly can play that champion Lissandra.
Yeah, he definitely can. And I wonder if the thinking behind that is more to avoid going for double AP comp that requires a lot of synergy. In order for those compositions to work off, you've got squishier champions. It's more difficult to effect in a team fight. Gambit aren't going to have that level of calling or coordination necessarily. What I also like is Zoro0 is on a champion that can make an impact. Yes, Shyvana took some hits in this patch, but she's still going to bully Trundle, still going to be a split-pushing monster, and has the ability to disrupt the backline team fights of Roccat.
Well, of course, Shyvana and Caitlyn were picked out there. We're just waiting for the final choices from Roccat. It is Morgana and Lee Sin currently hovered over. And waiting to see, of course, Vandalife has played Morgana. 2 out of 2 so far. Could it be 3 out of 3? Lee Sin also locked in for Jankos.
I'm not surprised by that pick at all. Morgana is Vanda's #2 champion pick. Every time Thresh is either banned or first picked or taken away from him, he trains to it. What I like about the Morgana is you have got a fairly safe initiation power with that Dark Binding. It is a very long range route. And what I also like is the power that you have in terms of defending engages. When champions like Elise and Shyvana dive on you, you throw those soul shackles out and it makes your team fight strength very, very powerful, allowing you to stay back, stay safe, and stun people up.
Well, my name Zed has been locked in for Nukeduck in this mid lane. It's a champion we saw played so successfully for Nukeduck during the summer of 2013 for Ninjas in Pajamas, and he's going to pull it out here up against Overpower.
I'm happy to see Nukeduck going onto an assassin champion. It is very powerful. It's also going to be able to get multiple kills here. Other than Trundle, everybody else so far for the Roccat squad is actually very, very squishy. So there is kill potential, there is roam potential, and we've seen Zed fall a little bit out of favor, but he didn't necessarily lose a large amount of power. He still has the ability to just insta-give anybody with that death mark.
An interesting support pick as well. Lulu picked up for Eddie there. That's doing a dual purpose. That's taking it away from Overpower and also giving it to Edward.
Part of the reason for this is because of the amount of support bans. With the Thresh gone, the Annie gone, the only real alternatives was the Leona or the Lulu. And the Lulu's going to be a little bit more of a reactive pick. It also signals that Gambit have got an incredibly powerful split-pushing team. Shyvana can split push, Zed can split push, and they can allow themselves to go for like a 1-3-1 setup. If any team knows how to do that, or maybe how to play it or play against it, it's going to be Roccat. It's what they've been doing many times.
Well, you say that, it may well actually be purposely picked into it because they know that's what they're expecting to come out from Roccat. They know Zaz is going to be doing that. You can see teleport on him already, and we've seen Vanda doing it successfully before. With that, Ziggs finally locked in for him. It is a champion we haven't seen so heavily on him, but it's a champion they value highly.
The one thing I do want to remind everybody about Overpower Ziggs in particular, he was the first person that built that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith. He got himself 1,600 gold in bonus gold from that Spirit passive, farming up jungle camps. And if you are dealing with a split push team like a Shyvana, like a Zed in the mid to late game, Ziggs is one of the best champions, arguably the best champion at controlling those waves. Once again, reminder, this is 4.1, so the damage on his Hextech Minefield as well as his Mega Inferno Bomb is still dealing full damage to minions and creeps, which allows him to control the waves, control the tempo of those lanes incredibly. No super strong initiation from either of these teams in this particular match.
We'll see how this one develops. Roccat, of course, top of the league on a massive win streak. We'll see whether that gets stopped by Gambit, a team that they took down in week 2. And as the players ready themselves for battle, let's check in and see how you voted on this one. On LoleEsports.com, it says the numbers are 56% for Roccat. So the fans are going with Roccat.
So I think that a large portion of our fan base may not have been aware of the roster swaps up until this very moment, unless you're actually looking for the information.
Course, yeah.
It was very late announced. I do not think that is a testament at all.
Well, it was leaked very early, but it was announced very late.
Correct, yes. Officially was not confirmed until quite literally about an hour before we went on air. I think Roccat have got an immense advantage purely on communication, on calling, and on teamwork. They are a team. Gambit is a mix. Admittedly, multiple members of Gambit have played together online in different competitions, but I don't know if it's going to hold up, especially with Nukeduck on the stage. He's not got a good record.
Well, Eddie and Subs apparently is what the team is going to be called, so we'll see how that works out for them as we move into the game. Starting off for game 2. It is going to be Gambit up against Roccat. Gambit will be starting as the blue team, and Roccat, of course, as the red team. We'll see how this one progresses, because Gambit, they could cause themselves a giant upset. And you know what? If they were to go and win 2-0 this week, what sort of pressure would that put on towards Roccat?
It would be very, very big indeed. We do have to remind once again, like you touched on in the pregame, Roccat did have a couple of days off leading up to this week. We've seen a feature on them as they were getting ready to move into their gaming house, and I believe now that they are starting to settle down. We'll see if the slightly less intense practice regime affects them in this game, but you do have to give them a massive advantage against this Gambit in Pajamas mixed team.
The Gambits in pajamas. What sort of pajamas would there be, I wonder? Some sort of Russian red pajamas. It'd have to be the red swag outfit of Darian, surely.
No doubt in my mind. That would be the ideal situation for them. As we see, once again, defensive start from both of these teams, covering the entrances to their lanes, and we're not seeing anything super fancy happening. I really want to watch the duo lanes matchup because it's two supports we don't often see against each other.
Ironically, you mentioned that, the fact that they are like that, but I should point out, Alex has actually been caught out a couple of times in this level 1 and been first-blooded. Gambit themselves, is it 9 out of 12 games they've given up first blood, I believe? It's a crazy stat for Gambit. And look what's going on here. They have 3 members down the bottom tribush.
I wonder if they want to go for the blue invade or if they're trying to set up a kill. Hilberto right now, along with Fury and Edward, have grouped up very nicely. Volatile spiraling for vision, and they're just going to steal this blue buff away. We do also see that Zoro0 securing his own blue buff. That's going to make life for Zaz so difficult in the top lane once Zoro returns there, thanks to all that cooldown reduction.
Zoro0, of course, he's going to take that blue buff for Willie. He's struggling out on it here. He may or may not take this blue buff down if it lands a couple more crit hits. Will he get it? Oh, it's so low, but he gets it just in the end there. He will, of course, back away, and he'll return full health and level 2.
All in caps, calculated from Zoro0. Definitely tried that one a few times before. Didn't want to give up a kill to a big mob. He's going to return to lane with a decent XP, and as I said, for the next couple of minutes, along with that cooldown reduction, could apply a lot of pressure to Zazas. Thanks to the fact that Hilberto was able to steal the blue buff from Jankos, it's also going to delay him getting to level 3, level 4, and going for any sort of double buff invade. So very good play from Gambit, showing because of the fact that they don't necessarily have the strongest late game team fights. They've worked and they've thought about their early game decision making.
Well, of course, you know, the fact is it brings a bit of innovation that sometimes you may not see from Gambit, despite the fact they are one of the most innovative teams. We actually haven't seen that for quite a while during the LCS from Gambit themselves. Should also point out Zoro0 started out with that Doran's Blade instead of the Doran's Shield, which generally the top laners would go for. We'll see how that develops at the moment. Of course, he does mean he fell behind in terms of CS, but you can't really count that because he got that blue buff gold.
And also because of the fact that Shyvana's going to do fairly well against Trundle in these early stages of the game, the early laning phase, Zoro should be able to make this up and potentially even punish Zazos. Zoro's going to be able to invade the jungle of Roccat, get some vision downs, and maybe even go for some double golem steals, which is what we've seen Shyvana's do many, many times in the past. The interesting matchups between here is going to be seeing how Nukeduck deals with Overpower. If Nukeduck is able to get onto Overpower Ziggs, there is kill potential at 6 because, yes, Ziggs is going to have that satchel charge to try and distance them, but Nukeduck can just follow it through with a well-tamed death mark. So a lot of pressure on Nukeduck to outplay Overpower if he wants to go for kills.
Nukeduck on that Zed. can go very aggressive on Overpower. Overpower's definitely going to play this one at a long distance because he doesn't want to get caught out by that Z, especially when he hits level 6. As it stands at the moment, quick 90 caliber net and Piltover. Peacemaker catching on towards Celiver. Celiver himself, we haven't heard from so far on the interview desk. It's not through lack of trying, he's just not put himself out there really willing to when you've got the likes of Vanda and Jankos in your team just stealing the limelight from him. And yet, we should really highlight the fact that Celiver has been one of the shining lights for Roccat. He's really not put a foot wrong in any of the team fights.
No, Celiver's positioning and decision-making in all stages of the game is absolutely superb. And I actually think it's in part due to the fact that he's got such great synergy with Vanda. They work very well together. They always seem to hold even or even win their lanes. And we'll see what Alberto can do from behind.
We do see the Dark Shield going on towards him. Will it be enough, that Black Shield? No. Cocoon will not land because, well, that was an easy dash out from Celiver. No ability powers used.
Just the relentless pursuit from Celiver. Manages to dodge the skill shot, gets away. Even if the glitter lance are connected from Edward, Lucian is well equipped. He can get rid of any slows thanks to his E. So it's going to be difficult for Gambit to get kills unless they get the jump on Celiver and Vanda. And that's also going to be compounded by the Black Shield. It blocks single target CCs and magic damage. It's an interesting lane because it's very poke heavy from both sides, and I almost feel like it's going to become very farm-based because both teams are well equipped to deal with their opponents. So we'll see how Fury and Celiver deal with the next couple of minutes.
Lots of pings down that bottom lane. Jankos was showing himself down there, but they have the vision of Alberto, who has started out pretty well here. He went aggressive early on, get that Spirit Stone out there with the boots, so he's ahead in farm over Jankos right now. Or well, in terms of CS, you see it looks differently, but the fact that he went and got that blue buff and stole it away does tell us he's going to have that gold advantage over Jankos right now. Vanda throwing out that Dark Binding, not going to land it on towards Fury. Fury is a player we've not seen a great deal of. This is the first showing, of course, in the LCS. Some of you guys may not have seen him before. He was going to stand in for Ninjas in Pajamas during the second promotion playoff when Zoro0 forgot to patch.
Yeah, so he was going to stand in and play, and as we said already, Fury has got experience with the members of Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll see how he performs as it stands. He's got a small CS lead over Celiver. However, the wave is pushing towards Celiver, so he'll get close up. Vanda is in a little bit of trouble. Can't get slowed by Glitter Lance, and Edward fired that way too soon.
Yeah, just showed his hand right there, and Vanda quite happy to just stroll on down, put on that Black Shield, and just walk on back, knowing that Edward really could do nothing against him. We do see Vampire Acceptor being picked up, Dark Binding flashing past Edward. Celiver was the one that went back and bought that. We'll see how that progresses because that's going to give him the advantage in Fury. Well, he's trying to buy himself some time to back away here. You can see he's going to back off. We'll see whether Roccat push or stay.
Yeah, Vanda's giving himself a big psychological advantage in this lane. He's pushing onto both Fury and Edward, throwing down that Black Shield as often as possible to reduce the damage, but he hasn't landed a Dark Binding, which has allowed Celiver to deal damage yet. We'll see if he does connect. Jankos is going to get his first taste of Invade right now as Alberto is going to be sandwiched. Blue, but the red goes to Alberto.
Alberto gets it, but it's a 3-on-1. Wow, big power damage straight away onto him. No problem there for Overpower. Quick first blood.
Nukeduck just responded too late. We've seen him moving to the mid lane, but he simply didn't get there in time. And Gambit, they made the invade. Alberto started that one off. Zoro0 was low on HP, and thanks to Overpower just getting in there very quickly, easy first blood for Roccat, and the red buff secured for Nukeduck. So this is going to allow him to put even more pressure on Nukeduck in this lane.
The problem is Zoro0 was already low. The Subjugate had already been used by Zaz as the ultimate for Trundle in that top lane, so really didn't want to get involved in it. We do see the Dragon's Descent being used by Zoro0, just pushing that lane, trying to get on towards Zaz, trying to force him back so he can buy himself some time to back away. We did see Zaz, of course, went back very early on, got himself Endurance Blade along with that shield, being the proper warrior in the top lane. Blue buff going across to Overpower. This time around, it is going to be Rockets.
So blue buff secured. We got a lot of members pulled up for that one. You actually see both Celiver and Vanda came up from the bottom lane. Even though they were farming up that white, they were looking for a kill. Nukeduck is going to get some poke onto Overpower. That's actually very good damage, landing both that Shadow Slash as well as the Shadow Shuriken works in his favor.
Well, when you do walk straight past that Living Shadow, it's kind of opening yourselves up for that damage. We did see Fury going back, just dodging out that Dark Binding once again. He picked himself up a BF sword, so he's got a lot of damage in this lane phase, and he's going to need it up against Celiver.
It's going to give him an advantage right now because of the fact that Celiver doesn't actually have the same amount of on-hit damage, but as it stands, it is just a very farm-heavy lane between the two of them. Nukeduck is just going to grab himself that blue, waited for his E to come off cooldown. Again, just slightly slower lane phase. We talked in the pregame how I feel that if Gambit do not actually grab themselves a strong advantage in the laning phase, I really don't see them out-rotating or out-team fighting Roccat. So we need to see what Hilberto's going to do. He's invaded blue, works out. Invaded red, gave up first blood, and now Hilberto's just sat back in lane. On the same token, Jankos has been just a farmer right now. He hasn't gone for any ganks.
Roccat starting it slow up against a Gambit team. You know, in the lane phase, it doesn't matter really who is in the team. If they are strong in lane, it's when they pull together as a team. That's when the teamwork may well start being a little bit different between these two. So don't read too much into this lane phase. We're expecting it to actually go fairly even because despite the fact it's 4 substitutes, these are all very highly skilled substitutes.
Yeah, and talking about the players, Zoro0 has now grabbed himself a small CS lead over Xaxus. He's got himself that Bilgewater Cutlass, so if he decides to play aggressively now, he could actually jump onto Xaxus and apply some kill potential with the use of that Ignite. Vander, can he connect with the Dark Binding? No, he cannot. And Jankos is going to be forced to back away. That minion, very unhappy with his damage right now.
Flash ulti coming out there is not going to pull off though. Instead, they're all going to back away. He's going to try and go in. Jankos could not get the other side of Edward there, quickly using that wild growth to keep him away.
So one flash kick, they've got Edward now.
Oh, Dark Binding this time didn't land, but the kick did, and Edward's going to get taken low. One more shot should do it. Celiva takes the kill.
Very well played. Edward should not have gone in that quickly. I think he wasn't anticipating the re-engage from members of Roccat and was forced to... He just gave up a kill. The one thing that was smart from Roccat is they burned 1 flash from Vander for 2 from Gambit. Now, all of a sudden, Hilberto's moving to the top lane. They want to dive Xaxus.
Zoro0 taking very low though. He can't tank this one out. That's going to be a Mega Inferno Bomb coming in. He just dodges out of it. Doesn't quite get the shot. The tower's not landing on him. Hilberto quickly repelled away and tanked that one out. Very nicely combined by Gambit.
And that is how you punish a Trundle in lane. When you have a champion that can get kills, has an Ignite, and is able to get damage down, you combo out with your jungler, get a kill onto Xaxus. The minions should also even take this tower out, and that is a very good swing now for Gambit.
And just going back towards that bottom lane, I wonder if Edward was simply caught out by the fact that Vander had put all the points in towards that Dark Binding. He's literally thrown everything in towards it, 4 points on it as the support. Maybe wasn't quite expecting the cooldown to be as quick as it is. Eddie's going to go down, ward out that dragon. And it's a good start for Gambit despite the substitutes.
Yeah, the fact they've got the tower down against Xaxus is going to open up that area of the map. I do expect Zoro0 to begin to try snowball that lead further. He's got a 30 CS lead, 25 or so CS lead, got a kill, got the tower, and we talked about how he can invade in the jungle of Roccat. Now what he needs to do is pull Hilberto and Nukeduck with him. The rest of them, however, they've decided to go for Dragon. This is actually a very smart call. There's no one from Roccat that can respond quickly enough, and it doesn't even look like they're going to challenge for this one. Another objective for Gambit.
So, Gambit continue that gold lead, taking that first dragon down and continuing the Gambit style, really, taking that first objective. So, again, though, as you just pointed out to me, Overpower got that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith.
So he's going to once again go for the sustain, get some of that HP back from killing off monsters in the jungle. And what we did see from Roccat the last time they went for this mid laner and that itemization is they just went for the mega late game. Got to the point that Overpower was 6 items and then sold it. And this is the trade. Xaxus is going on Zoro.
He's already used that Bilgewater Cutlass on him. Zoro0 has one himself, hasn't popped that ultimate, and he's just waiting for Xaxus to go a little bit lower. Does have a ward down, so he knows that Jankos is around that red buff area at the moment, so knows that he's safe, but he will back off.
Zoro0 may have been trying to bait out the Subjugate, because the moment Zoro0 throws down Dragon's Descent in a Dragon's form, it's going to make Subjugate more powerful. He's going to gain more resistances and steal more away from Zoro. So if Zoro can force Xaxus to use it early in a fight and then follow it up with Dragon's Descent, Zoro can win a trade or a fight that way. So it's just going to be a timing on who can get your opponent's ultimate first.
So let's look towards that mid lane. Overpower and Nukeduck. Overpower very low on mana here. Trying to keep him at bay. Built perfectly in towards this lane matchup. Nukeduck was just hovering up there, keeping vision of Jankos, making sure he doesn't join that fight too early. And Overpower, well, he's waiting for his blue buff. Frankly, he wants Jankos to come down and get things started.
Yeah, going to be able to grab this one for himself. I also want to touch on the fact that Overpower's got the makings of an hourglass, so he's going to work his way towards some form of defense against Nukeduck's Deathmark. we're also going to see Celevar going towards a Quicksilver Sash at some point to, once again, get rid of that death mark. So we find ourselves in a situation where the blue team has a little bit of a timer on the board. We do see Dragon's Descent. That's us in trouble.
Instant subjugate, turn back around though, and Zoro may well be in trouble. We do see a good Pillar of Ice. Zazas is going to back away. He's waiting for the timing to run out on both of these ultimates. Zoro, as soon as he gets that Burning Agony, Burnout back available. He will chase on towards Edwards and call it once again. He's in trouble. It should be enough to take him down. Wild Growth was popped and Celevar's taken low. Oh, Piltover doesn't quite land. Ace in the hole's going to come through, but it only goes on Jankos. Good kick from Jankos, keeps them all at bay.
Very well played. Both Vanda and Jankos are moving behind. Now Nukeduck wants to pick a fight. The Satchel Charge was used. Nukeduck decides against it. He had his Death Mark available, has got a lot of damage, but has not looked to make a kill on Overpower. And we talked about that bottom lane synergy between Vanda and Celevar. They ate the Ace in the hole, managed to get away, and the Wild Growth from Edward kept him alive. If he was a different champion, probably would have gone down.
May well have gone down. We'll see how it continues to develop down this bottom lane. Just 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Of course, Gambit did pick up the first tower and the first dragon, or Gambit in pajamas, we're going to call him for this one, Gip.
I like that. We should have got the overlay guys to update the graphics. Just before we went into the game, we were discussing how the pace of the previous game was particularly tempered, and I feel that
that's one word I'd use for it.
We're in for another one right now. Overpower, we said already, he wants to play passive. I don't think he wants to be in a position where he can get killed by a Nukeduck, and he's going to use the range and his pushing power to his advantage. What we have seen from Rocket, though, is a clear focus on dealing with this Edward and Fury lane. They finally grabbed themselves an even a turret to even out the turret kills, but Jankos has repeatedly ganked this bottom lane.
Well, it is the middle lane that may well be the next focus. Nukeduck and Alberto hovering around there, going to come in, try and get some damage down on there. We will see Overpower returning, so quickly wipe out that way. Throws out the mines, the pack, everything available, and force them back from that turret. Bottom lane, again, we see Vanda backing off. Celevar's on his own right now, and it's down for Gambit to try and shove on that tower. Of course, Roccat already taken that bottom one on their own, and they're just going to play it safe.
So just very interestingly, in terms of Overpower's Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, he's already given himself a bonus 180 gold. To draw comparisons to the junglers, if you look at Hilberto, he's grabbed 200 bonus gold from his Spirit of the Ancient Golem, and on the other side, Jankos 220. And you see Jankos getting caught out by Nukeduck there. Part of the reason Overpower can get so much bonus gold is he allows it to stack up. He's not continually killing large monsters, so he's always going to have that the maximum bonus gold that he can get, and allows him to, you know, stay even and grab himself to a quicker 6-minute build. I think we hit it at about 35 minutes the last time I seen it. I'm straining my memory now.
Well, we're up to level 12 and we're still yet to see Nukeduck going all in, biding his time up against Overpower. We've seen him doing this before, I feel. Not to great success. We'll see how it develops for him. Zoro himself, he's coming around, going to try and take away those golems, but Zazas has other ideas and tries to force him away and just continues out to farm it. But Zoro really is starting to put on a farming session here. This is, again, hesitant to say, something we've seen before.
Yeah, Zoro is going to go in on Zazas, though.
Dragon Descent being used, but Zazas will just back away. Didn't use his Subjugate. He has got it available. He's just trying to buy time. Overpower flashes past the ward. Now Zoro realizes what's happening. He's going to back away.
It's so difficult to catch a Shyvana with that burnout. Her movement speed is so high. Even though Zazas has got that Pillar of Ice, it's not actually going to be enough to really hold Zoro in place long enough. What we are seeing from both of these teams, though, is that the Dragon is now up. You see both of them moving towards the position. Rocket are going to be aware of the time, and they're going to get themselves in a position to challenge for this one. Bloodthirster and Greaves are completed for Celevar. The Hourglass has been completed for Overpower. So the kill potential from Nukeduck is already significantly lowered. So Nukeduck has missed this opportunity where he could have gotten kills, and we'll see how he decides to play out these next few minutes.
Well, pick wards were picked up by Roccat. There's one being used. Gambit trying to clear this one out, but Roccat want to fight it. Teleport coming in on towards the Death Bush, but ward, you can see Nukeduck getting caught out. Satchel Charge. Nukeduck's going to get taken down. Now they go in, straight on towards it. Dragon's still yet to go down. Jankos will secure that one. Zoro having to flash away from this one, and now it's going to be Hilberto focused on Darkbind. He will not catch on him, and he will back away. 2 kills and a dragon.
That is exactly what we talked talked about here from the side of Roccat. Because of the fact that they have slightly better communication and calling, they responded to that Dragon perfectly. Gambit were a little bit out of position. They didn't have the numbers tightly knit. And of course, Nukeduck was caught up. Now Vander is in trouble.
Well, is he? That's the question. Wild Growth does go down. Vander's stun will proc off in a moment. It's going to be a Fury that goes down, and now Edward's in trouble. He's up against an AD carry. This time he's not playing as Kennen. Oh! Eddie, you sneaky little bugger, flashes through, throws down that Ignite and gets himself the kill on Vander. Worth.
Very well played by Eddie to make the best of a bad situation. I felt that Vander had been caught up, but he was playing the perfect bait right now. He managed to keep Fury and Edward in place, landed a full channel on that Soul Shackles, and thanks to the Bloodthirster and Pickaxe, we've seen Saliva grabbing himself 2 kills in that situation. Edward was able to flash over. Now there's no mana for Saliva to get away. Look for Deathmark. Nukeduck, can he catch him?
Well, was he going to wait for the Living Shadow? No, not going to go in for it. Had got flash, could have gone Deathmark, could have gone in. There's plenty of wards down. Not too sure why he didn't pull the trigger.
So Nukeduck didn't have boots, so he couldn't get in range. And remember that the Deathmark now leaves a shadow at the point of casting. It doesn't actually chase you there. In addition to that, I don't think that Nukeduck was aware, maybe he knew that barrier could have been available. So to 100 to 0 without being able to get a full shadow burst down, probably the smarter choice. But again, we're seeing the Z pickup. 20 minutes in, Nukeduck has done nothing. He really hasn't made an impact. We've seen no death marks, we've seen no fights. He's even on farm, which is great, and now Zazas in a little bit of trouble.
Well, Zazas is going to get focused on. He's going to have a spider and a dragon on his backside. He has got Subjugate already used. He's going to try and run away from this one, but he's going to get taken so low! He's not gone down yet and gets away. Would you believe it?
Zazas was able to get all of that regen from the Frozen Domain, which increases his percentage healing. The Subjugate continues to drain after the initial cast, and the Blade of the Ruin King just allowing him to get out cleanly. A little bit unfortunate there for Gambit. They threw everything at it. While all that was happening, Overpower was able to grab himself a kill on Edward. We didn't quite catch that one on screen, but Roccat 6 kills to 2, 2,500 gold lead, and in a pretty good position right now.
Let's take another look at this one. Edward in the jungle up against Jankos.
Oh, this is a little bit troublesome. That is so much damage coming down from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Jankos actually didn't even flash for that kickback. Just managing to safeguard over to a ward, kicking Edward in play, and, you know, yes, Gambit got a lot of vision, but it wasn't worth giving up that kill in that situation.
No. Completely caught out of position. Fury pushing his mid lane. He may take the turret down here. Jankos can't defend this one. Edward's in there, but look at Saliva and Vander coming down the side. They did catch out. Just Alberto showing himself, and they will take that turret down. So Gambit pull ahead in the lead in turrets, 2-1.
So they've got pretty good rotation here from Gambit, but they've just given up too many kills while trying to make it happen. 2 towers lead. All of the wards now on the red side is going to allow Gambit to continue to invade. They're diving Zazas!
They're diving on Zazas, and they're going to try and get on towards him. Alberto comes around. He's tanked a little too much damage, and Zazas happy to tank that one out, but they are leaving Zoro0 all alone in that top lane right now. He's just free farming.
Now we'll see how Rocket decide to respond to this. Thanks to the fact that their Bloodthirst is fully stacked for Saliva and his Last Whisper, they are going to shred this tower so quickly. Yes, they gave up some damage and some presence in the bottom lane, but as it stands right now, Jankos seems to be defending fairly well, and they managed Rocket even out the tower score in the mid lane.
Well, Zoro0 continues to push, continues to farm, starting to grow a bit of an advantage in this top lane. He's a top lane player that many members, professional players, rate very highly. We'll see how it works out for him, because as it is, he continues to passive farm, and you know, we do see Nukeduck in that mid lane kind of not really doing a great lot still. He's just tried to go for that one single fight. That's actually the first ultimate we've seen from him in 23 minutes.
And it was on arguably the most difficult person to try kill. We did see him throw down the Deathmark. I think maybe Nukeduck had assumed Alberto was closer than he actually was, because by the time the Deathmark had popped and Nukeduck had been tanking the tower, Alberto arrived and it was too late. What I do like from Roccat is they're leaving Lee Sin to farm. He's managing to defend that top lane tower. Zoro can't necessarily stick to Lee Sin long enough, thanks to the fact that Lee Sin's got that Dragon's Rage to get rid of him. And as it stands, Roccat granted themselves an advantage. They've got the middle and bottom towers down. It's going to allow them to get deep wards and maybe even get better control of the Dragon Pit. and we've been seeing Gambit try to get control of Rocket's red buff in that top lane area. As it stands, Rocket's strategy is working a little more effectively.
Yeah, while this is all happening, of course, let's not forget Overpower now 3-0. Got himself the Zhonya's, got himself the Void Staff, and that Spirit the Spectral Wraith very early on with a blue pot in his bag now, ready and waiting to go. I feel that Rocket are waiting to pull a trigger on something.
They're not even waiting. Look at the mid lane. There's so many members. Xazus realizes that Deathmark's not a big threat for him. He's challenging Nukeduck.
He's going back in once again. He's got the Subjugate available, pops it down. Is it going to be enough? Xazus taken very low. This could be Nukeduck's first kill. The Ignite running, it should be, and Nukeduck takes it down. What advantage was gained from Rocket? I'm not sure, because Zoro is closing in and Rocket in the mid lane.
Yeah, Xazus ran straight into the shadows. Had the Deathmark been thrown down and Xazus backed away sooner, he wouldn't have eaten all of that additional shadow splash damage. Unfortunately for Xazus, he maybe overestimated his strength right now. We do see the rest of Rocket grouped in the mid lane. In comes Zoro from the background. This could be a fight. If Zoro decides to use that Dragon's Descent, it's going to be a 4-on-4 as Nukeduck split pushes.
They're happy to take the pressure on towards them. They're pushing in towards it. Zoro still just lingering off the side, waiting time. Nukeduck's coming in from the side now. Rocket realized the danger of the situation. They're finally backing off.
That's actually smart play from Zoro. Even though he didn't pick the fight, he forces Rocket to back away. Nukeduck has started himself off this dragon. Living Shadow is available to get over the wall, and I think he's going to need to do it. He can't run the risk of being caught out. Tilt over, not this time.
Not quite going to catch it out. No smite used though, actually. It was just simply Jankos getting it with basic attack, so it was possible. Blue buff going to get taken by Overpower. There was a tower taken, of course, in that bottom lane, so Gambit continuing to keep the pressure on. They've taken down more towers than Rocket in the lane phase.
So I'm pleasantly surprised at the fact that Nukeduck got that kill on Xazus. I had actually assumed going into that fight that Xazus was going to be able to deal with Nukeduck, but the fact that Nukeduck can kill him right now means that Gambit needs to make use of that presence. Go back to the split pushing, leave Zoro in the top lane, throw Nukeduck back down in the bottom lane, and whoever tries to challenge them is going to have a very difficult time. Xazus runs straight over a trap, and the rest of Rocket are sieging the mid turret. Once again, Zoro looking for the flank, looking to come in from behind, but look how low the tower is.
He's going to be too late on that flank because that tower has already gone down. Sullivan doing the final shots with Overpower alongside him. Zoro way coming in behind them. They're going to try and track and descent across 4 members of Rocket. I'm not too sure that's a wise idea.
Yeah, Alberto's a little bit far away. We do see Zoro is backing away. Nukeduck may be able to catch onto Overpower on the retreat. But again, the power of that burnout's very good. Even a max range Dark Binding can't really be followed up by Rocket. He's simply too far away.
Yeah, they're just keeping him at bay. They're going to catch out towards him. Zoro, you're going to have to flash away from this one. The explosive pack didn't quite land. Mega Inferno bomb didn't land either. Xazus was chasing in it. Instead, they're just going to take the blue.
Yeah, so Zoro gets out with his life, taking too much poke there from Overpower. We actually seen both Edward and Zoro being just dropped down by those bouncing bombs over and over. Rocket have decided to rush down this Baron. They have walked over a ward, so Gambit are aware of it, but they know that Zoro's not there, and Overpower's just running interference. Nukeduck is going to have to go in very quickly. Baron's down to less than half.
Alberto's got to run in, but he's been caught out by Dark Binding. He's going to go down. There's nothing he can do about it. That is the jungler gone, and this is desperate times for Gambit. They could be losing out on this Baron. I don't see anything they can do about it. Rocket secure it.
And that's the power of the Morgana. As long as that Dark Binding does actually connect, it allows Rocket to peel away, grab themselves that kill. It's going to be a safe Baron. They've now got a 4,000 gold lead. They're even on towers. But thanks to the Baron buff, if Rocket play the siege game even further, Vander's in trouble.
Oh, no, he's not. He's just going to back straight away from that one. The pop comes out, not enough. Black Shield will save the day. I tell her why. No managed damage on towards him as it stands. Gambit are being pushed back. You know, this is something we talked about right at the start. The pressure, the teamwork from Rocket is just forcing Gambit in all sorts of trouble. A team of solo players.
Yeah, at this point in time, even though Gambit have had a few good plays, Rocket have been able to just respond. They grabbed that Baron, even though Vander was forced so incredibly low. Thanks to that bonus hit points that he's got from the Sightstone and the Kindle Gem, he was able to survive Nukeduck's burst. And unfortunately for Gambit, if nobody is being popped by Nukeduck's Zed, there's not a lot of presence that they can put down. They're going to have to rely back on the split pushing. Look, Shyvana top lane, Zed bottom lane. We're going to see this for the rest of this game.
Well, Xazus pushing on towards Zoro was fairly ineffective in the previous matchup. Zoro will certainly keep pushing back on towards Xazus. Who's got the power this time around? Xazus doesn't feel like he has it. Instead, Zoro forces him away, but it's all well and good to just be stronger and say, hey, I won my lane. but it doesn't help if you're not involved in the team fights.
Yeah, I think advantage in this fight right now would be for Zoro0. The fact that he's got the Sunfire Cape completed, a Kindle Gem, and he was fighting against Blade of the Rune King and the makings of Aranduans, Xaxus is actually a little bit behind as far as gold is concerned. If you actually look at it, Xaxus is sitting on 1,800 gold right now. He hasn't actually gone back to buy in quite a long time. So we'll see what he eventually upgrades. It's going to be that Randuans. If we go back to items, we see an item. I'm going to go on a limb and say this is the first time we've seen this in competitive play, definitely in the LCS. The Ohm Wrecker has been picked up for Overpower. For those of you that don't know, the Ohm Wrecker is going to prevent a turret from attacking for a couple of seconds. So when Rocket decided to tower dive and pick fights, you just turn that turret off for a little bit, advantage Rocket.
Yeah, I don't recall any game ever seeing that for, well, since release. I don't recall anyone playing it in solo queue, let alone anything else. Interesting pickup. Overpower always pulling out new builds. Oh, Dark Binding not quite landing on towards Edward, quickly speeding himself up to get away from that one. But right now, Roccat are just invading the jungle of Gambit, and there's not really a lot they're doing about it.
I want to see how this item actually works for Roccat. I feel like it's a little bit of understanding that if Roccat tower dive, the communication and the difficulty of dealing with the tower dive is so much harder on a mixed team. It's much more difficult to prioritize targets, to call, and to be effective in defending those. So Roccat may just try to take advantage of it. They know their strengths right now. They've grouped up once again in this mid lane, as they've done many, many times this game already, and you just see Xaxus split pushing because he's got teleports.
Yeah, just keeping on pushing that bottom lane. Top lane's now going to get driven in once again. You see Gambit having to rotate. They're going to try and quickly push out that mid lane while they leave that area, but that's going to leave them a little bit more exposed once again as that wave comes in. Zoro0, no Dark Binding catching on towards him. Salva gets another couple of shots on towards that tower. Every time they do this rotate, they just get themselves that little bit more advantage. Half the hit points taken off it. Xaxus is being forced away, being welled in that bottom lane by Nuke, but this is the top lane turret. Gone down.
Gambit don't want to pick a fight. They know they're behind. Oh, Fury's in trouble!
Mega Inferno Bomb catching along with that culling forces Fury away, and now they could use that Ohm Wrecker. We'll see if it works out. They don't even need it. They're just going to take the inhibitor turret down on their own. They're going to catch on towards Edward. He just gets destroyed where he stands, and that's an inhibitor picked up by Roccat.
Roccat just brute forced their way. Now Fury's in a little bit of trouble. They've caught Alberto.
Alberto's dead. He's going down. Jankos comes in. Big kick to the face. Finishes that one off, and Sullivan, well, he's just a wrecking crew right now. Down the bottom lane, we do see Xaxus going down, but to what effect? Who cares? Nuke, you got to kill. Great, but the rest of your team, you're losing the base. There's the Ohm Wrecker. They're going to finish it off. Zoro0 comes around. They're trying to buy some time on there, but they just walk away.
That was a very good satchel charge there from Overpower, saving the life of Salivar by knocking away Zoro0. Got rid of him from the sideline. The Ohm Wrecker allowed Rocket to put some damage down on the tower. It is a 2-minute cooldown before it'll be available again. But Rocket, thanks to having the Baron and thanks to being ahead in the game, were able to just force Gambit away from the tower. The long-range poke that they've got with the Morgana Dark Bindings and the Ziggs bouncing bombs prevented Gambit from defending both their top inner and top inhibitor turrets.
It's now a 5-0-2 Sullivan. We talked about how we don't really hear a lot from him. Maybe it's time we do, who knows. 4-0-2 of course for Overpower as well, pulling out that Ohm Wrecker. First time we saw it used, didn't really have a great effect because Zoro0 popped that ultimate to keep them at bay. But again, it's Roccat in control right now. They have a near 10,000 gold lead, 6 towers to 3, Baron up in 2 minutes. That's going to be the next focus.
It gets so much more difficult for Gambit to win team fights now. There's a Guardian Angel on Xaxus who has died twice now to Nuke Duck. So GA is going to allow him to come back to life and potentially lifesteal some of the HP back. We see a Quicksilver Sessions on Salivar, and Overpower's had that Zhonya's Hourglass for a while. So the number of targets that Nuke can successfully kill and have a positive impact with is way less. Gambit waiting in the wins. They've got a good numbers advantage, but they took too long. They didn't initiate. They didn't have the information. There's no wards. They didn't know that Overpower was away, and they've only just got vision on Xaxus. Now Vander's going to be dead.
Vander's dead, or is he? They're going to go in for him. They're going to throw everything at him, but they could turn his back around on towards Nuke. He tries to go in. Alberto goes aggressive. Jankos is in the hole. Catcher just glancing off his backside. Eddie eating some mines there. But really, what do they get from it? One support.
Yeah, at this point in time, Gambit needs to do that a bunch more. They need to get way more of those kills, and look at that damage from the bouncing bomb. That is so much burst.
Mega Inferno bomb, well, Culling not quite landing on towards Fury there. He's just going to be whizzing, he could, but instead the teleport comes in. They're going to come around the side, and here's Zazos that climbs in towards it. They catch on towards Nuke Dog. Is it going to be enough? Double kill picked up by Overpower. Zoro tries to go aggressive, trying to catch on towards them, and as it is, will he be going down? He's going to go towards Sullivan. Can he get the kill? The shield comes out, the barrier bait. He does not get the kill. The regen from the Baron buff, which just wore off about 2 minutes ago, actually. I tell a lie, it was just lifesteal from the Bloodthirster that was doing the job. Meanwhile, the Nexus turrets are falling, and Roccat are rolling through the base.
20 seconds on the clock, and so much damage available for them. Roccat just Wrecker down the turret, grab themselves another inhibitor. Nukeduck's going to try to defend. His death mark is up, but there's no ways he can stop 4 members of Roccat. The rest of the team, they're on the Nexus turret, and Nukeduck is going to go down shortly.
And Roccat will take themselves another victory, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 5 games on the trot as they take down Gambit in pajamas once again. And they really have separated themselves at the top of the league. 10 wins, 3 losses now. They are clear from anyone else getting close to them. They are going to be #1 at the end of this week, regardless of what happens.
I'm impressed that Roccat decided not to wait. You know, they had the composition, they could have gone to late game, won it in team fights, but they decided they didn't need to. They sieged the mid lane multiple times. They forced Nukeduck to respond to the split pushing of Zazas, and Nukeduck did well in dealing with Zazas, but they didn't necessarily garner them any sort of advantage. Unfortunately, in order for Gambit to have won the game, they needed to win the lanes.
Well, they have got Veggie as their coach now, so maybe salary was required. So Roccat, they picked themselves up yet another victory. It's something we're starting to get used to seeing here, and honestly, they're a team that are working so well together. You know, we talked about at the start the fact that they are just going to go even in lanes, which they did. They were happy to just sit back, play it patiently, and once it came to the team fight, boy, do they pull the trigger.
Yeah, and the thing is, because of the fact that Gambit didn't have a composition that had, once again, a very powerful engage, they were relying on Shyvana to jump in from the back, wild growth everybody up and be a disruptive force. That never happened, because by time 0-0 was trying to do that, they were down a Baron, they were down about 6k gold, and they weren't able to affect the team fights that they were looking for.
So you see Roccat getting themselves prepared. They have another game coming up tomorrow, but what a momentum they've got now. You know, the fact that we talked about, these guys went back to Poland, they had themselves a break, and maybe about rest and relaxation instead of focusing hard, training hard. You know, it's something that some of these teams have talked about, the burnout effect that you can get.
It's very important. And what I like about it is in their first game back, we see Ziggs, we see another unique item, a unique approach to the game. I don't think Wrecker had much of an impact, if at all, really. But the theory was good. You know, against a team that is going to struggle to have communication, struggle to have team fights, if you disable that turret when you're ahead and it allows you to finish games quicker, many other teams could learn from that mindset.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Of course, this is now 2 matches we've seen, 2 more to go. So far, Millennium going down to the Copenhagen Wolves in a very long game, it's safe to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Meanwhile, Roccat, you know, much quicker calculated player. Anything you saw in that game that really impressed you, you know, from either team really, you know, the fact that this is 4 members, 4 substitutes, they still managed to pull off a couple of kills that give them to work well.
What I liked from Gambit in Pajamas is their low-level decision-making. They invaded blue, it was very clear, it worked out for them. They donated their blue to 0-0. They had a plan. They wanted to steal away the first red buff from Roccat. Unfortunately, not everybody was on the same page. Alberto went in for red early, 0-0 was forced low in the team fight, and Nukeduck got there late, so first blood was given up. And from then on, the strategy of invading and controlling an area of the jungle just didn't pan out, and you could see the whole strategy stalling. So that's why Nukeduck went bottom, and he had some good moments, but unfortunately, if your Gambit doesn't pay off for Gambit, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. We're going to take a brief break while the next 2 teams take to the stage. And when we return, we'll be hearing from Yankos from Roccat. Then the Super Hot crew will be looking to continue their sizzling streak against Fnatic team, who are desperate for a win. They do not want to go 0-6, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned for that one.
don't want to pick a fight. They know they're behind. Oh, Fury's in trouble.
Mega Inferno bomb catching along with that Cully forces Fury away, and now they could use that own record. We'll see if it works out. They don't even need it. They're just going to take the inhibitor turret down on their own. They're going to catch on towards Edward. He just gets destroyed where he stands, and that's an inhibitor picked up by Rocket.
Rocket just brute forced their way. Now Fury's in a little bit of trouble. They've caught Alberto.
Alberto's dead. He's going down. Jankos comes in. Big kick to the face. Finishes that one off, and Sullivan.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining me, D-Man, and thank you for joining me, Jankos, the jungler, of course, for Team Rocket, firmly in first place now after that victory. Tell me a little bit about preparation this week, because it's not the Gambit we're used to.
Wanted to just farm, and then try to force some team fights. But it worked actually better because Hulberto did invade my jungle, so we just used it and killed him. Then I think I had successful gank on bot lane. We had a kill there. Then we took Drake from them, and we just snowballed like every game.
Snowballed from there, and a very quick decision making on the Baron. Was that something you guys just had full vision, knew what was going on? Because that was a really good shot call.
Yeah, of course. 0-0 was low on HP, so we wanted to try Baron to bait them, but allies failed and got caught by binding, so we just killed her and finished the Baron.
And lastly, I want to ask about that item that came out, the Ohm Wrecker. It's the first time we've ever seen it in the LCS. Was it just a case of we're having fun here, or was there a purpose for this?
I got even no idea why did he took it. Like, he was just, okay, I'm going to buy this item, and that's it.
How has it been going for you guys with Veggie on the team now? Has there been a real improvement that you can say we learned a couple of things now that he's been with the team?
Yeah, of course. He is making us ping and bans. We are learning from him a lot. He's really helpful.
So, I mean, you're now top of the league. Is there anyone out there you fear anymore? I mean, you've beaten everyone in the field.
Yeah, of course. We are scared of SK right now because they look really strong, and we are facing them tomorrow. So we need to give our best to win this game.
Oh, interesting. It's going to be a great match tomorrow. The next match we've got coming up here, though, is the Super Hot Crew versus Fnatic. Who do you guys think is going to take it, Demon?
For me, I'm hesitant to say the Super Hot Crew, you know, because they are really playing very well right now. But it's Fnatic. They're 0-5. It's like dragging a beast that's already damaged. I don't know, that's a really bad analogy, but it's, you know, pulling on the tail of a cat. That's what I'm thinking. They're going to turn around and beat someone pretty badly soon enough.
Tail of the cat.
I'm not sure, but I think Fnatic is going to win, just because Fnatic bot lane is really strong. So I think maybe Cyanide will just camp bot lane and they will just snowball from it. Like Reckless is the best AD carry in Europe, so.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Super Hot Crew's bottom lane is very strong as well, you know.
I wouldn't say that. They are not like, I wouldn't compare them to Yellow Star and Reckless.
Wow. Very interesting. You guys can discuss that later if you want. But for now, we're going to go over to social media because, of course, at the beginning of the show, we asked you to get on Twitter and tell us what player-champion combo is your favorite to watch in the European LCS and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @CycloHexagon. Definitely Rex's Jinx. His double kill ult in the first week was just insane, and he's been destroying everything with her. Fits perfectly.
It does fit perfectly. You know, you just mentioned it, how strong they are as a bottom lane. They are. Let's not forget, like in week 1, these guys were breaking records throughout the first. They had that 7-0 win streak. There was a reason. It was Reckless on Jinx.
Good point. The second one is from @FreshNewSocks. Aranea has incredibly flashy yet consistent play on Lee Sin, and who doesn't like the Blind Monk?
Yeah, it's a champion that yourself have played a bunch of. We've seen it throughout the games already. I mean, Diamond even talks about how good he played on it. And you think back to the summer, 2013, he was amazing on it. Not sure he's quite elevated to those skill levels this time around. I think more Pantheon's probably his style at the moment.
Nothing to add to that.
Nothing.
The last one is from @ArchieScott94. I'd love to see Overpow on Mordekaiser again, especially after the dominating performance last time. Are you going to let him play it again?
I don't think so. Well, maybe we'll see. It depends on the picks and banks, so we won't say nothing right now.
But we'd love to see it, of course. Thank you guys for all those great responses. Keep the conversation going. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again, Jankos. And now it's time to join Joe and the Fee Show for the second half of today's games.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Demon. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller. I'm joined behind the desk by Martin Deficio Lunga, my favorite Dane in the world. And it's time for Game 3 of the day as the on-form Super Hot Crew take on a Fnatic that seem to be really struggling right now. Now, the Super Hot Crew picked up another 2 wins last week against the Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance.
And they managed to pull off this double AP combo with Lissandra in the top lane and Gragas in the mid lane. And it was such a smart counter pick against Trundle, because you can free farm and you can actually bring teleport on Lissandra. Trundle, he can't get to you and you can just push out the wave all the time and then focus on ganking all the lanes. And, you know, Moops and Mimir, they really stepped up the game in the last few weeks. Moops has been focusing on the farm-heavy champions like Gragas and Six, while Mimir, he's one of the few players who's still playing Shyvana with some success.
I'd say, though, the stars of their team were once again that bottom lane, even picking up the MVP award last week.
Yeah, Mixer was the MVP of Week 5, and him and Mr. Alice together have played amazingly, and they're always playing very aggressive and smart in the lane. They often push for this early level 2 and then try to force out the enemy of the lane, and the method really reflects their super hardcore playstyle of being very aggressive, and they've gotten first blood in 6 games already as a team. A thing I have to highlight, though, about Super Hot Crew is that the only team to ban out Moops was Millennium, and they managed to beat Super Hot Crew. The last few games, people have been banning out Mixer and Impaler, leaving things like Gragas open for Moops, which is his best champion. He's played it 7 times, and he's so good on it.
And Fnatic are facing almost the opposite when it comes to form, to be honest. They're currently on a 5-game losing streak. We've said it about 3 million times so far, but that's the facts, and something has to change for them.
And I have a clip to show as an example of what the team is actually doing wrong. And it's a team fight in Week 5 versus Millennium, where we're going to see how uncoordinated they actually played and how they don't use the champions. Notice especially Leona and Elise when we start and we get the clip rolling. If you notice here, once we go in, 4 people pile onto Aranea, and they don't really bring anything other than trying to kill him. Leona has done absolutely nothing other than an ultimate, and Elise has been a non-factor the entire fight. This means the backline of Millennium is more or less untouched, and Kevin, who's joining the fight a little bit later, he's coming in, and there's nothing left for Fnatic to actually kill him because they invested so much damage onto Aranea and so much of the CC. And then we have the beautiful hook from Jerry catching out Reckless, which means Kretan, he can come in from the side, pick up a triple kill, and this was a game-winning team fight for Millennium.
Well, we talked about Fnatic's double AP comp not working, but to be honest, they've gone back to those more traditional tanks with the strong lanes, but it's still not brought them any wins.
No, but it means we can kill the talk about Fnatic being on a losing streak due to their picks. Because last game, when they went back to Gragas and Renekton, they still lost to Millennium. The playstyle of Fnatic and the calls in the mid game is the main issue. They managed to win the early game, but then they lose the lead when it comes down to team fights and rotations on the map. And again, another example is the game with SK, where they go 5 people bot lane to gank Candy Panda, and it means SK just takes a free Baron, and nobody really knows what's going on.
Well, Fnatic knows they need to make those adjustments to put an end to their losing streak, but they're also going to have to take down a super hot crew and their super strong bot lane in order to pick up a win today.
Fnatic started the season really good, 7-0, but now they are in a losing streak, so it's the best moment for us to beat them.
We had to prepare a lot, we had to fix our problems, because more about them, I think we are playing really bad and we have to just improve ourselves and try to play better.
I think big teams like Fnatic, they always get back. Even if they have a bad week, they always get strong.
They don't lose their lanes, they always do good, they don't give stupid kills. They are always doing fine, so they are slowly improving and getting better and better.
I don't think they have weak points, but their bot lane is even stronger than the other lanes, and they usually try to abuse that fact and make a lot of plays happen near there.
Dark Binding on
Dark
Unlimited now.
Binding does catch him this time around. Pilter of Peacemaker will be back available. Will it catch? Yes, he will. The Ignite. Mr. Rales once again getting first blood.
Well, hopefully we will play like we did last week. Strong laning phase and good decision making, good rotations, and hopefully it will be enough.
If we want to beat Fnatic, it's time to do it right now, because they are in bad shape, so we can do it now.
Strong laning phase and good decisions for the super hot crew. We already highlighted that Fnatic's mid-game seems to be the problem. That doesn't seem like a bad plan to me from the super hot crew.
If they can actually win the early game and then roll over Fnatic, punish Fnatic every time they make a wrong move on the map, super hot crew got the game.
Well, let's have a look at the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, it's the super hot crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Moops in the mid lane, Mr. Rales the AD carry, and Mixer the support.
And on the red side, we have Fnatic with Source in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
So let's, as we get towards Champion Select, theorize what we could see from this one. Who's going to be the focus when it comes to the ban phase for these two teams?
I know Kassadin is not really a highlight, but actually one thing I noticed is that Super Hot Crew are pretty much always the team to ban it out, simply because Moops, he doesn't play Kassadin. So even though they are on the blue side, they will ban it away, most likely. Then we have things like LeBlanc. Peg has been, you know, he's been good on it, and it's also a threat to deal with, so I expect to see the LeBlanc being banned away. On the other side, Mixer and Fresh. You more or less have to take it away, like we see being banned away against Vander. I feel like Fnatic has to do the same.
And what about the AD carries here? Because we touched on the fact Jinx is still 100% win rate for Reckless. He's saying that it doesn't quite fit in certain team comps for him there, which you can understand as well. But will there be any focus on that? How highly contested the AD carry is going to be here?
We could see a Lucian ban. Mr. Rales would really like to play her. But then you just fall back on the Caitlyn and you don't gain too much from it, unless they want to early pick a Caitlyn, ban away the Lucian, or the other way around, and to try and force the other AD carry into something different.
So here we go then into Champion Select. What are we going to see? First out the gate here for the Super Hot Crew is an Annie ban, something that Yellowstar has been playing brilliantly with, and then they take away the Elise from Impaler.
I'm a little bit surprised about the Elise ban, because Impaler has shown he likes to play Pantheon, Wukong, Vi. This is a kind of champions he really enjoys. So banning away Elise, it seems to be more or less of a respect for the pick itself, and not too much about Impaler and him playing Elise.
So, coming in second then for both teams. LeBlanc talked about that against Xpeke, and a Kayle taken away against Moops.
Yeah, so again, LeBlanc being taken away, they want to make sure Peke doesn't have the impact early game. They want to more or less put him on a farm-heavy champion and just keep him farming versus Moops, and then try and impact the rest of the map.
Kassadin taken away by the Super Hot Crew. He called that one. They ban it out because Moops just doesn't play. It's usually a red side ban that actually frees things up nicely for Fnatic for almost a free ban here.
Yeah, more or less a free ban for Fnatic, because they don't have to think about this Kassadin where you normally say, okay, Kayle and Kassadin, we're on purple side, we have to ban them away. We don't want to deal with them. So they might target towards Impaler again. Something like a Pantheon could be taken away. He's been very good on it. Or banning out Mixer.
Yep, taking away the Thresh. She said that as well, and that won't be available for Mixer or Yellow Star, of course, to play in this one. So that leaves us on to then our first picks. We've got some big picks up still in there. These top laners, Mima in particular, really has to have a champion that he's comfortable with, I'd say.
More or less everything for Mima is open. He has been playing Renekton, he's been playing Shyvana. We also see him play Lissandra. That's going to be more of a counter pick towards Fnatic. I don't expect him to instant log it now. We have jungle picks, we have the Pantheon, we have the Wukong, we have Vi. Pretty much everything that Impale actually likes to play is open. And then the Gragas, we talked about it in the pre-game, how it's not really banned away against moves. So you can again pick it up.
Yeah, picking in that Gragas once again. A fairly safe pick, I think, from his side of things. Certainly loves that kind of champion. Obviously, we've seen him playing lots of Gragas, Morgana, Ziggs. Guessing it's not going to be a Teemo from Fnatic, but they're the ones that are right now pulling out the surprise picks, actually, across the board.
And I actually expect them to have something new. It could be something on SOAS. I don't hope he's too afraid of not picking tanks at the moment. I really want to see him keep trying these new things until he finds something that works. The Gragas pick, however, is just such a safe pick. You bring everything, you have the damage, you scale really well into the late game. It's a safe laning phase. And you also have the roam potential with your body slam and the wave clear. And then moves can actually really do a lot in the game.
Well, actually, Fnatic, surprisingly enough, moving away from Teemo and going for Leona, which I think we can safely say is a very strong champion for Yellow Star. But for me, more interestingly, the Vi, something that we touched on. Impaler loves to play, Cyanide loves it as well. He's going to take it away.
And this is a combo with the two first picks saying, Mr. Rales, we want to get to you. We want to kill you every single team fight if you do a single misstep, because we have this long range ultimate from both champions that can lock you down and we can pile onto you. So it's going to make it very hard and actually force him to go something like Lucian or Caitlyn, where he can disengage or pick up a Morgana with a black shield that can stop the CC.
Well, that Morgana coming in, we saw it in the last game, becoming more and more popular as the support. The Pantheon as well picked up here for Impaler. We expected that with the Vi being taken away, Elise gone, but you know, Pantheon has been his go-to, I'd say, most successful champion, really.
Yeah, and it's just a champion that fits both him and Superhot Crew, because you can be so aggressive early, and also you can be in the jungle farming, and then jump down with your Grand Skyfall, join in for a fight, or set up a gank. And it works really well for this team, because they want to get the top lane and the bot lane going. They want to have Moops farming the mid lane, and then Impaler, he can just impact the rest of the lanes, and that's Pantheon doing really, really well.
Well, Fnatic currently hovering over both Ahri and Sivir right now. Well, we see that Sivir locked in here. XPK seems to be a little bit undecided. You can see there's still a lot of conversation going on, and actually it will be the Ahri picked up this game. We have seen Ahri already this season. Exactly where my mind fails me somewhat.
Jesus from SK played it
exactly.
one game.
Yeah, Jesus did play that. And also the Sivir coming in here. We have seen Reckless playing one Sivir that was actually against the Copenhagen Wolves, where he finished 4-1-12.
So again, with the Sivir and her ultimate giving move speed to everyone on Fnatic's lineup, it is such a, we want to just pile onto you. We want to start the fight, heavy engage on you, and everyone is rolling in. You have Ahri, her ultimate, she can jump 3 times with it and trying to set up a kill. So everything on Fnatic is just signaling we want to get to the back line of Superhot Crew, and we just want to punish Mr. Rales and whoever is standing there with him and take them down.
So what a Superhot Crew going to finish off with. Draven would be a new champion into the LCS actually for Mr. Rales, but we have heard a few rumors that he has been practicing that one, so maybe on the table for him. Renekton for Mima wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
The thing about the Draven pick is, due to Morgana support, he can actually lock it in. He doesn't have to think about having the mobility, the jump. He's having a lot of move speed. So together with the Black Shield, it's going to be very hard for Fnatic to actually catch him. And we know how good Draven is once he gets to team fights. Once he gets to the point, where he can start snowballing, get some kills, and then get the few items. We saw him in Korea a few days ago, where he just destroyed everyone because he got rolling early, and then you can't deal with him 1v1 or 2v2, and he's also very strong in teamfights due to his very high single target damage.
And if anyone's, skilled enough to be playing someone like Draven, who has got a lot of micromanagement in there, then Mr. Roll is certainly one of the standout AD carries so far. That's going to be for him this one, so we'll see how he does on that side. On the other side, though, Fnatic going back to a tanky top laner. It's going to be Shen, a champion which Soaz has outright, flat out said, I do not like playing Shen. Funnily enough, he has played Shen already once this season, and that was a win for Fnatic.
Now, Shen is an okay matchup against Renekton because you're able to more or less not die. and just try and farm away. Renekton will be pushing him down early, making it hard for him to teleport away, without risking losing his turret, because Renekton is already there knocking on the door. He just wants to get in and hit the turret all the time. And also what Renekton can do, due to double dash and his single target stun, it's fairly easy for him to stop Source from teleporting away unless he moves far away back. So it's a safe enough matchup for Shen, but it's also very hard for him to actually do anything against Renekton.
And that's something that Kevin's actually been doing when you look at his picks on Shen compared to what he's playing against. It's pretty much always against the Renekton. So we'll see how Soaz does with that one actually coming into this game. But who do we think's the stronger team in this one right now? I mean, Super Hot Crew doing well, Fnatic not so well. Form tells us 0 for 5.
If you look at just the combos, the fact that we have a Draven and then we have the Pantheon to try and set kills up for him early might get him rolling, and if he can get rolling early game, I see Draven having a huge impact.
Well, guys, we're going to be finding out here in just a second if they can actually get things rolling. But first of all, let's check the voting as our game is about to begin. And with 75% of the votes, it looks like you believe Fnatic can still win and break that losing streak here. And this is also a great time to remind you that you can pick up tickets and join us here in Cologne, Germany to cheer on your favorite squads. All the information can be found over on lolesports.com by clicking on the tickets link. 75%. That's a lot. Fnatic still clear fan favourites despite 0-5 in the last 5 games.
As Maimer said in their pre-game interview, it's just a matter of time before a big team like Fnatic wins again. And they come back on, jump on the horse again, and they get some confidence and they start playing really well. 75%, I think it's risky. Super Hot Crew has been playing very good lately, so we'll have to see.
Well, here we go then. It's the Super Hot Crew versus Fnatic, and we'll see if the Super Hot Crew can keep on this great run of form that they've had, actually. Obviously, won the last 3 games. They only, in fact, lost 1 game in the last 6. So that just shows you how well they're doing right now. Fnatic, well, we all know. Different side of the coin for them. 0 for 5 in a row. They went 7-0 at the start of the season. This week is actually a chance to even that all back up, depending on how things go for them. But let's have a quick run through the lanes here, because we've got some, mostly one new thing coming in from this one, a lane that we don't see too often. Draven Morgana against Sivir Leona.
Yes, it should be more or less a farm-based lane, because Draven, in the first few levels, is actually not that strong. He wants to get his stacks going, he wants to more or less hit the point where he can go back, buy a BF sword, then return to lane, and then he really starts bringing down the damage. So I expect it to be fairly passive lane, especially because Morgana and Leona are not exactly support who sets up a lot of kills early, and they don't rely too much on a heavy poke. Morgana is more or less just hitting a bind and then start auto-attacking.
In that mid lane, we have Gragas Ahri, which, while not being so popular, I think we can safely say here in Season 4. In Season 3, especially the last half, I think, of Season 3, that was a almost daily occurrence, the Gragas versus Ahri.
Yeah, so the thing with the Ahri-Gragas matchup is that it's very hard for Gragas to ever get in a position to kill Ahri. Due to a free jumps on ultimate, it's very hard for him to land all his spells. And in Pega, he should be focusing a lot on harassing early. There was some changes to Ahri not too long ago, where she got a bit more mana back in lane, so he can put more focus on hitting Gragas, more focus on punching, and they're actually going in for this blue buff.
Oh, Dark Binding actually going straight down the middle though, Soaz just getting himself away from that, but they're going to keep the pressure up here of the Super Hot Crew. I don't think they can necessarily stick around and challenge too long, but they are at least going to run some wicked interference here. Soaz actually getting binded in there, few auto attacks coming out from Mixer as well, and we can see there the blue buff down into half HP, and there is a smite away. Cyanide will take that one. Over the other side of the map, the blue buff was actually taken by Impaler.
Yeah, and at the same time though, lane swap. Fnatic, they don't want to do this 2v2 scenario against the Draven Morgana because they don't feel they have a chance to ever get onto them with the black shield, and they feel afraid they're just going to get poked down more or less by Draven. So decide to swap away. It means Draven will have a lot of free farm here in the start where he can get his stacks going, and if he can manage to pick up a kill after picking up some stacks, he can really get going.
So what about this top lane then? Well, I say the top lane because we've got those lane swaps coming in. 2v1 in both the top and bottom side with Shen and Renekton in that one. Maimer, for me, is a player that excels when he's in a 1v1 scenario on a big tanky champion. He also seems to buckle a little bit under pressure, and that's possibly what this 2v1 could give him.
It could be one of the reasons. Fnatic have to be really careful though, because Renekton is very strong in 1v2 scenarios, because he can double dash in and stun one of you, and then the jungler joins in, and you have this 2v2 where you're more or less shut down from the start. So Fnatic have to be very careful. They have to keep the wards up and make sure the Impaler isn't there to punish them. Shen, he's just very good at farming on the turret, and he's he's very safe, but he can't really set up too many kills. He can taunt under the turret.
Yeah, we see the taunt there coming in, actually landing onto Mixer, and he's taken maybe a little bit too much damage there. There was a couple of turret hits coming in, causing him a few problems, but he should be pretty safe actually from that one. No jungler in the immediate area there. You see Vi actually coming down to that bottom side of the map. Super Hot Crew keep pushing.
Yeah, look how much damage they already got on this turret. Up in the top lane, Impaler's joining in there. He wants to make sure that if something should happen, he's there to help out Mimer. But Fnatic, they're not even pushing the top lane. They're not even trying to go for this turret down in bot lane. Instead, Draven and Morgana just constantly smashing away on the turret, and they can actually take it down very soon.
Top lane, Impaler just came in there, but they did ping him out, so they know that Impaler is up there with them. I'm not sure that Reckless and Yellowstar will want to get into any kind of fight here, but they know that, you know, they can hold this turret back down. There's no way that they should be thinking about going in on towards Yellowstar under the turret at this time, but putting as much damage in as they can. Meanwhile, Cyanide, seeing that Impaler's in the top lane, comes straight down into the enemy jungle.
So they want to try and set up something down here in the bot lane. If they can land a taunt from Source, he is having Ignite, so they have some good damage. And Cyanide, if he can join in, he's completely unnoticed at the point. If he can actually get onto them, they might be able to pick up a kill.
Will they be able to get around from this one? He does come in the backside. There's the taunt landing. Soaz going to do some good damage here to Mixer. The Ignite is down, and there is Vi jumping in, and there is the first blood coming out for Cyanide. Mr. Ra's not going to fall from this one. Fnatic back away. Nice first blood, though.
A very nice gank by Cyanide. He moves all the way around, completely unnoticed, and then Source can just land an easy taunt and get the kill. And wisely enough by Mixer, he didn't use his flash. He knew he was dead already.
So Impaler here, moving his way through onto those Wraiths. Will he come into that mid lane? Ahri at this point is still level 5, so doesn't have the ultimate to actually get away from things if Peke were to push a little bit too far down that lane. And in fact, Impaler is going to be coming around that backside, but Peke has already backed away, and I don't think he's in any danger.
No, Peke is in a good position. He can easily flash through the turret if needed, and Impaler coming in.
There is the stun coming down, Spear as well, but as predicted there, Peke able to just walk away. He was far enough back. Moops wasn't close enough up there, and of course Moops not having level 6 either, wasn't able to get in there and bring him back in for what would have been possibly an easier kill if that would have been the case, but also I guess we could say Peke would have been 6 as well and would have been able to escape.
And we actually have to really notice once Peke and Cyanide both have level 6, what they can set up, because they have such a good pick combo with Vi choosing the target, then followed up by Peke, who can land a very easy charm and do his full burst onto whoever Cyanide is locking down. So the pick combo, especially also with the Sivir once we get later into the game, is very scary for Fnatic, and Subaru really has to be careful they're not stepping out of their comfort zone.
And speaking of Fnatic, they are finally pushing this top wave out and are going to do some damage on towards that turret. Yellowstar going to be the focus underneath that tower. We see that Reckless actually just pulling the aggro, taking a single turret hit, which won't bother him too much in this early stage of things. He is currently ahead, by the way, in CS over Mr. Roll. Soaz has just TP'd, he's going to recall back in that bottom lane, so we'll see if that allows this turret to actually finally be pushed down for them. Fnatic, as I said though, keep up that pressure. They're going to try and level things out there.
They're trying now to make sure they're actually going for the dive.
Yeah, they're going in for the dive on Mimer. He's going to dash away, but there's the Zenith Blade landing. Mimer flashing straight away afterwards, and it's going to be up to Yellowstar, of course, doesn't have the damage. Mimer gets away. Soaz is there though, that might open up this turret.
Yeah, and Subaru crew are instantly moving for the dragon. They know there are multiple people from Fnatic in the top lane. They should be able to figure it out. Now going on to move.
Oh, they're going in towards Moops, but he will throw the barrel down. That's knocking Peke straight out of there. This dragon is going to be secured. It's going down actually really, really slowly at the moment for the Super Hot crew. Meanwhile, Soaz pushing this top turret. They're going to be able to steal away the blue buff as well.
So the only thing Fnatic actually gained on this at the moment was the blue buff. They didn't get the kill on Mimer, he managed to escape. They lost the bot turret and now also the dragon. And Subaru is simply going to say, you know what, we'll just take your blue buff.
Yep, you stole our blue buff, so I will be taking yours as well. However, Cyanide is waiting just off at the backside. Not going to matter though, my Impaler will actually do the damage there. And the blue buff was, in fact, picked up by Mimer. So, all good on that front. That leaves us with, right now, just 100 or 150, 200 gold separating these two teams. Very, very close at this point. Super Hot crew, of course, with that first turret of the game down bottom.
And now we just have to keep an eye on how Subaru wants to play this bot lane. The turret is gone from Fnatic's side, so if they decide to push it out, they're in a very risky situation where they can actually be ganked very easily by Cyanide and maybe also Peke roaming down. So we need to see if they just want to shove it out a little bit and then maybe rotate to the mid lane.
Impala doing his red as well. We'll see if he actually gets involved anywhere. We've not seen him use that Grand Skyfall yet, just hitting that level 6 point. So we'll see if he actually gets involved anywhere around the map after this one. Peke, of course, after that early gank attempt from Impala, is already past his level 6 point, so he'll be feeling a little bit safer or a little bit more daring maybe should things become aggressive for them.
Yeah, we really have to keep an eye on Cyanide, where he's going and when he's going to pop his ultimate. If Peke is nearby, he can follow up on it, as we talked about before, and they can really set up some fairly easy kills, and they need Peke to get the early kills. They need to get him rolling so this pick comp can really work.
Cyanide here is sneaking up towards this top lane. Should be able to get into that brush without being spotted. And Mima is still hanging around, but we'll see about that one. Mima right now doesn't have a flash available to him, so obviously he used that earlier, getting away from that push in the top lane. And there we go, Assault and Battery comes down. Mima going to get taunted up as well. I'm not sure he'll escape from this one. Pops his dominance. There's a flash from Cyanide and finishes off for the second kill here for Fnatic.
And Cyanide is really doing work once again. He's being so aggressive. Second kill, he's doing the right ganks at the right time, and he's really using to his advantage the fact that they can set up these double CC ganks with the Shen up top lane or in the bot lane for the first blood.
Now let's have a look down at some of the CS here, and we can see that actually Reckless holding that advantage that he's got over Mr. Ross. Meanwhile, Moop's going up to try and have a bit of a steal on those raids. Peke pulls it into the brush and it actually resets itself there, and they're going to have a little tussle from this one. Moop's, of course, got a ward down and had that vision of the big raid, but in the end, that doesn't really amount to anything. The farm, by the way, between them, heavily in favor of Peke right now. It's 95 to 77.
And it's actually how it should be, due to the fact that Gragas have Grand Skyfall missing. Is he going for him?
Yeah, actually, Mandrop coming in didn't really do a lot. Peke used one charge of his ultimate to get away and then laid down a good portion of damage on towards Impala straight away after that. In the end, though, no kills coming in. So 10.5 minutes down in this game. We can see that Fnatic slightly edging out in the gold lead once again, but it's still only 250, 300 gold between them.
But back to the mid lane matchup. Peke is supposed to win this early because he's having the advantage that he can arrest from a distance, where Gragas has to go in and either wave clear or clear the minions with his Q, or then go in and simply auto attack it, and that means he can easily hit him. And now, sieging this mid turret from Super Hot Fruit's side.
Looking for the tower. Peke got hit by the Dark Binding in there. They've got 4 men in middle right now, Super Hot Crew, but with those minions all starting to come in, they have to back away. They've spotted Yellow Star off to the side as well, and they know that a good Solar Flare might cause trouble for them. In the end, they just back away from that one. Reckless going back down this bottom lane. That's going to give him even more CS. He's going to hit 20 CS lead in just a second from this one. BF Sword for him. On the other side, actually, BF Sword for Mr. Rolls on Draven, along with a long sword, and both of them got that Doran's Blade in there from earlier as well. So at this point, still pretty passive, and we saw there with that middle turret push that neither team really wanted to be risking anything.
Yeah, it was more or less Super Crew not knowing what to do with their bot lane. They had to just move the mid lane because they couldn't push out bot further. Reckless, he more or less just stayed bot lane, farmed it out and shoved it into the turret, and then everything reset and nothing happened from it. The BF Sword on Draven means, though, if there should be a fight in this bot lane, he will have a lot of damage. Now, Silent coming in.
They're going to go on towards Mr. Ross, but he actually gets away. Black Shield stops that Assault and Battery, and the Solar Flare coming in, but they go in towards Mixer. Mandrop going to come down. Mixer surely going to die. Yellow Star has to flash in for it, and he's taken a lot of turret hits. Will be finished off there by Mr. Ross. That will be a 1-for-1 down bottom.
And Mixer is showing why Morgana support is so strong against this heavy engage combo from Fnatic. He managed to Black Shield everything, and now they're going on Peke.
There is the stun on towards Peke. Where's he going to go? The barrel missed, or really dodged there from Peke. I thought it might have come down earlier from Moops, but he was waiting until the stun from Pantheon ran out so that he could keep control. In the end, it cost them a kill. Super Hot Crew moving with 2 men towards mid. They might have a good bit of damage onto the tower.
There's nobody from Fnatic nearby to try and defend this one. The nearest is Yellow Star. He's running all the way from the base and now teleporting in from Peke. Very smart, stopping the push.
TP straight in there. Nothing further to do here for the Super Hot Crew, aside from Impala going up towards the Wraiths and stealing away that big one before backing away, and in good time as well, because both Peke and Yellow Star had come around to defend those creeps. So let's have a look at the top lane here. Although it is a very, I think we can call it a stagnant top lane between Shen and Renekton. The farm pretty much bang on even. We see that both players moving up towards those Sunfire Capes.
The fact that farm is bang on even actually benefits both Fnatic and Source quite a lot, because he's going to be so tanky in the end on Shen, while Mima, he's going to fall off to the late game, and in the end, you want to have this global pressure from Shen. You want to have this mega tank who can just taunt or try at least to taunt Mistral if there isn't a black shield, and then survive a lot of the damage and tank more or less the entire Super Hot Crew team for as long as possible. So it benefits Fnatic quite a lot, the fact that Source is keeping up in farm.
Dragon is now live as well. We see the pink ward going down there, and Fnatic got positional advantage on this one, at least for now, with 3 men just hanging around. We can see the Impaler moving down. We'll see Mixer coming in here as well with that Morgana, and Moops will join in the party as well as they do throw that Dark Binding out. No one actually hit by that one. In fact, Peke was just sat on the top side. They're trying to get rid of this pink ward, taking them a little while, but that will fall, and that will make them feel a lot safer with their vision already in place. There's the pink from Dragon. Super Hot Crew starting off.
And now, we have ultimate ready on Source. He can join the fight whenever he wants to, if we see an engage from Fnatic. They might be going in.
Oh, the charm actually landed on towards Mimer. He pops his dominance, but they've gone in on towards Cyanide. Will he go down? Yes, he will. And now they push forward for even more. Mimer actually has to back away. Dragon didn't go down. Moop's actually going to take a lot of damage. Peke uses one more charge. The orb goes through, catches him with the true damage on the way back. And that is a 3-for-1 here for Fnatic. And he opens up the Dragon.
It was a kill though for Draven. He managed to get some gold from his Adoration stacks, and that's what he needs. He already picked up the Bloodthirster, and the more kills he can keep on, if he can keep farming and keep getting kills, he will be so strong in the end and might even be able to carry Super Hot Crew. But they need to make sure he's not picking up more kills. This time around, they didn't focus him down, but they still won the fight.
Oh, the big boomerang coming in there from Reckless though, underneath that tower causing some problems, and Soaz, who must have enough gold at this point now for that Sunfire Cape to be actually finished off. Is going to become a bit of a nuisance in this top lane. Obviously, it's going to be Pantheon really that stops him from doing that, that actually pushes in, you know, and comes out with the Grand Skyfall, but he can't go fully globally on that one. Global E. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I think we actually didn't touch about at all the fact that when Peggy used his teleport in the mid lane, they gave up some of the pressure. Now they're actually starting the Dragon once again. Will Super Hot Crew try and stop this one?
Well, just by being there right now, it seems they've managed to stop that one from happening. Fnatic back away in towards that blue off, but Super Hot Crew didn't have a full team there. They do now, actually. 3 of them coming up from that bottom side, or 2 of them because Renekton's here on that turret with Mimer. Fnatic actually playing this one pretty wisely. In fact, they've managed to get the taunt down on towards Impaler. Barrel comes out from Gragas. Let's stop things happening.
Well, Black Shield is down now, so if Fnatic wants to engage, this is the time for them. Cyanide is not having his ultimate ready though, so they want to wait for this one.
Oh boy, Dark Binding goes on towards Yellow Star, but is he really the target that you want to jump in there and completely take out? He'd probably get a Solar Flare off before he went down, and you could argue with that, he's probably done his job either way, and both teams here just lining up in middle, bit of a showdown.
Bit of a showdown. Nobody really wants to engage here. It's a bit too close to the turret for both teams to actually do something. Fnatic, they have the advantage engage-wise, because Super Crew, they rely on the fact that Pantheon can jump in and actually land his ultimate on certain people and then stun them up, and then the rest of Super Crew can follow up.
Look, Fnatic have now pushed that mid wave out, and they're going to head down towards the Dragon Pit once again. Super Hot Crew already following them down there. See the tanks at the front of things. Yellow Star will stick in at the front as well. How's this going to get started?
There's some very good ward coverage though from Super Hot Crew. They want to make sure they always know where Peck is when the fight starts. If he can actually get around and flank and try and hit Mr. Rales from the side, it's going to be very hard for Super Hot Crew to do anything about it. So they're very nice ward coverage, and it means they're fairly safe to move in and start a fight.
Dragon is going to get started off here by Fnatic. We can see how cautious they're playing this one. Soaz actually stood on top of a wall. They land in, they taunt on towards Mimer. Here comes the man drop from Pantheon at the back. Reckless is caught with the Dark Binding. That's bad news for him. Is he going to go down? He actually flashes away, but the Ignite's ticking. Moops gets that kill. There's the second one for Moops as well. Can they pick up any more? Do they want any more from this? They've got to, and they wanted that Dragon.
So a perfect, first of all, Grand Skyfall coming in, joining the fight, and the Dark Binding on Reckless was the key thing in this team fight. Locking him up there, they got a kill on him, and he barely did any damage because he had to flash out, and he even died after flashing.
There is the Dragon, smited out as well by Impaler, so really good job. The second of 2 Dragons of the game so far goes over to the Super Hot Crew.
And at the same time, if we go back to the fight, Source only managed to land his taunt onto Mimer. He's not the target you want to lock up. We need Source to go into the backline of Super Hot Crew and hit multiple people in there, especially the Moops and Mr. Rales if he can. And then they can follow up on this. They managed to hit absolutely nothing in the backline of Super Hot Crew with any of their abilities, so they simply just lost the fight.
Rexes with a couple of different items coming in. Both of the top laners now got that Sunfire cape in there. Gragas, the Blasting Wand, and the Athene's Unholy Grail. Similar over the other side, really, for Peke. Athene's Unholy Grail already done. In fact, if we look at the junglers, they're also on a similar item path.
Yeah, very actually funny enough. Everyone kind of building the same. Scaling-wise, the Fnatic side will, if again they can get the right team fights, they have such a good combo for locking down targets and killing them. Super Hot Crew, they need to do what they did here. Make sure the Fnatic can never reach them in the backline, have some good black shields from Mixer to stop all the engage, and then simply just destroy Fnatic while they keep kiting backwards and backwards, and then jump in the end with the Grand Skyfall.
Blue buff for Peke. See if he goes home after this. Lost a lot of health doing so, and there is the recall for him. Impaler, meanwhile, getting some wards down on the top side of that Fnatic jungle. This middle turret being real hard so far for Super Hot Crew to actually take down. And with the orb coming out of Ahri, the boomerang coming straight out from Sivir as well, those waves just disappear.
And that's one of their bad things about Draven. You're not very good at pushing turrets together as a team. We see Grand Skyfall coming on source in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure he cares too much about that one. Actually, will just taunt his way out of that one, and he waits in the brush, which might actually come to cost him a little while. Draven throwing out the ultimate there. There's still a couple of minions into tank things up for Fnatic, but not really more than 1 or 2 auto attacks able to be returned onto that lane.
And as long as Mr. Riles can avoid dying, his adoration stacks keep going up, and Move's actually going aggressive on source.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit careful with this one. I was going to say there's a teleport for Peke in this, and he's going to actually walk away. There's the barrel. It's only going to push them closer in the end, and there is the kill. Peke finishes off with the orb.
And very nice teleport. Super Crew were not ready for it at all. Otherwise, Move would never have gone this aggressive. It leaves the mid lane open, but Regus is there. He can try and defend, and also Starlight coming in from the side.
Will they be able to stop this one? Cyanide does come in, but the turret does go down. There is the Zenith Blade landing in. Can they finish things off? Yellow Star will throw down his Solar Flare. It's Mixer that will be the focus. They need to kill him before he ulti procs, and that's what they do. Meanwhile, we did see Vi go down as well. Impaler picking up that kill, and Impaler flashed away. Meanwhile, Peke taking the bottom turret while he was already down there.
And I absolutely love this kind of Fnatic where they're going back to what worked for them at Worlds with this double global. That's a teleport on Peke and then the ultimate onto Source. But this time around, first teleport to bot lane, pick up a kill for Peke's side, and then instantly after they engage in the mid lane and Source just jumps in with his ultimate, and they constantly make the better team fights for Fnatic.
I think that was a wise decision to start backing away there as well. Just, I think one more auto attack, maybe 2, would have taken out that middle turret, but with Mima coming down the river and the rest of Super Hot Crew rejoining into things, that would have been more dangerous than it was possibly worth for Fnatic in the grand scheme. So let's have a look at the gold here, and again, it's really a small gap between the two teams. Around about 300 gold is all that separates, and that's just nothing.
It is more or less nothing, and it actually shows how close this game has been. Both teams are playing really well early game. We've seen very few mistakes, and only one bad team fight from Fnatic's side, which meant that Super Crew could get a few kills and get back in the game. But so far it's been very even, and it opens up for seeing how good Fnatic are now when it comes to rotations and calls in the mid game. Because this is where they need to shine. This is where they need to show that they can manage to out-rotate Super Hot Crew and pick the right fights.
This is the point of the game where they've struggled in previous games, as well as we said in the pre-game to this match, that's where they've really had problems in turning any kind of lead, really, or even trying to come back from games. They've just not had the power in that phase of the game, and Super Hot Crew have impressed us when it comes to that kind of thing. So certainly a difficult scenario still for Fnatic. As we said, Super Hot Crew certainly an informed team right now.
One thing we haven't touched too much on is the fact that Draven haven't died yet, which means he's constantly getting his stacks going, and he's actually building into Infinity Edge as his second item, not even going for more attack speed other than his boots. So he's going straight on to just hit very hard every single time he auto-attacks someone, and also his ultimate will do a lot of damage.
Let's have a look down some of the items while we see both teams pretty much just farming up at this stage of the game. The AD carries in particular, Bloodthirster for both of them. Last Whisper is already done for Reckless. On the other side of the things, the Infinity Edge on its way out for Mr. Riles.
Yeah, and that's the thing again, we have completely different item builds for the AD carries. One is building towards, I'm gonna kill the tanks, and the other one is building towards, I'm just gonna kill whatever comes close to me, because I'm gonna hit so hard, and if I can land a crit with such a high amount of AD, I can make everyone drop low, and the rest of my team can then finish them.
See, once he actually gets enough cash to go back and pick that one up. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams just getting themselves here in middle. No surprises really, who's not with the rest of the team in the middle lane. Shen is down the bottom there, so I was going to be pushing that one up. He's up to 164 CS, and kind of similar to his last performance actually on Shen, where he had 14 assists, 1 death, no kills. He's doing similar here, and that's the beauty almost of the Shen. Get your taunts in there, get your ultimates down, and pick up the assist, help your team.
Yeah, exactly. And now due to Mimir being top lane without any teleport, any form for global, Fnatic could actually take this mid turret fairly uncontested. So as he's just going to keep doing this over and over again. And the more assist he gets and less amount of kills, it's actually perfect, because you don't need Shen to get kills. You don't need him to be able to carry. You need him to be this mega tank, and you need him to apply this global pressure. Now he needs to be careful though, because the rest of Super crew is closing in on him.
Will they be able to get away from this one? There's a flash in from Moops. That's very aggressive. The rest of the team were going to be coming down from this one. So as will actually flash. Will he escape? Probably not now, as the barrel will knock him back into their territory. Draven coming in as well, and it is Mr. Rals that finishes off.
And that was such a good play by Subar crew, because the dragon has now spawned, which means it's going to be a 4v5 if they started fast. If they wait, Source will have ultimate, and he's up in 28 seconds, and he can join down. It seems though Fnatic are just backing off and letting Subar crew have it. Very nice move by them.
Yep, and that is going to give the gold lead swing back over to the Super Hot crew. You look at those statistics there, 3 dragons out of 3. They've done really, really well on that objective control. They're tied in turrets at this point. Of course, every single outer turret on the map is now down. What's the next step for both of these teams?
One thing I just need to highlight before we go on to that point is the fact that Mr. Rales picked up 462 bonus gold from his adoration stacks. He actually managed to pick up the kill onto Source. That is such a huge power spike for him. And now with the dragon as well, he should be able to go back and buy his Infinity Edge and also start towards the next item.
Well, you're perfectly right with that one. There is the Infinity Edge and a pickaxe still there for that last Whisper that will be coming next for him.
Exactly, so once he picks up the last Whisper, Source, who's actually going full armor to try and lock him down, will have a very hard time even tanking him, even though he has this full armor build. And it also means, with the full armor Shen, that Moops, if he can land some barrels before the fight starts, he can do a lot of damage to Source and get him fairly low, so it's very risky for him to engage. Unless, of course, Source is just split pushing all the time and waiting for the rest of Fnatic before joining in.
Speaking of Soaz, look at this top lane trying to bring Mimir into things. Mimir just going to get himself straight out of there, you know, not messing around. Viad come up to that top side, and to be honest, Mimir really tanky at this point. Got the workings of his Randuins in there with that Warden's Mail, the Sunfight, and the Spirit Visage.
And Mimir is not going for any split pushing kind of builds. He's just saying, I want to be full tanky because I know Shen is going to do the same. I want to be able to survive as long as possible against this Fnatic lineup, and if he can get Pekka to use all his abilities on Mimir and he can still survive it, he's been doing the best kind of tank job he can. It's more or less just his only plan. He's not here to kill anyone, he's just here to be annoying and tank up as much damage as he can. The thing we haven't, I just noticed actually, is the DFG onto Ahri. It really signals pick comp. We want to find a target and we just want to instant kill it, pretty much no matter who it is, except for maybe Mimir.
Which is something that Fnatic, I remember having an interview with Soaz, he said that's the style that we really, really love to play. Set up those traps around and just pick people off one by one. One way to get around that, though, is a lot of wards from Super Hot Crew. And we can already see, if you look at the bottom side of their jungle, it's full of Fnatic men right now that are stood on most of the wards, but they've got decent vision in there. We are actually going to see the Talisman popped here. That's going to force Reckless to pop his ultimate.
Very nice actually, ultimate by Reckless to escape. He didn't want to take any chance in this one. Now the rest of Super Crew, you want to try and go for something.
Oh, there is a Solar Flare coming down. Yellow Star is very much in trouble, but Impaler himself will go very low from this one. We see a killer piece coming down. Cyanide now the focus on the top side. Can they get onto him? There is Soaz getting slowed, but he's right at the front. He's doing his job, but will it cost him his life here? Yes, it will. Moops will actually finish that one off. Mixer went low, but he flashed back in towards that mid lane. Got away. Fnatic didn't want any more, and in the end, that's a 2-for-1 for the Super Hot Crew.
And this was Super Hot Crew during the engage. They started the fight. They wanted to fight right here. Fnatic, they need to be in a situation where they pick the targets, where they pick the fights. They were not. Every single time it's been the even fight in mid lane, or just in general even fight, Super Hot Crew have won it. This time around, they didn't get a kill onto Mr. Rales, but they still managed to get a kill on multiple other people, especially Moops, who picked up a kill.
Okay, doing some damage down on bottom lane and just recalling out before anything can really come in there. So let's have a look how that last engagement actually all went down.
Notice here again, Super Crew, they are aware Fnatic is in here. It might be Fnatic actually stunning up Impaler first, but that is perfect for Super Crew because they want them to go on this Pantheon and Mimir. Look how much damage he took. He didn't die before Peg actually came in from the bottom side here, managed to pick up the kill. And the Black Shield on Mr. Rallis really shows priority for Super Crew. They want to make sure that nothing can lock him down. This simply means from here on, they can just chase Fnatic down. And Source, he's the full tanky, he's not able to kill anyone, so he's more or less dead because the rest of Fnatic have to back away.
Mixer did get hit with a lot of damage there. We saw him right at the end just flashing away. It took him a while after coming out of that charm, but 2 for 1, very happily taken by the Super Hot Crew. Still behind in terms of kills, but ahead in towers and crucially ahead in gold at this point. Only 2,000 though. It's still not a massive difference that separate these two teams out. Again, Peke with that DFG got a needlessly large rod now added in again, waiting for those picks. He's going to get the charm on towards Impaler, but Impaler just not taking that much damage here.
But we have Teleport ready on Peke, and also Source has his ultimate, so now Fnatic needs to just try and split push. But Super Crew is doing a very good job of simply not making it possible for Fnatic. They just run as a team, and they constantly try and pressure Fnatic elsewhere, somewhere on the map. So Peke, he can't even go push. He needs to stay with the team for at the moment.
The Super Hot Crew. I mean, this is another way to stop those picks happening. Get all together and get in the enemy jungle, because what is Peke going to be able to pick off in this scenario? Nothing.
Exactly, and you notice how Mimir and Impaler are always the two people running in first and staying in the front, because they want Peke to go on them. They want Peke to use everything he got onto the tanks, and then the rest of Super Crew can just come in and pick up the kills. Just like we saw in the last fight, where Impaler and Mimir simply ran into the face of Fnatic and just said, you know what, engage on us, we don't even care.
What is Super Hot Crew going to do now? I mean, we're half an hour into this game. Baron's certainly not out of the question, but with how close they are, will that happen? There is a Black Shield coming down. That's going to stop the Assault and Battery really doing anything. Talisman popped as well from Mixer. They're going to split up from this one. Soaz doesn't have the range on the taunt. Super Hot Crew just getting a ward down. A little bit dangerous.
This Morgana pick, they instant locked it after the sword, the Leona and Vi being taken by Fnatic, and it simply means that every single time Mixer is near someone and they want to engage, they can't, because the Black Shield is going to be coming down and stopping all the CC. We saw here, Impaler just running away.
Pretty much the counter to Vi in that scenario. I mean, there's literally nothing that Cyanide can do once he targets in there. Oh, Black Shield on you, you're all safe. Dragon is up once again. Super Hot Crew going to be looking for it, and this time around they're taking it very quickly. Mimir actually keeping both Yellow Star and Peke busy down the bottom. That is another Dragon coming in. Will they try and pick off anyone? Yellow Star going to get stunned up. It's Mimir that took most of the damage. Here comes the man drop. Is he going to get the stun in there? Talisman was used by Yellow Star to get them away, but Moops is coming around the side. Who's he going in for? He went for Peke, who used the charge of his ultimate to just get to the other side of the barrel, which actually knocked him further to safety.
Now, Fnatic was completely out of position when this Dragon started, so Super Crew could pick it up for free. The Grand Skyfall from Impaler wasn't in position. He put it way too, passively, so he couldn't try and catch Fnatic out, even though Moops was actually coming from the side. Smart enough though, Moops decided to use his ultimate simply to force out pickers.
Once again, Soaz gets into the routine of just pushing straight down, this time onto that inner top lane turret, and actually doing a good job. 2/3 of the HP gone from that already. It's Moops that actually came over to defend that one. And how are they going to deal with this Shen? Because obviously they can't really take Moops up there to stop that split pushing on a constant basis and defend in other areas as well, because they'll just get caught out by a simple numbers game.
But that's the way you deal with split pushing, especially when it comes to someone like Shen, is that you go somewhere else and then you force a fight. You force Shen to teleport in so he's not split pushing anymore, and then it's just a few minions gonna hit your turret, and that's not gonna do too much. So as long as Super Crew can keep doing what they have been doing, grouping up as 5, moving into Fnatic's territory, and then start something or at least be a threat, then Source always have to be ready to teleport in, and that's how they can stop it. The way for Fnatic though to win is simply about not starting any fights. Split pushing with Peke in one side, with Source in the other one, or actually at the moment together. Notice how Peke, he's unnoticed up there. They want someone to come up and try and clear the wave, and then they can join in. Now Yellow Star catching on Impaler.
Going on towards Impaler, but again we do see that Black Shield coming in. Impaler being saved from quite a lot of those effects coming down, but now he's a little bit out of position. They've actually gone towards Moops. There comes the ultimate out of Mix, so he gets knocked away from it, and Yellow Star will be the first man to go down. They probably will chase on this one as well. There's the man drop coming in. Who are they going to get for it? Charm lands on towards Peke. Can they keep going? There is the flash stun going down. Cyanide and Peke both below half HP. Super Hot Crew keep going for this one. Mima it is that's going towards Peke, and here comes Mr. Rolls. Are they going to be able to get in there in time though with Reckless's position? Actually, we do see Gragas coming around the side. He's got no barrel, there's no flash available, but it might be pure damage that gets Peke. It will be. The barrel lands and they keep going. Impaler jumped off towards the minions. Fnatic finally going to back away, but they've only lost their support. Both Peke and Yellow Star are down here.
And exactly the same kind of fight. We have seen it so many times this game. Impaler is actually the one they go for when the fight starts from Fnatic's side. And that is not the right target. Now, oh, Source being caught out.
Luckily for him, Shadow Dash was up and he just got himself straight out of there as Impaler dove his way. Walls put down by the Baron. We can see that Super Hot Crew going to be going home from this one and guessing to spend up a decent amount of cash. Actually, there's 2,400 gold for Gragas to spend. Already got Death Cap in there with the Void Staff as well.
It's a very, very scary Gragas to deal with. And we see again, whenever Fnatic picks these fights where Super Hot Crew are together, they simply don't get anything from it. Super Hot Crew, first they trade 1 for 1, but Super Hot Crew could just keep chasing up, picking up another kill onto Peke. And Fnatic, they don't have the damage and they don't have the tankiness at the moment to have this 5v5. They need to catch someone out, and not Impaler. They've tried now twice, Black Shield stopped it twice, and put them in bad situations.
Bottom lane actually pushing up there nicely for the Super Hot Crew means that Peke first going to have to go down there. Super Hot Crew are currently gathered around by the Baron pit. Of course, Peke does have teleport. We shouldn't forget that one. Pink Ward coming down there. Mima's going to get the better of that one. Super Hot Crew starting off the Baron. Mima's just going to play a meat shield position here and keep them out.
And there's no vision for Fnatic. Now there is. Will Peke try and teleport in to stop this?
Well, Baron's already super low, and there it is. Super Hot Crew going to take it, and they may look for the fight. There's the talisman pop. Mima beasting them up at the front as the man drop comes in as well. They're going to stun out Soaz. Mima still only at half HP, actually. They get away from Mixer's ultimate. There is a good solar flare. Fnatic starts to turn things around. They've caught moves at the back. Fnatic, Peke will actually get away from this one. Super Hot Crew take the one single kill there onto Cyanide. Lots of flashing health bars, but only one kill.
And did you see the damage from Mr. Alice onto Peke? 2 hits and Peke had to flash out of the get out of the fight. He dropped down all the way to 10% from 2 hits from Mr. Alice. That is scary. This time around, Fnatic actually managed to get around Super Hot Crew and get in from behind, but they managed to go into moves and not Mr. Alice, so it meant that it didn't actually do too much and it didn't even manage to pick up a kill. And everything for Super Hot Crew has been working out, and every time Fnatic tries to fight, it's simply not going in their way.
So let's have a look at some more items after all that craziness went down. We can see that the Warmogs has now come in for Impaler. Brutalizer in there as well. Does have another Giant's Belt on top of it. Pretty tanky along with that Renekton.
Yeah, it's actually very smart by Impaler to more or less stack HP, because if you want to be able to be tanky versus both physical and magic damage, HP is actually the best thing you can do, because it's HP. If you go full armor, then Peke would be able to more or less one-shot him every single fight. If he went full MR, he wouldn't be able to deal with Reckless.
Timing it going in towards Peke. He himself has Randuin, Spirit Visage, and that Sunfire Cape, and a Chain Vest coming in as well. So we saw in that last fight, Mima just in their faces, in the middle of the Fnatic team for a good amount of time until the rest of the Super Hot Crew came around from Baron.
And that was the thing we talked about earlier, how Mima went full tank. Because you want to be able to do the same job as Source, simply just being in the face of Reckless or Peke all the time, and making sure they use all the time on hitting him. Even if Mima should die, the rest of his team should have had enough time to pick up some kills themselves and then win the fight anyway.
Super Hot Crew with that Baron Bus still running, moving down, and here comes the man drop right into the back. The charm will hit Mixer. They do manage to get the stun on towards Peke. He uses his ultimate to actually get away, and Mr. Rawls in the meantime threw his down, did a little bit of damage, not too much on towards Peke, but that's what they came for. The turret takedown, they've managed to get that one as well, and now with the zoning of those Gragas barrels, they're going to look to get some damage onto the in-him turret as well.
They can more or less stay here and keep Source here as well, so he can't push anywhere and just keep pushing in Fnatic all the time. Try and land a barrel from moves. He's having a lot of damage at the moment. If he hits both his barrel and his ultimate, the squishy members from Fnatic are almost dead.
Not to forget Mixer, who could possibly land a Dark Binding onto anyone who's trying to defend it from the front.
And Mr. Rales just crit a minion for 1253. So let's not forget about the Draven damage. If a fight should break out and they can't get to him due to the Black Shield, he's going to be able to just destroy everyone. And look at the damage.
There is the damage coming down, and it's an ultimate use, but Super Hot Crew will be happy with it. Actually, that's a good two-man taunt, but will it be good in the end for them? Cyanide going low. Turret is actually still alive. Mime are probably calling for the rest of the team to come back in and deal with that one. It's Mr. Rales that finishes it off in the end. Mime sticks it in at the front with that big tanky Renekton, staying up close and personal. Peke is at less than half HP. He needs to be real careful. There's a talisman. There's the stun. Peke is dead. There is actually the solar flare coming down, but the ultimate coming out from Mixer will lock all three men up in that fight. Soaz did try and get away, but now they focus Yellow Star. He was stunned up from Pantheon, and one by one, Fnatic falling from this one. Reckless is trying to get away from Mima, who's tanking up the turrets. I think he might pull this one out, but there's a double kill from Mr. Rales from the inhibitor. Brilliant play, an ace for the Super Hot Crew, and surely they can win the game here.
And Super Hot Crew is just playing this teamfight combo so perfectly. Fnatic, they need to try and pick up targets. They haven't been able to because Super Hot Crew has been running together all the time, and that's why they win this game.
Well, the Nexus turret's already been focused down here by the Super Hot Crew. The second one is going to fall. They had to tank it up a little bit at the end, but it'll be all fine. We see 10 seconds until Peke comes back up. It's not going to be enough. Super Hot Crew take down Fnatic, and the run continues on both sides of the coin for this one. Super Hot Crew continue their fine run of form, but Fnatic is now 6 games without a win.
Respect for Fnatic to try and go back to something that worked for them in the past, the double global, and then having this pick comp. But Super Hot Crew, they just played so good against them. They knew exactly what to do. We never saw them being caught out alone. They kept together as a group, and then Mr. Rales kept farming and farming. He got kills pretty much in every single fight, so he popped his adoration stacks, and he got this extra gold. And then the rest of Super Hot Crew as well. The 2 tanks in the front line, Mima and Impaler, they were just on point every single time. They walked in first, Fnatic had to use abilities on them, and they did absolutely nothing.
And Mixer, I have to say, at the end specifically,
yes, of course.
3-man ultimate that went off. He finished 0-6-14, which is not a magnificent score, but alone for the Black Shields in those games. How many times did he save? Mainly Impaler when the Assault and Battery came down, puts the shield on, does nothing.
The LCS big play for me was instant locking that Morgana. It completely destroyed the entire combo Fnatic have, because every time they tried to catch someone out, Mixer was there, and we just, as you said yourself, we saw the Black Shield in action, and every single team fight, put it onto Draven or put it onto whoever Fnatic is focusing, and they couldn't lock them down.
Well, guys, remember that you can let us know what you think were the biggest plays of the day by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCSBigPlays to tell us exactly what you found cool in that one. I have to just say, first time Draven for Mr. Rales, 5-0-9. Fully stacked out there by the end, and as you said, just before that last fight kicked off, he was hitting like a train. Incredible.
It really helps, though, that your entire team is working so well, and that especially your front line, and then also you have the support with a Black Shield. It really makes the life for Draven very easy, and he could just focus on farming and then going crazy in team fights.
So, with the positives out of the way, I have to do it here, Deficio. We have to look at the negative side of things. Fnatic now 0-for-6. Again, I mean, it doesn't get much of a tankier top lane, or more, I don't want to say standard top lane right now, because Shen has become less and less standard, but certainly against Renekton, we're seeing it more and more. It didn't work out for them once again. Where were the problems? They were looking for these pick combos, they didn't really get them. Is that where, again, the mid-game plan just wasn't really existent?
First issue was the champ select itself. They didn't even think about his Morgana pick. They banned away Elise against Impaler, who's openly said that he prefers Pantheon, he prefers all these different kind of junglers. They use a ban on Elise, and they completely forget about Morgana, which Mixer actually played in the past.
Yeah.
And we've seen him do to great success before. They didn't even think about it when they did this pick comp. And then in the game, they tried to set up the picks they could, but they simply, due to Super Group playing so well, they didn't have any damage in team fights, and then in the end, they couldn't get the picks they needed, and that's why you lose with that combo.
Well, brilliant performance from the Super Hot Crew. Guys, we're going to take a couple of minutes to refresh our health bars after that one, but when we come back, Shox and Demon will be speaking with Moops from the Super Hot Crew, and then it's SK Gaming and Alliance taking to the stage. Question is, will Froggen and crew have what it takes to beat Svenska and SK? Stay tuned to find out. He needs to be real careful. There's the talisman. There's the stun. Pekka is dead. There is actually the solar flare coming down, but the ultimate coming out from Mixer will lock all three men up in that fight. Soaz did try and get away, but now they focus Yellow Star. He was stunned up from Pantheon, and one by one, Fnatic falling from this one. Reckless is trying to get away from Mima, who's tanking up the turrets. I think he might pull this one out, but there's a double kill.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are joined by Moops. We're looking for the super hot crew after yet another win, and this time versus Fnatic. Tell me, going into picks and bans, how'd you plan to pick them apart?
Well, before we went into the game, we wanted to play Draven, and they picked Leona and Sivir, which is pretty weak in lane. That's why they lane swap. And also they pick Vi and Leona, and Morgana is really, really good against that because you can shield Vi ulti and Leona ulti, and yeah, that's it. And first pick Gragas because I only pick Gragas. So.
I mean, was there any bans or picks you were expecting coming out from Fnatic? Obviously, you got yourself your Gragas first pick. Was that always in the plan?
We expected them to ban Gragas actually, but yeah, except that maybe Vi, but they prefer to pick her. Yeah, that's it.
Tell me a little bit more about the Draven pick first off. Maybe, was it Mr. Ryle himself who wanted to play it, and why go for that one?
Well, he played him like 10 times in a row in solo queue, and he thought that it was pretty strong. If you don't die in the lane and stack up, if you get a kill in mid-game, you get like 1k gold. So it's really snowball, and it's really good against Severe. So
let's talk about the start of the game, because it started off really well for Fnatic, and you guys just had to claw yourself in there. Was there any game plan going ahead when you started to fall back?
Well, we knew that we had late game because of Driven, and every time they got a lot of kills early game, but every time they got a kill, we got Drake or Turret, so it was not that bad. And then in mid game, we want 1 or 2 team fight, and then just take Nashor and finish the game.
Yeah, it was all about objective control, and you think that a team with 2 teleports would be able to do that a bit better. How was it playing against that specifically?
Well, it was hard to counter Shen because basically he has only armor, so Mimer couldn't deal with him, and I had to go. I could beat him easy because he had no magic resist, but every time I go on him, just RE TP on creeps or wards behind, so...
So obviously you're improving as a team. Have you started to develop any different methods as you approach games? Obviously we're into week 6 of the LCS now. You guys came in last minute, 2 days before we started. Do you feel you guys are confident now in the league? You're comfortable with your preps coming into the matches?
Well, first week and second week didn't go that well because we were not preparing for matches. We were just going, okay, let's see how it goes. Now we prepare a lot for every team. And you know a lot about every team now because it's already week 6, so yeah, preparation is really important.
Who is it in the team that comes up with strategies and such?
Mimer and Mr. Rales mainly. They always do the picks and ban, and in-game, Impaler do the calls.
Of course, SK Gaming coming up next. You guys are kind of in... I would say improve along with them. Yourselves and SK Gaming as a team really have grown over the last few weeks. Is there any comparisons you see against them? And do you feel is there anything of other teams that you think, I wish we were better at that?
Well, SK Gaming didn't start that well as well, and they are coming back like us. And I think they are just practicing really, really much because they have gaming house and not every team got, so they have more practice time. And also, Candy Panda is playing really, really well right now. Yeah, that's it.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations once again, Moops. And now we're going to hand it back over to Joe and the Fee Show for our next game.
Thank you very much, guys. Up next, it is time for SK Gaming to face off against Alliance. And of course, one of the most interesting things about this matchup is the battle in the bot lane, featuring former teammates Candy Panda and Nif on opposite sides of the rift. Shock's got to sit down with the 2 long-time friends to get their story.
It's Nif up against Candy Panda. This is the old duo partnership that honestly spans back, way back in Season 1. These guys have been together for absolutely years.
Let me start by asking you to describe maybe in a couple of sentences the history that's between you guys. Maybe you first, Adrian.
Well, we met in Season 1. We played DreamHack together. Then we played through Season 2, and then I left SK for like 3 months, and then I came back to play Season 3. And now again we disbanded, I guess you could say.
Yeah, you actually weren't at the Season 2 finals. What we heard then was that there was kind of a motivation problem with you or what was going on. Did you notice that, and were you kind of annoyed by that, or what was going on there?
I think in my eyes the team chemistry just didn't work out, like, because they were like arguing a lot and then had like...
If the same situation would be like now, I think it would be more handleable. But back then I was like young and stupid, I guess.
You guys played together for so long. You lived together, actually, for a while. Is there anything that really annoys you about each other or that you disagree about, be it about the game or outside of the game?
Sometimes when we trained together, like we had these moments when one of us did like something super stupid, and then the other one was like super mad, and we didn't even talk for some minutes to each other. But I guess that's just how it is, and then but you can't come over it, and then just play together again, and then it's gonna go better.
I was stressed. I had some bad moments. I want to win, and when it just goes bad, then I get frustrated. But yeah, I guess that's how it is.
Both got off to kind of a rocky start. Tell us about that. Maybe what could you learn from the other two and the other way around?
First of all, like N-Raider is a bit more aggressive than Nif. I think I like formed N-Rated into more like a Nif. Like if you could say it like that, because the style I play is like more carry heavy, where I like to carry and like my support is just supporting me.
What about you guys? You and Tabs, was there a big difference in aggressive and passive?
I think at the beginning we had some problems with like communicating a bit. Even if you play for quite a long time together, that you might not have the same thoughts about those specific situations.
Like each patch, you have to find your synergy again. Like you can't just build up your synergy like for over 3 years and just get better and better. You have to like find yourself again.
I totally agree. I think it's like you have to work every week, every day, pretty much to be on the same level as you want to be. And if you don't do that, you're gonna fall behind.
So you guys obviously played against each other a couple of weeks ago for the first time.
That's a hook on Candy.
That's a great hook and a great play, and you know what? He might be able to take him down all in his own setting. The play doing the job, but the Ignite stopping out. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. Nif gets the kill.
I wonder how that would have felt, the old support taking down his old AD carry party.
I was pretty sad. I was like, oh my god, he ignited me and I flashed away. And I had head for ticking and I still died.
Are you gonna beat him this time?
I mean, it's the even week. We will. It's like fate. You can't deny that. It's like
the Lions curse. Well, it's curse 1 week and then it's kind of like
luck.
luck.
That's the Super Week, you know.
Yeah, that's true. The Super Weeks are uneven weeks, so they always lose. But we're gonna beat them. Unless they ban Wayne, then we're gonna lose.
I told you you're gonna ban it.
You know what to do.
One problem less.
Don't even try.
Great to see that those guys are still friends, despite the fact that they're going to be facing off here today.
Ban Vayne. All I can say to this one, if they don't ban Vayne, I think Candy Panda is going to be very scary to deal with.
Well, we'll find out about that one. SK, of course, are coming in on the back of an amazing Week 5, where they beat both Fnatic and Gambit. And before that, they lost against the Wolves. Just to add, they also, before that, beat Roccat and Alliance as well. That's some big wins in the last 5 games.
There's a lot of big wins, and everything is working for SK Gaming. Svensson, he's being on fire, he's playing aggressive early game, and he's constantly setting up ganks, and he's actually making this bot lane survive whenever they pick the Vayne. He's always there, does an early gank, and then Candy Panda can get all the farm he needs. And Jesus and Freddy, they're just solid. They'll always at least go even in the lane. This means that SK Gaming, they can put more focus onto objectives, as all the players are getting the items they need to be really strong.
So you talked a lot about what they do right there. Are there any weak points in the SK game right now?
It is hard to point out anything bad, except they seem to only use one playstyle. It relies a lot on the aggressive jungler, and then they play these very teamfight-based champions that scale well into the late game, like Vayne, Trundle, and Orianna. This simply means that Svensson, he needs to keep performing, he needs to keep having this aggressive style early, or the very late game-based picks from SK. They simply won't get the farm they need, and then they're gonna start having a hard time in teamfights.
Well, once again for Alliance, the odd-numbered week proved to be unlucky as ever as they slumped to 2 more defeats. Good news is, it's week 6, it's an even week.
Yeah, Alliance, they looked a lot better versus Rocket, where they lost a close game with a very risky Baron move. The game versus Superhot Crew was a different story though. The main point for me was the difference between Taps and Nif, and then Mixa and Mr. Rales. Because Wicked and Froggen, they both won the lanes, but due to Impalers, aggression and also Mima's teleports on the bot lane onto Alliance, they simply lost the turret and also the dragon, which started the whole snowball for Superhot Crew.
And Tabs was looking very strong last season when he played, of course, for the Lemon Dogs. How's he performing this season, in your opinion, this time around for Alliance?
Tabs has been such a hit and miss player. He's been having very good weeks, but also terrible weeks. He's a monster again when Alliance is winning, with a KDA on 23.5. But then again, once they're losing, he's dropping all the way down to a KDA on 1.4. That is a huge difference. The main issue for him has been his position in teamfights, where he's often in the front line being caught, or he's making some weird flashes, and he really needs to start performing and play more safe, or the only threat on Alliance team is more or less Froggen that you have to shut down.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups for this game. Starting on the blue side with SK Gaming. They are Freddy in the top lane, Svensson in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, and the duo of Candy Panda and Enrated.
And on the red side, we have Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, we have Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Taps as the AD carry, and Nif on support.
So let's talk about champion select, because we're going to hit that in just a few moments here. Where do we see the overlaps, first of all, and where do we see the bans being aimed? Who are the important people to target?
You have to ban out Vayne, or you need to have some direct counter pick ready for it. I'm not sure if Alliance have that, or if they're just going to say, ban out the Vayne, we're not going to deal with it. Then we have the Kayle on Froggen, it's been very impressive. We've seen Jesus play Kayle a few times, and it's been kind of up and down. So Kayle could be one of the potential bans. And then we have something like LeBlanc. Because Froggen, again, he's been very good on LeBlanc, and we have these very safe laners from Jessis that he likes to play, and it's very hard for him to deal with a LeBlanc if he's playing like 6.
Well, let's have a look then, because we are in two of the bans and the picks, and the first two coming out quickly here, both aimed actually at the mid lane. Cartha's taken away from SK Long, with Varus on the other side. Kassadin, standard red side ban for Alliance.
It seems Alliance have been practicing some new stuff this week.
Yeah.
Because we have not seen a Cartha's ban or Varus ban before against Alliance, or even picking them. So it seems SK clearly knows what Alliance have been working on, and they're just banning it away. They don't want to deal with any of it.
Taking the troll away from Freddy122 here as well, Alliance for their second ban. And kind of expected, I think. Played Trundle in the last 2 games, played Renekton before that one, so Trundle gonna go out.
And that's the thing with Freddy. He's so good in lane that he will always get the farm he needs, and he's not even losing his turret. So taking away the Trundle means you won't have to deal with this late game monster that Freddy is, and also you don't have to think too much about his split pushing.
I was gonna say, the next question that I have is, will they ban Renekton and take away the stronger of the top lane options from this one? Actually, they do take out Renekton. Pantheon was taken away. It's left Elise open. SK wasting no time to take it for Svenskeren.
Again, Elise, Pantheon for Svenskeren. It is his 2 best champions, so it's easy choice for him. The Renekton ban actually hitting Wicked quite hard, because what is he going to fall back on? We've seen him play Malphite, but then again, he mainly plays Trundle and Renekton. Both are taken away, so it's going to be fun to see what Wicked will actually pick up, and also what is he going to build.
Irelia. No.
Could be.
I'd be very happy to see that make return, but it's not for now at least. As Sivir actually locked in here for Alliance. That's an interesting choice actually coming in. They've not played Sivir in this bottom lane for Tab so far. They also took the Wukong in the jungle. That's another first appearance for Alliance. Shuk not played it up until now.
And once again, the Sivir being picked. More and more teams in Europe seems to like her now. She's already very popular in NA and also in Korea. And she's simply, together with Wukong, they bring you this very nice engage. Because if you pop the ultimate when Wukong goes into stealth, it's going to be very easy for him to get into the back line and then pop his ultimate on SK Gaming. And you have the whole team fight starting where Alliance can just start rolling over. Sivir laning wise, she's actually fairly good. And she's able to deal with most champions except for maybe something like a Caitlyn. So we could potentially see him being picked up now that Vayne is open. So maybe they want to try and bait him into Caitlyn and then not into the Vayne.
Well, will he take Vayne? There's no real pressure on him to take it this early on. And in the end, we do see him hovering over not just Caitlyn, but Leona in there as well, possibly 4N rated.
So Leona against Sivir is not an easy matchup for Leona because it's hard for her to actually start the fight. If, however, she can get onto Sivir, it doesn't really matter that she spell cheats one of the stuns because she just has something else to lock her down. We did see the Caitlyn. She has such a huge advantage when it comes to auto-attacking onto the Sivir, and she can more or less harass Sivir out off the lane early and prevent her from getting a lot of CS. It might mean Alliance wants to lane swap.
So we see Alliance currently with...
Whoa!
Not being funny, but I did call it. Irelia in today here for Wicked, and the Morgana actually being picked up here as well for Alliance. I wish I called that Irelia with knowledge. It was actually just a bit of a jokey throw it out there, but it will be Irelia, and he has played a couple of games of it this week. I've seen Wicked playing that online, so interesting stuff.
Yeah, so the Irelia for Wicked, an old favorite. It shows again though, if you ban away these 2 champions, he has to find something new. He didn't want to go with the Malphite. Irelia lane-wise, we don't know what he's going to be against yet, but one of the reasons she kind of fell out was due to a mana cost being fairly high, so it's hard for her to actually really duel these very tanky champions in lane, so we'll see how he's going to perform. The Morgana one versus Leona, it is such a good pickup. We just saw it last game, how much Black Shield actually can do. And if you put it on to someone like Taps, you just give him all this free room to do a lot of damage in team fights.
Yeah, gets him away from a cocoon, from solar flares, then he's played. Take your pick from that one. We'll see though, because we see Mundo locked in here for Freddy122 in this top lane. No surprise there that, you know, with the bans that we've already seen targeted at that top lane, that he's going to go for that big beastie Mundo.
So Mundo is a very slow laner. It opens up for Wicked to actually get a lot of farm on really early, because Mundo is having a hard time punishing people. He really needs to get some levels, get some tankiness, and then once you get to the team fights, he's going to become this monster. So this should open up for a very good lane for Wicked. I still feel like Alliance might want a lane swap to avoid having Sivir against Caitlyn, simply to make sure Taps can get the farm they need, because they seem to have a very AD carry focused one with the Morgana as well to help out Taps if he gets the items needed. The 6 being locked in for Jessis. Once again, he loves to play these farm heavy champions. He loves to just stay in the mid lane, farm all the time, don't really have too much of an impact on the map except for throwing his ultimates. But if he can just get very farmed and maybe shut down Froggen, he will be in a good spot.
Yep, 10 kills he's picked up so far this season with Ziggs. It's Jesus in the mid lane. We'll see how he does this time around, and we will be seeing LeBlanc locked in actually in the end for Alliance and for Froggen, who honestly, you know, he's not played much LeBlanc. We know that he can play it. The one game that he did pick it though was against the Super Hot crew early on, right the way back in week 1 actually. They ended up losing that game.
They lost it, but Froggen actually had a very nice game because he got ahead early and then he roamed to the other lanes and started setting up kills. If he can do the same against Ziggs, he will be able to have a great impact. The dangerous thing is, Ziggs has a lot of early game poke onto LeBlanc. So if he can manage to hit pretty much all his skill shot early on, it's hard for Froggen to do too much. But then again, the disadvantage of Ziggs is the fact that LeBlanc can jump onto you and then she can get all her damage in, silence you, get the chains in and just start hammering you down. This mid lane matchup, we really have to keep an eye on how it's gonna go because both of them had to kill potential on each other.
And that top lane, something that we're going to have to be keeping an eye out on as well. We're going to see Aurelia for Wicked in the first time in, well, I can't even remember how long. I do not know the last time we actually saw him play. Sometime in Season 2, I can only really imagine.
It is a champion he can play, build Trinity Force first item on, and it actually fairly well. It works really well.
He likes his Trinity Force, and we'll let him off by building it with Aurelia. Not quite like we do with Malphite, though. Guys, you've been sending us your picks for today's matches, so let's see who you chose in this one. Looks like 60% of you actually going in favor of SK Gaming.
And nobody would have said this before the season, but SK have really proved how good of a team they are, and I also see them as slight favorites. But then again, this is Alliance. We're not really sure what team is showing up. If it's the really strong Alliance, we're in for an amazing game.
Well, the thing is, we can only look really at the form and the trends that we've got. It's an even play, an even numbered week here. And that's where they win their games. Lost everything in weeks 1, 3 and 5. Won everything in weeks 2 and 4. We'll see if that trend continues here as we get in game between SK Gaming and Alliance. Going to be an interesting one, this one, just to point out right at the very start. Both top laners running with the teleport this time around.
It's smart actually by Wicked because once again, Mundo is a very slow laner, so you have more or less a free lane to farm in, and by bringing the teleport, he can follow Mundo down if something should happen, if a dragon fight should open up or a fight in the bot lane, and he can come in there and he can try and take up a few kills. Notice also how he started Thorn's Blade. He's not fearing Mundo at all, and he really wants to harass him.
Really excited to see how this Aurelia comes in, because if he does well, it's probably not going to be the last time that we see Aurelia on the table for Wicked, and we'll even be able to draw some of those famous Aurelia bans, which kind of haunted him back in the day when his champion pool was a little bit lacking. Was he known for being a beast on that Aurelia, and not a lot else, to be brutally honest, I think, back in the day.
But that's kind of been the story for Wicked, actually, throughout his entire pro career. He only plays these 3 or 4 champions at a professional level, and teams often like to ban him out and force him on something else. And now we're going to see how, again, that really works. We haven't seen it in such a long time.
Well, so far, he's dodged one and caught one cleaver from Freddy, who's going to go straight in towards the brush there. Does a bit of damage, and another cleaver comes in, and Mundo walks away. Nothing really to be had in that top side of the map, but here are those wards coming down once again. We've seen them so often this time around. Svenskrum was ready for it, able to get it with the reset on the auto attack and take the ward out, put one of his own down.
It's not doing too big of a difference, as the ward was only for 1 minute, and SK Gaming are just backing off anyway to their blue buff.
So we do have a slight pause. We saw their Nif just leaving the game, so hopefully he shall be getting himself back in. He's just having a restart on his client, and we'll be able to get things back underway. And now he's playing that Morgana this time around, the first time that we've seen Alliance go in that direction.
Exactly, and if he can manage to do, like Mixa did in the last game, land all the black shields at the perfect times, he can make sure that Leona has no chance of ever engaging properly, and therefore give a big advantage to Alliance. And also, I think I just noticed, is the fact that Jessis, he picked up barrier, so he wants to make sure that he can survive some of the upfront bursts from Froggen, then try and hit him back and maybe get a kill on Froggen if he goes too aggressive.
I also want to point out the fact that one thing we've constantly said about Alliance is they've seemed to lack a strong personality in terms of shot calling. So we also said that really about SK Gaming in the earlier stage of the season, but in the last 5 games, SK have been on a completely different level. They look like a new team compared to that early season SK.
And everything more or less just worked for them. Everyone has stepped up their game, and the picks for them have been very smart, especially the Vayne pickup have given them quite a lot of wins, I would say, because it's been so hard for teams to deal with this. And then the tactic from SK, it might be simple, but it's working. And so far, teams haven't really caught up to it yet. They haven't made sure to have a counter strategy. So everything is just been working for SK. But it's just a matter of time, at least in my opinion, before we have a team actually noticing how SK plays, especially with how Svenskeren moves early game. He's always first going to bot lane, then he's going to top lane, and more or less ignoring the mid lane. So it will be fun to see if Shook has a counter gank ready.
Well, what happens to SK Gaming if Svenskeren is prevented from doing this one? If he gets counter jungle and has to spend more time, picking up farm here and there and can't get in to get kills on his lane, that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on here in this one in the early stages. But it looks like Nif's problem is all sorted, so we can get back into the game. SK and Alliance both backing away to their buffs. There's another question mark for me as well. Shook playing Wukong for the first time in the LCS. He's been himself very hit and miss, with mostly miss, I have to say, as well.
Yeah, it's been some kind of weird games for him. Wukong is a very good champion, especially for a guy like him, because again, he wants to be in the face of SK Gaming. Once he hit the level 6, his ganks are going to be very powerful, but before the level 6 mark, he's actually not going to bring too much other than just straight up damage, because he doesn't provide any CC. And notice down here in the bot lane, SK Gaming is actually taking a lot of harass early.
And we see how much both of those teams wanted to hit level 2 before the other, absolutely hammering those creeps, taking a lot of harassment damage between them as well. And we'll see exactly who gets into that position first of all. Candy Panda there taking hits from those bouncing blades of tabs.
Notice how Nif actually started with his pull, the W, simply as you said yourself, to shove the lane. He didn't even go for bind. Now he's level 2. Whoa, also for SK. Are they going for something?
Oh, Zenith Blade from Enrated was off towards tabs. Didn't really have the range there. Is that Tormented Soil down? Binding didn't come out from Nif, but they're playing this one very, very aggressive, and just the position of Nif here can scare SK Gaming into backing away, knowing that the risk of that Dark Binding always stands.
And if they can get the early game going for Alliance side and make sure that Candy Panda can't get too much harass onto Sivir every time she's trying to CS, Alliance will get the farm they need. And they need taps to be farmed, they need them to be a threat in this team fight so they can really use the Black Shield.
A tense bottom lane, and we saw that video before, the fact that Nif and Candy Panda, so much history all the way back to Season 1 where they played together on Game D before moving over towards SK Gaming, this time around against each other again for a second time this season.
And I like the fact that Alliance have early on warded the river to simply make sure that they can spot out Svenskeren if he should be coming down. The ward trinket, again, notice Svenskeren here. He might be moving something, or he's just going to take the long way down to bot lane. Once again, he loves to do his first gank in bot lane to try and get Candy Panda rolling. I made a shock there.
Candy Panda is fine by me as well. And actually wasn't spotted there whatsoever. The ward was very, very deep. That was from Tabs a little bit earlier and just threw it down in the river, which he actually would have been able to repel in there and at least start something off. But in the end, he backs away. He's just going to get back on his route to farming. This bottom lane remains tense, though. There's neither team really wanting to go all in at this point.
And I actually think it was very smart he didn't go for this one, because you had Black Shield on Nif as they hit level 3, and you also had the Spell Shield onto Sivir, so it's very hard for Svenskeren to actually lock them down with Cocoon, as they can more or less block everything and just walk away. They don't even have to flash.
You got to hit it pretty much max range from the brush at that point. Takes a good bit of aim, and if it misses, then it's gone, that's for sure. This top lane, very interesting one, not a matchup that we've been used to analysing recently, that's for sure. Mundo versus Wicked on his good old Irelia.
And more or less just farming away, just as we talked about how Irelia will have the pressure on the start, because Mundo's is very slow starter. And Wicked, if he can keep Freddy here, he can just constantly pick up the farm. However, it is a bit risky for him, because if a gank should come from Elise, he's very exposed.
And how does that work? I mean, what's the aim here with this Irelia pick? It's obviously different champion to some of the others that we see in this top lane. What is Wicked going to be doing when it comes to team fights?
Well, if he gets his early Trinity Force, he's going to have a lot of damage, and he's going to be very hard to deal with for SK actually, because Caitlyn, she's not a tank killer. Now we see actually Svenskeren coming towards his top lane. Once again, first he goes bot, then he goes top. Alliance, they were ready for it. They've been watching the replays of SK Gaming, so they knew exactly how Svenskeren was moving, and they're not biting, or they're not getting ganked.
Stay away from dangerous positions in the lane generally. Make sure you keep everything as safe as you possibly can and not get taken down by Svenskeren, who's had to, resort to more farming and farming and farming now, as he's not had those opportunities to get involved in the lanes.
That is correct. I mean, he can get the early snowball and he can get his lanes going. The thing again about the Aurelia we talked about earlier with teamfight wise, we need to see how Wicked actually decides to build. Is he going more or less full damage, Trinity Force, Wits End into more damage or players to doing King? Or is he going to build more tanky to try and be this frontline figure? Alliance, they have somewhat of a pick comp with the LeBlanc and also with the Sivir ultimate to pop up so they can catch someone out. So if he's going more damage wise, they might be able to get a few kills and then force SK to back off. However, if SK is teamfighting like super hot crew, then the front line of Freddy will do way more than the squishy Wicked.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one because we've seen a lot of Wukongs going quite damage heavy in the build, even to the point where they've been destroyed in team fights because they weren't really tanky enough to stay alive in that one. So interested to see who goes tanky between Shook and Wicked from this one. But Alliance here, they're on the roam down towards this bottom lane. Jesus did start to come over as well, hanging around by red buff. But look at this, SK completely ready for that.
Yeah, they are pinging them up. They saw them actually go in there due to the ward they have in the river bush. So they saw Froggen move in and they know, okay, they actually spot them going out as well. And now Shook moving behind this. Can he try something?
Well, he is going to be stealthed in. He doesn't have Cyclone, so even if he did get himself through that, he wouldn't have been able to really lock anyone up. And there's a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, he would only be able to do some damage onto Jessis, but he would never have any chance of killing him. He would actually need Froggen to set it up with a chain and then jumping in. The wise thing for Shook though, return to the jungle, get you level 6, and then you can start focusing on ganking.
Now, Candy Panda apparently just having to restart his client from this one, and hopefully, as before, we'll be quickly and safely back into the game. So I want to talk about farm here because we're 7 minutes and 10 into this game. Top lane 55 plays 56, the jungle 31 to 33, mid lane 61 to 57, and 54 to 57 between the AD carries. Very, very even start to this one.
Very even, and for me, the interesting point is then the top lane, because you have this Dr. Mundo, you need to normally shut him down early, make sure he's not getting rolling, getting the items to be this very tanky monster. So for me, seeing how Wicked is actually going to do in teamfights with Aurelia is going to be such a key point, because if he's able to do more or less the same as Freddy, or even more, it's fine for Alliance to simply say, okay, both top laners, you just farm evenly, it's okay for us. However, if he's not able to have an impact in teamfights, Alliance is going to lose out big time on the fact that Freddy is getting all the farm he needs.
So we talked earlier about which of them is going to go tanky. Which one would you prefer in there? I mean, for me at least, the Wukong that's going to be straight in there right at the start of a fight with that Cyclone needs to be able to withstand enough damage to get everything off.
Yeah, I would say if Wukong goes something like a Black Cleaver and then builds tanky, it's going to be alright. Same goes for Wicked. If he goes Trinity Force, maybe plays his own King, and then from there on goes tanky, it can be fine for Alliance as long as they win the early game. Now we actually saw all the damage from Wicked. But also look at his mana. As we talked about, the mana costs on his abilities are very high early on.
Very high, and the problem is that Freddy just says, well, nice try, mate, but I'm just going to pop my ultimate and I've got full HP once again. So interesting damage coming out there. Those Transcendent Blades, obviously really easy to get the damage in there. We'll see how that one all continues. Meanwhile, blue buff was just picked up by Jesus from Svenskren, just helping him out with that one. There's actually an ultimate from Jesus to keep that wave pushing up there and to keep himself going on the farm. The bottom lane actually of Alliance did just recall, so we're seeing the first items coming down there. BF Sword is what we'll see Tabs returning into lane with.
And when Candy Panda goes back, he can pick up his own BF Sword, and they're going to be so even. The damage-wise, again, it is hard for any of them to pick up any kills, especially because Black Shield will counter Leona, and also it's very hard for Nif to actually hit a binding and set up a fight. And then the damage on Sivir is not amazing. He really needs some items to really get the Boomerang Blade going, and he's actually going to bring more utility than straight up damage.
Now Froggen has just got his blue buff there as well, as we saw. That puts them even on that front in the mid lane. So that's going to just getting a ward over by a dragon as well. We've not seen any attempt on that whatsoever. I think simply because there's been no real advantage gained by either team. But Wicked going heavily on towards Freddy. But again, look at his mana bar. He's got nothing more to follow up with.
And he's more or less just trying to harass to get the ultimate out of Freddy. So he's having a bit of a threat of killing him if we actually had some mana, or if Shook should come up and they want to try dive or set something up. Shook is level 7 at the moment, so he has ultimate. We need to see if he's going to do something.
Not seeing a Cyclone from him just yet, but that is certainly to come as we move forward in this one. There's Jesus. Was he going to go down? No, decides against it. Svenskren was actually there. They've got a pink ward in the Tribush here, SK, as well, and we can see that they're sat quite heavily back on towards their own turret. So there is an opportunity for him to get at least to the Tribush before being spotted by the Brush Ward.
Yeah, but again, as we talked about earlier, Spell Shield and Black Shield, it's very hard to set up any kind of gank. They actually need Alliance to more or less dive them down bot lane, and then Svensson can join in and maybe try and pick up a kill.
So again, the top lane, Nif, sorry, not Nif in the top lane, that'd be interesting. Wicked trying to bully out Freddy once again onto things. There's another Dark Binding from Nif that he's not had the most success with. Has landed a couple, but they were mainly when they were already behind the turret on that one. And again, it's just simple harassment back and forth.
And we see now Wukong has gone back. He's bought the Spirit of Elder Lizard, so he's going for the damage early on. He wants to be able to get in the face of someone and actually take them down. Because Wukong, he brings quite a lot of damage, and the Black Cleaver, if he decides to go for this one next, is gonna shred the armor on everyone from SK that he's hitting, and then Wicked can come in with his somewhat his auto attacks at least, or physical damage, and then at the same time Taps is gonna do more damage if he can get to the back line.
So let's see where this one N-rated, just clearing out that ward. Alliance knowing that pink ward is now in there. Nif actually does take the damage from the ace in the hole. Not an incredible amount at this point, but we do finally see Monkey King headed towards this bottom lane, but again, Binding misses, but N-rated gonna be pulled straight into this one, but they go for Candy Panda. Barrier already used, but Candy Panda goes down. It's first blood going to Tabs, and they may get even more. It's the Dark Binding that does this time land from Nif. 2 kills, Dragon surely straight away.
And that was such a perfect bait from Nif. He walks in there, kind of low on HP, and then Red just jumps on it. He wants to get the kill. Shug is there, and then you see him going in onto Candy Panda, knocking him up, so the Boomerang Blade from Taps hitting him both on the way in and on the way back. That was so much burst damage, and the Elder Lizard from Wukong also made him get this kill.
So Dragon started off as we expect with no bottom lane for SK down by the Dragon, and Alliance surely going to be just taking this one without any kind of contest whatsoever. The first one in the game goes their way, and that puts them 2,000 gold up. That's a very healthy early gold lead.
And that was such a perfect move overall, and this shows how important it is to get a gank in on the bot lane when you can then go and take Dragon afterwards, because you more or less get such a huge lead. Had he gone top and gotten a kill on Freddy, it just meant that SK could maybe move in and take the Dragon, and you just more or less trade from there. So very nice move by Alliance, and very nice bait once again from Nif.
So looking at the CS in that top lane, we know that Wicked has thrown his full mana pool basically at Freddy a number of times now to try and bully him out of this lane. Not the easiest person to bully ever. It's 113 to 115 CS in that one, so Wicked slightly ahead. Look how much gold they're actually signing. Just shows you that they've not been willing to leave that lane. They obviously feel that they can't really kill each other at this point of things, especially with both of them on teleport rather than having something aggressively ignite in there, for example. They're going to have basically a full item when they come back into lane.
More or less. I mean, where you can almost pick up the Trinity Force. See Svensson moving up here. He's spotted by a ward, and Shug is nearby.
Well, they try and counter this one. Shug's actually already hit the recall, so he's not going to be involved whatsoever. And now we see as Svensson went through, Shug actually thought twice about that one. Froggen had started to move up towards this top lane as well, so Svensson should know that he is in a little bit of danger. He's backed off to the Tribush from the Golem Brush there, but he's going to go down towards the red. The buff's already gone. That was already taken away by Shug, and it's going to be Svensson just having a peek. I'm guessing getting himself a ward down. No, he's not actually got one to throw in, so race instead.
So the thing again about the Alliance combo, if again we get the Black Cleaver onto Wukong with the physical damage from Wicked, he doesn't actually have to go for early armor penetration. He can focus on again Trinity Force, maybe a Wit's End, and then go more towards tankiness. We really have to see what he's building, because at the moment, if he teleports down for a fight, same goes for Freddy. They won't really have too much of an impact because they have no items.
No items and heavy pockets full of gold at this point. We'll see. I mean, 13.5 minutes. It's quite a while to be sat in lane, but again, they've not really been challenged by the junglers. There is that pink ward going to be spotted. Actually, Shug going to take a lot of damage from this one. Solar Flare goes down as well. There is the Black Shield coming in, and Rated gets the kill, and now he's going to be chased down, but here comes the rest of SK. Froggen comes around the back. Actually, he's going to take a lot of damage to back away, and now Nif is definitely a dead man. Jesus picks that one up. It's a 2-for-1. The jungler and support going down for Alliance. Just then Rated falls down for SK.
That was a little bit too aggressive by Shug. He thought he could clear out the ward fairly safe, but they just instantly went for him. Now Wicked teleporting back and forcing flash from Freddy.
Teleporting in there with the Trinity Force. Went back home, bought the Trinity Force, teleports straight in, goes super aggressive onto Freddy, and now Freddy knows it's time to actually back off and pick up something with all that gold. A Randuin's Omen and a Kindle Gem.
So I have a feeling that once he returns here, they're still not going to kill each other.
No.
So we have the Trinity Force, but we have the armor stacking Freddy, and it's just going to be farm, 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 and then we're going to see, once we get to team fights, who's going to have the biggest impact. Both teleports are now gone, so they're not even expecting to move from here.
No, just a standard top lane farm game at this point. We'll see who gets the better of that one. Currently, still even only 5 CS is the difference between the two of them. There is Wicked going in, so you can get an early indication of what they do to each other. And actually, Freddy does a bit more damage with his briefcase at this point.
At least as long as Wicked is on fairly high HP, the briefcase does more damage, so he can harass him down. But he won't really be able to kill Wicked from there, because the lower Wicked gets, the less damage we have on Freddy. And again, farm away, and they're both happy with it. Both top laners actually like this style of just getting very strong in the lane and then have impact later on.
Having a little bit of a dig at each other as Wicked again goes in towards Freddy. And he can throw that ulti down on him as he wishes as well. Not really a high cooldown on that one. Svenskeren again seems to get up to this point just before the brush and then turns around again. So I think that's the second or third time so far this game.
And the sad thing for Svenskeren is top lane is kind of the only lane for him to gank. But again, bot lane is very hard for him to get into. And also LeBlanc in the mid lane with double jump, also a flash. And then you have the Six who's not putting up too much CC, so you can't really gank there, and he's just constantly focusing on the top lane. He wants to maybe even dive with.
There's a turret going down though, finally, with 16 minutes into this game. It's Alliance to get that one, and look at this. Wicked has spotted Svenskeren there. They're going to ping. Will we see Froggen come up towards that top side of the jungle? No. They knew that Svenskeren was there somewhere, just not exactly where, because he was spotted from Froggen, headed up here from the ramp in towards the enemy brush, and they knew he'd not come out of the top because of Wicked's ward. In the end, Svenskeren's just hanging around, taking all the farm.
And the fact they actually knew where Svenskeren was meant they could take the bot turret without being in danger of a gank. So it's very smart move by Alliance, simply taking the advantage somewhere else. And now in the mid lane, Wukong is here. Can he try and stealth in?
Who are they going to go for? There is the push in. Jesus going low. He's already used the barrier. Can they push around? That is a good satchel charge to get him out of danger. And in the end, Froggen the one that goes lower out of the two. No kill. Again, we don't even see really I say that's totally allowed. SummerSwell's burnt with the barrier and the flash in there for Jesus. Top lane, again, we just saw Wicked going aggressive on Freddy. Gets him fairly low, just pops his ultimate as the bomb comes down. Froggen just dodging away.
Just dodging away. It was actually a very nice 2v2, but none of them really had the damage to finish each other. They used pretty much everything except for the Ziggs ultimate. That was the only thing left up, but both just decided to disengage and just back off. They didn't want to fight any longer.
So Shook putting some enemy, some wards down into the enemy jungle. Notice the timer in the top left. Dragon is up in just a couple of moments, and Alliance already waiting for it.
Yeah, notice how both top laners are moving down towards the dragon. Also, Froggen is moving with Wicked. He picked up a blue pot, so he's gonna be ready to fight. And Wicked got a giant skull now, so he's slightly tanky. Alliance might though be able to take this one without any chance of SK stopping it.
Oh, there we see the ace in the hole, and there is Alliance taking that dragon away. The second one of the game, both of them going their way. Tab's actually using his ultimate here to get everyone out of danger. Nice pickup, nice and safe from Alliance overall.
Nice and safe, and they had the timer for it, so they were just waiting for it. The rest of the team were coming in case there should be a fight, but they just started it and got it. Now SK Gaming, they're pushing onto this mid turret.
Pushing onto it, and they've got a lot of damage as well that they can put down from range. Freddy tanking up a couple of hits from that one, and it will finally fall. The minions in the end taking that. That's the first turret of the game for SK.
And look at the siege combo from SK with Ziggs throwing in the bombs. We have the Caitlyn poking away. Even Svenskeren was there poking, and you have Freddy throwing in the cleavers. And if someone should be low enough, we have been ready to start the fight. So SK using the combo. Alliance, they rely more on trying to pick up a target and just instantly engage and start a fight, not sit here and try and wave clear.
Freddy actually going into his jungle, going to take the white away, as we did see a deep ward actually coming down from Wicked just a moment ago. So he's got vision of where Svenskeren will be coming at him, and Svenskeren really has not had any luck on this top side of the map. He's not really had any luck on any side of the map. This is what we pointed out, that he'd have to have an impact, and he just hasn't up until now.
Yeah, and it's credit to Alliance, because they knew every time where he was. Ooh, Froggen might actually almost catch out Svenskeren.
Blind Cocoon, and Mines just saying, no, you can't chase through that one. Alliance had brought a bit of a team down to this middle lane, or up to this mid lane as well, because Nif had moved up from the bottom lane, leaving just Tabs alone. He might have a good chunk of damage on towards that second turret. No, he just backed off completely.
And again, Alliance are just playing so smart when it comes to Svenskeren. They make sure they know exactly where he is at any point. And even when they didn't have a ward on him early, they just knew. there's a chance he's here. He likes to gank these 2 lanes. We're not going to go aggressive. We actually saw Wicked in the top lane way early on, simply just backing off and making sure that Svenskeren couldn't do anything to him.
Wicked just getting the last bits of farm underneath the tower. Doesn't really care that he's tanking up those hits, as you mentioned. Got that Giant's belt in after picking up his Trinity Force. So looking like he's going the way we thought, with Trinity Force first and then going the tanky route.
And this is going to be a very scary Aurelia, because late game she is still very, very strong. And with all the farm he's picking up, and with the early Trinity Force and now also some tankiness, if it's going to be a Sunfire or Randuin's Omer, he's going to be very hard to deal with for SK, and he's going to have a lot of damage.
Look at the AD carries there. We saw a bit of a trade in the bottom. They're pretty much identical in terms of how far they are on with their builds right now. Both with a Bloodthirster, with a Zeal, and with those Berserker Greaves in there. The farm just 6 difference between them.
And here's the difference between 2 AD carries. Oh, Froggen like trying to go on Jessus. He didn't have too much mana though, so he couldn't do a lot. But again, the difference between these AD carries when it comes to fights is the fact that Sivir brings so much utility to the team. If they can use this ultimate to start the fight or at least get an advantage in the fight, she will do more than the Caitlyn. Unless we go to the really late game point where Caitlyn can pick up 4 or 5 items and really start taking the team on her back and just carrying.
While we're talking about items, we should touch on this mid lane there. The DFG was the first item that Froggen went for, so he's going to be looking to catch people out of position. Got a Blasting Wand in there as well. On the other side of things, Deathcap should be finished pretty sharpish for Jessus. Got both that Needlessly Large Rod and Blasting Wand on top of his Athene's Unholy Grail. And look at this, Alliance now starting to move up. They're going to be spotted by a couple of wards though.
And there's a pink ward that is spotted. They're going anyway.
They're going in for this one. This is very, very interesting. Shook already taken down to half. He's going to pop the Cyclone, but he's died. Enrated picks that one up. Now they dive on towards Nif. Here comes a bomb from the side. Whoa. Enrated falls, and that is 2 quick kills. Tab stood on a trap. Tabs as a dead man. Double kill coming out for Svenskeren. And just like that, SK Gaming, they had full vision of Alliance in that one. And it was a costly move from Alliance up through the jungle. No vision. They're going to maybe lose Baron for it as well.
Now again, 3 members from Alliance. They were calling for Jessus. They wanted to kill him. Shook on the other hand, he decided to go for the rest of SK, and then they could just pick him up very easily, and Jessus survived because he managed to flash over the wall. And now, oh, Froggen coming in. Can they try and stop this?
And they're going Wicked's on the top side as well. Baron is very low, and there's a pickup. It's Svenskeren that smites it down. A great move from SK Gaming overall. Vision of the enemy team coming through their own jungle. They got the kills from that. They turn it straight towards Baron. They've got a gold lead now slightly, but it's this Baron buff that's on them now for the next minutes that's surely going to cost Alliance.
And it was simply a miscommunication mistake. Again, 3 members went on one target, a different member went on a completely different target and just got killed, and then the rest of SK could just go in there, take the kills, and then Taps stepping on the trap, so he also died, which meant SK could take a fairly safe Baron. Froggen tried to come in and stop it, but he couldn't really do anything.
One thing that's impressed me as well about SK in the last 5 games where they've looked really strong is how they turn a little bit of a lead and really push that into a massive lead where they can't really, the enemy team can't really come back from that. And we'll see if they're feeling confident, if they can do that here again versus Alliance.
And that's the thing with the champs. Oh, they're going on Freddy in top.
Going on to Freddy. Can they actually kill him off? They've literally thrown everything they've got at Freddy. There is his ultimate pop. The blades coming out from Wicked. He puts down his slow and also the Randuins. And Freddy might just escape from this one. The tether land is underneath his own turret right now. And Wicked's tanking it up. He's got no mana. Froggen can't really tank things either. He does flash in there. Froggen might just die from this one. No, he gets the kill. And he's going to try and recall. Jessus is coming across though. He's got the bomb. The bomb's going to go in there. Oh! Gets out of it. That was super close.
But meanwhile on the map, bot lane, Candy Panda is taking the bot turret. He keeps pushing up. The rest of SK is in the mid lane. Alliance invested so much time into killing Freddy that now SK is simply punishing them elsewhere on the map.
That tower is down. I don't think Shook's going to be able to do anything. He's going to actually go in on towards Candy Panda. Needs to be careful though because the spider is just around the corner. That's a great net over. He goes on towards Shook. There's the ace in the hole and Shook goes down.
So again, killing Freddy top lane cost SK Gaming Alliance 2 turns in bot, and it's not over yet.
It's not over. Froggen going to get slowed and finished off there by Jessus. This TP coming in, I was going to say you might want to cancel that one out, Wicked, and in the end they do decide to do that one. Here's the push in towards the inhibitor turret. Can they finish off?
And this is such a difference in decision making and shot calling. SK is making every single right move at the moment. As soon as they spotted 2 people top, they just punish Alliance elsewhere, and now Alliance trying to come back in and stop it, and they just end up dying for it. First Shook goes in completely alone trying to kill Candy Panda, and he wasn't even close.
That's the question that I asked just moments ago. Can SK do what they've done so well in these last games and push through with the advantage that they've built for themselves? It's going to grow even further. We can see that the gold lead was, I think after Baron, just 300 or 400 between them. After they finish off this Dragon, it becomes a whole lot worse for Alliance.
And also, look at the champions from SK Gaming. This is what they do every single game. They have these very team fight based, late game based champions. So once they get a lead and they start grouping up, it is so hard for the enemy team to actually stop them due to having the farm needed on the right champions, and every single one from SK's side here is very strong in team fights and very hard to deal with. If they can keep this pressure going, if they can just move up here, try and take another inhib, it's going to be very hard for Alliance to do anything unless they can catch SK out, get a pick with the LeBlanc with DFG. It's not going to be Freddy though.
And if we look down the items that the junglers have gone for, Svensson actually picked himself up the Riley's Crystal Scepter in there, so some damage on top of a bit of tankiness as well with that Giant's Belt in there. There's the ace in the hole actually flying through and landing on towards Nif, and SK not messing around here. In fact, we do see Enrater taking a lot of damage. There is the Solar Flare coming out, and they're going to keep pushing from this one. Double kill actually coming down, and it's all a little bit messy this time around as Svensson doing the damage to Tabs. Can he finish him off? Is he going to fall? He's super low. Smites the minion. He doesn't fall in the end, and actually that will be a 3-0, a messy affair.
Just as we sit here and praise SK Gaming for doing very few mistakes, they actually do the big mistake. Freddy wasn't there, he didn't have teleport. Alliance, a bit like we talked about, they need to catch them out when they're not together. They managed to do this, they managed to get the engage on, and Wicked, he was a beast. He took a double kill, and they couldn't deal with him. He had so much damage, and he got actually into the backline of SK.
So where do Alliance go from this one? That's going to bring them back somewhat in things. Wicked now 2-0-2 on that Irelia. And we can say that, you know, between them, they've both got, and talking about between him and Shoku, definitely went the damage. But let's forget that, because that fight is here once again.
Again, it's actually a Dark Binding by Nif starting everything, and they don't care if it's invaded. They just want to fight, because Freddy's stuck in this top lane. And look at Wicked here. Look at the damage he's doing onto Candy Panda. Dashing into him once again, popping the Randuins, and picking up the kill. And from here on, the damage from SK Gaming is more or less gone, because Jessus, he's forced to jump out. Deuce again, Nif. He's the one who starts the fight, then he goes in, pops the ultimate to zone out Jessus, which means free damage for the rest of Alliance. And Freddy, he was just trying to run down and join the fight, but it was too late.
I think SK have said, you know what guys, we messed that one up, so let's do it differently this time. They need to be careful because their AD carry is not there with them. He's got a lot of damage at this point, but we still see that Alliance, if they don't feel, you know, in a good position to do anything, they're not going to fight. Wicked's actually going for the top turret. He does have teleport to come into the fight, and this inhibitor turret is being taken quickly. There is Wicked coming in.
And now they're going for the fight. Super ultimate is popped.
There is the repel though. Who are they going to go for? Svensson. There's a Cyclone coming down. It's great damage coming in. Jessus at half HP. Niffer's going to fall before his ulti procs. And there's a great Solar Flare to the back. The Zenith Wave takes him through. Froggen picking them off at the backside though. He falls down to the bomb. And that will be a 3-for-2 in the end. Double kill for Froggen before he went down. Who's going to win this one though? Are they going to keep chasing things up? They've got Tabs in there, but both Shock and Wicked pretty low. Freddy and Enrater, the only 2 men left alive. I'm not sure that they can stop them hammering away on this tower.
And this wasn't even an ideal engage from Alliance, because Wicked, he had to teleport to the turret. There was nothing behind he could teleport to. The rest of Alliance with Shug and Froggen were ready to come in from the side and try and flank around and start the whole fight. But due to Wicked coming in there, they had to rely on Nif hitting the binding, and he did. Straight onto Svensson, he was tanking the turret, and they forced him to repel instantly, more or less, as the fight started. So when he came down, they could just kill him, and it was more or less a 5 versus 4 in favor of Alliance.
25 seconds till Baron comes up as well. SK, of course, did take it last time after a very decisive move as well, you know, picking up a few kills and just moving straight in there to take that one down. This time around, it's going to be different. The last 2 fights have not been ideal for them. Will that scare them away from Baron?
SK just need to keep the confidence though, because they are such a strong team fighting lineup and a team fighting team. If they just don't get caught out by the bind from Nif, they will actually have a very good shot at winning the fight. Because again, if you look at both Wicked and Shook, they have some damage, they have some tankiness, but they're not really like full damage or full tank, so they should be able to deal with them. The Guardian Angel just picked up on Wicked is going to make it a lot harder though to shut down Aurelia.
Where do they focus? Will they go for that Irelia, or will they let him wreak havoc? It's a tough call to make, I think. Either way, they want to pop that GA and make it a little bit easier. Next time around, we did see that the Elixir has been popped there for Candy Panda as well, so they're going in with the most that they can do, going for maximum damage in this next fight.
And Candy Panda really needs to be careful here, because there's so many members of Alliance who wants to jump onto him. The only one more or less not touching him is Nif and Taps, but the rest just want to pile onto Candy Panda. He has no Gun Angel, he has no QSS to actually stop anything from going to him, so he really needs to be careful.
I was going to say the death rush there was there from SK. Actually, alternate Alliance going to go for this one. Shooks dived into the middle, and he's actually doing a ton of damage. Candy Panda might fall without doing anything, and he will fall. There is Nif going to lock up Enrayton as well, but for now it's 1-for-1. Here comes Froggen though. He's onto the tankiest member of the team. The rest of them join in. There is Wicked diving right to the front. Jezza's trying to keep them away. Froggen actually getting knocked up somewhat and has to go back a little. That's still 1-for-1. Tabs was not really anywhere near that fight. He pushed down middle, trying to get anything on towards Jesus.
And they don't even need Taps except for the ultimate, because once he pops it, it's so easy for the rest of Alliance to get onto Candy Panda. This time around, two members came to him and they managed to take him down. He almost got him. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, Svenskeren, I didn't even really try to dodge that Dark Bind in there, landing straight onto him, but look at this. Teleport from Freddy. There's no vision currently on. That's now a lie because Nif's put a ward over the back. SK putting wards into the backside as well. Baron is started.
And Wicked is far away. He's running now from the base. It's only 4 members from Alliance here to try and stop it. There's no one to hunt, so they have to just go in and fight this one.
Jesus does have his bomb up, and that's pretty much all he's going to get off from this one. No, he's not even going to get that down. Froggen dives in there, pops him. Now Alliance have the advantage in terms of members. In fact, they're going to go forward from this one. Good slows and cocoons, though, will stop them going in. Will Alliance go for Baron, even just to bring SK out? There's the ace in the hole. Going to go through on towards Nif. Freddy caught out. Meanwhile, you can see there in the bottom left that they're going for the inhibitor. Freddy is going to fall down, and we see Alliance diving straight in here. That's 2 kills. This is going to be 3 as well. Shook picks up another one. It was a double kill coming down for Tad. Alliance get the kills, turn around. This Baron is there. No one is around now to stop it.
And that was such a risky Baron call from SK in the first place. Candy Panda, he was dead. He respawned and was running to them when they actually already started the Baron. He wasn't there to join. They wanted to force Alliance to go to Baron and then maybe lose the inhib to minions. It didn't work for them. The Wukong pick from Shook has been doing so much work. Every time he's managing to land his ultimate on multiple people from SK Gaming, they just come in there, pile up with Sivir, with LeBlanc, and with Wicked, and they just get all the kills they need. And now the Baron.
Baron going their way, swings the gold in their favor. Not only that, Wicked's GA wasn't even taken out in that fight. He is still so very scary for the next one as well.
And notice how Sugar's picked up a Banshee. He wants to make sure that he can always get the engage going. He doesn't want to get stopped by Cocoon from Svenskeren or a stun from Enrayted or maybe even the net from Candy Panda. He simply wants to make sure that whatever is thrown at him, he blocks it, and then he gets into the back line and he gets his ultimate going, and the rest of Alliance just piles onto it.
Such an intense game at this point. 5 kills separating them. 2,500 gold pretty much is what that lead is now for Alliance, as the buff's going to be picked up there for Candy Panda. He's now added that last whisper into the not Infinity Edge, it's a life. Phantom Dancer and Bloodthirster in his build. Got a Negatron cloak in there as well. I'm guessing he's going to be headed again off towards that Banshee's Veil. We'll see all about that.
And this is probably the first time I've seen a Rylai's onto Elise, but it's simply to try and stop some of all the move speed from Alliance. If they can stop them from just piling onto them, and Kite, if they can make Candy Panda survive the engage so he can start doing the damage he needs. Once he picks up a defensive item, combined with the Rylai's to try and slow down Alliance, and Leona to maybe even stay and help him out by stunning Wukong if it's possible, they can maybe make Candy Panda survive, and then from there on they can start winning the fight.
The Dragon is gone. Lions picked that one up. They jumped straight off onto Ward's Ward. Froggen going to take a face full of the ace in the hole actually, which doesn't seem to be phasing him too much. He'll stick around, get rid of that vision that they've got. Meanwhile, Wicked pushing up this mid lane. Blade surging on through that minion wave, and now at half an hour gone, can SK hold on to the turrets in this one? They've got good defensive capabilities with Jesus in particular.
Yeah, as long as you have Jigs, you can more Ziggs, you can always wave clear and try and defend the turrets. Alliance, they do have a combo that can actually dive them. Wicked is very tanky at the moment. He also has the Guardian Angel. If he goes in first and tanks the turret, Alliance might be able to simply just go crazy on SK.
Well, Shook's moving from the side. Actually, doesn't have a flash available, and of course would be spotted underneath the turret range even whilst going invisible. So Alliance move up towards the Baron side once again as Froggen going to dive in on towards Jealous. That's a lot of damage. He gets cocooned up here. There is his passive coming out from him, but Shook has gone all the way in. Meanwhile, Wicked going to join the fight. This could be dangerous for them. Wicked's GA does get popped, and he might just die right away from the back of this one, but Nif with a great binding in there. Wicked still alive, finally goes down, but they've already picked up 3 kills. Freddy going to get pulled up by the ultimate, then the dark binding, and then the slam down from Shook will make it 4 for Alliance.
Candy Panda misclicked his net. He netted into Alliance after he actually killed Wicked, so he was about to spawn up again from his Guardian Angel, but due to the fact that Candy Panda misclicked the net, he got shot into the face of Taps, who just killed him. If he had netted the other way, survived, SK Gaming would have had that fight in the back. Instead, Alliance win it, and now they're pushing down for this inhib.
They're pushing down for the inhib, and I don't see what's going to stop them. There's 15 seconds until Candy Panda comes up. Svenska in 10. Alliance are going to go for this one. They're going to try to win the game right here. They're at least going to take this one Nexus turret out. The second one, I think, is going to fall as well. The respawn starts to come down, but is it going to be in time for them? Nexus already being focused on. It's down to less than half, and it's going to be finished off. And Alliance pick up the victory against SK Gaming, and it seems that the even numbers really do the trick.
And that was such an amazing game all around. Both teams played the team fight so well, so few mistakes. And the combo from Alliance, whenever they could actually get to the back line, they could get the kills they needed. And again, I had to highlight Shook on Wukong. I was really impressed by him this game. He did so well, and he always managed to get multiple people on his side roams.
Really, not just a great win for Alliance there, but I think a massively important win for their confidence as well. Wicked brought Irelia to the table. That was a very much, for me, a dangerous move when you look at, how finicky our community can be sometimes. If you brought that Irelia to the table and didn't do well with it, you were going to get a lot of flack for it, but he did bring it in, and he played it brilliantly, ending 3-1-11.
Yeah, he was really strong on Irelia. He always managed to, again, get into the right targets. We had to fight in mid lane where he picks up the double kill, which was more or less the turning point for Alliance. SK Gaming actually had the Baron, and they had taken the inhib turret from Alliance, or actually the inhibitor from Alliance. We were saying SK Gaming, they're so hard to do anything against when they're ahead. This time around, though, they made some mistakes. Svenska was caught up by binding. We had the net from Candy Panda going the wrong way, and Alliance simply just punished SK Gaming for every single mistake and won the team fights, and therefore got back in the game.
And they didn't do that last week. That was the difference in the positions where you thought, okay, if they make a mistake here, they're going to end up losing this one, or possibly losing out in the game. But they didn't do that last week. This time around, they did it. Alliance picking up a much-needed win. They lost last week to Roccat and the Super Hot crew, and that, again, just gives them the confidence. I don't know why this whole even and odd number thing really seems to be an actual thing for Alliance, but for some reason it is.
For some reason it is, and that is very weird. We have to highlight, if we're going to go to the big play part, Nif, the bindings he managed to land, started every single teamfight Alliance actually won.
Yeah.
And he always, he had Svenska at the turret. He also caught out in the mid-fight where Wicked got the double kill. It was his binding who started everything, and then he went in afterwards, zoned out just as simple with his ultimate. And Nif, or in general, the Morgana pick is really strong.
Well, I think we're going to be seeing more of Morgana. We've already seen a lot today, that's for sure. I mean, for SK, it's not all bad, because I think actually losing this game to Alliance the way that they did it is going to teach them a whole lot about their play and what they can and can't do and where they got too aggressive in places. I think this, for them, will be an invaluable replay to sit down and watch as a team.
And it was actually also a game that showed to us that even though they might not win the early game due to Svenskeren, the rest of the team did well. They got all the farm they need, and they got the early Baron where they punished Alliance for their actually more or less of a misplay in the mid lane. So it showed to me that SK Gaming, they don't need 100% Svenskeren to win them the early game. They can actually do fairly well by themselves.
Well, what about the game from Alliance's side of things now? Because tomorrow they play against Millennium, a team who themselves have been incredibly shaky. I mean, they're going to go in, I'd say, as favourites from the performance that we saw there, although that wasn't without its flaws either. Would you agree with me on that?
I would say they are the favourites, yes. But I would also say this is another match that can just go completely... Like, it's impossible to predict. There's no way for us to say, yeah, Alliance will take this because of this, and this. There's been so many things for both Millennium and Alliance where you say, okay, they got the game now in the back, and then they make a mistake, and they actually end up losing the whole lead and end up losing the game. So it is impossible to predict. I feel, though, Alliance with the win today over SK Gaming, which really has been a good team lately. They get back some confidence and really show to us that they can also make a comeback.
Well, guys, we're going to head over to Shox and Demon, who are standing by with a man whose favorite numbers are always even, is Froggen.
Thank you very much. A very happy Froggen, amazing performance. And coming into this one, a lot of teams have said how strong SK is right now. So what was the plan?
We basically just wanted to do what we were doing in scrims, and this week we've heavily been focusing on actually trying to teamfight, pick some kind of teamfight comp. That's also why we let them release and we could pick Wukong ourselves, and it worked out.
And I want to ask you about the picks and bans, because we just mentioned it off air. Very strange bans coming out from SK.
Yeah, I think some teams have been talking to them or something about what we have been playing or what we so yeah, they just decided to ban that, maybe because we are playing it a lot in solo queue, but...
It's the Carthus ban, obviously, we're talking about here. It kind of caught us all off guard.
Yeah, well, we kind of like, okay, maybe they will ban it, maybe they will not, because they know I've been playing it a lot in solo queue and it's like really, really strong. And
sticking with the bans, the Renekton ban came out, but I spoke to Wicked before this game. He always planned to play Aurelia this time around.
He didn't. Actually, he planned to play Renekton if it was open, but if they picked Renekton, he wouldn't mind it too much.
Maybe he had the other things in mind when he asked me, because he's like, I'm going to play a lady in this game. You may have seen it from Season 2. I was like, oh.
Well, maybe talking about that a little more, because it is very interesting, and it's not because something works in solo queue that it does work in the team. So how do you let him do that, or what makes a champion work also on this level?
I think for the Aurelia pick, it's basically like he can use the TP, he can TP bottom, get really, really fed from that. Because right now in top lane, it's basically you farm up, you get really strong. What happens when Aurelia gets like 2 items is he's basically one-shotting and carry. And so we just decided, okay, we can try to use that with like Wukong combo or something like that. And it worked really, really well.
And speaking of carries, we want to just cast your mind back to last week. Of course, you played Kayle. It seemed that you kind of went in a little bit of a solo mode. It's like, guys, I'm just going to have to carry you guys. You took 5 out of 6 turrets. You took the Nexus turret down, the inhibitor down. Is there any reason for that? I mean, it looked to us like you kind of shut down and said, guys, I'm just going to carry the game. You do what you're going to do.
Yeah, the plan that game was basically we were so far ahead. We lost all the dragons and we lost everything. So we just like, okay, we can try to split push. Maybe they won't be able to deal with it. That's also why I took 5 towers. It's because I'm the one split pushing. So all they have to do is defend. So it kind of makes sense in that way. But yeah, we kind of just thought, okay, we're so far behind. The only way we can win is actually mess up. And they almost did. Like, we were actually at the Nexus towers at one point.
Was there something inside you that was thinking, there's this only way we can win is if I carry everything? But then this game, luckily, showed you wrong.
Yeah, well, this game, basically, like, I almost lost the game by getting hit by a cocoon at the end when I went on Jessus. I'm like, okay, guys, well, my bad, I guess. This is, like, pretty terrible play. So, yeah, they basically carried me here. Like, I didn't do anything in the last fight in the 1-4 versus 5.
So, is the curse real?
I think it is.
It's an even week and you won again.
Yeah, I can't really say much about it. Like, when they actually took the bottom inhibitor, we were like, I guess this game is not going too well. But then we remembered it's an even week. Like, we can't lose. There's like no way.
You can't lose. So tomorrow versus Millennium, easy peasy?
Yeah, easy peasy. It's even week.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow, of course. And now we're going to turn back to the Fisho and Joe to see how today's matches shook up the table.
Thank you very much, Shox. And at the end of Week 6, Day 1, here's where things currently stand in the European LCS. Flying high in first position is Roccat with 10 wins and 3 losses. They are currently on a 5-win streak. In second position, not having the greatest days of today with the subs, is Gambit with 8 wins and 5 losses. Then we have Fnatic and the Super Hot Crew tied for third with 7 and 6. 2 very different records here, though. Fnatic 6 losses in a row. Super Hot Crew 4 wins on the bounce.
Then we have SK Gaming on 5th place with 6 wins and 7 losses. We have Alliance and Copenhagen Wolves tied for 6 at 5 wins to 8 losses. And Alliance continue the trend of winning in even-numbered weeks. And then we have Millennium in the bottom at 4 wins and 9 losses.
Well, guys, we'll be back with you again on Friday, along with the following games. We're going to kick things off with Fnatic versus the Copenhagen Wolves. I think a must-win game almost for both of these teams right now. Then it's the informed Super Hot Crew and Gambit with their subs going head-to-head.
Then we have Roccat versus SK Gaming, and we end the day by having Millennium versus Alliance.
Now, guys, that all happens on Friday at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. So for myself, the Officio, Shocks, Demon, Quickshot, and the entire live broadcasting crew, thanks for watching and have a great night.
She's down, she's down!
Okay, good job.
I can go on Kraton, I can go on Kraton. Okay, flash. Towers, towers! Finish it. Nice! Nice! Bravo! Finally!
Even before they show that on stream.
Of course. Reckless! Kill him!
Die, Reckless! Die! I won't get him.
Oh! Can you finish?
End the game, guys. Good job.
Jump, guys!
This could be dangerous for them. Wick's GA does get popped, and he might just die right away from the back of this one. But Nick with a great binding in there. Wicked still alive, finally goes down, but they've already picked up 3 kills. Freddy gonna get pulled up by the ultimate, then the dark binding, and then the slam down from Shook will make it 4 for Alton Alliance.
Back.